Chapter 1, Marijo. Where is this? Li Yi, whose hands were chained, stood on the slave auction house's stage and looked around blankly. Beside him, there are 3 little girls aged 12 or 13 years old. They are also locked in chains, full of panic and despair. Such a discovery made Li Yi frown subconsciously. Girl? Shackles? Slave? What is this place? How could I suddenly appear in this ghost place? Are these girls role-playing? Filming? Still is. Well, why are these 3 little girls so familiar? Wait, let me go. How come they look more like the snake Ji Hancock in One Piece? 3 sisters Boya? What is this? As an otaku, you may not understand other anime characters, but the female Emperor Hancock must understand. In other words, what am I now? After a while, Li Yi suddenly woke up. It was the mirror. Li Yi is a senior otaku, so he has plenty of time. After getting up every day, he spends a long time looking in the mirror to fix his hair and dress. It is a normal thing, but one morning, he is facing when the mirror was finishing the hairstyle, a line of text suddenly appeared in the mirror strangely. The host has looked in the mirror a total of 3,600 times, reached the trigger condition of the God's Gate, and successfully opened the God's system. Li Yi blinked when he found this line of text, God Seat System, what is it? Before Li Yi could return to his senses, the picture on the mirror suddenly changed, and a vortex of dazzling light spread across the mirror in an instant. After the vortex spread over the entire mirror, a strong magnetic force suddenly appeared, and then Li Yi was sucked in. When he reappears, he is already in the Marijoya slave auction market in the Holy Land of the World Government headquarters of Pirate World. Clang! At this moment, the auctioneer standing on the stage suddenly knocked down the wooden hammer in his hand, and as the wooden hammer took the picture, the whole auction venue suddenly applauded. Some people even stood up and said to a middle-aged man sitting in the first row, "Congratulations, Lord Adrian, if these 3 little girls take good care of them, they will be beautiful when they grow up." The beauty, especially the little girl in the middle, is definitely a beauty. A bloated Adrian stood up proudly with a cigar in his mouth, completely ignoring the compliments behind him, and strode up to Hancock. Seeing Adrian walking in front of him, Hancock took a step back uncontrollably, nervous and frightened, his big tearful eyes filled with despair. Li Yi is a super anime fan. I especially like One Piece. The female Emperor Hancock in this comic is one of the most favorite 2-dimensional goddesses. He suddenly appeared in this world now, and he also saw Hancock when he was young, which made him instantly ignore the reason why he appeared in this world bizarrely, and his heart was inexplicably excited. When he saw the endless sadness in Hancock's big teary eyes, his heart felt as uncomfortable as being stabbed by a needle. This feeling of empathy will be especially obvious when you learn about a person's fate, misfortune, or doomed misfortune. Knowing that Hancock was going to spend a few years of humiliating slavery in the hands of this Tian Longren, he felt more and more distressed for this poor empress. Li Yi just had the idea of saving Hancock from the bottom of his heart, and a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind, "Rescue Hancock, you can get 10,000 survival points." Okay. Li Yi's eyes tightened slightly, and at the same time he asked cautiously, "Who?" "The God Seat System." When Nima heard these 4 words, Li Yi cursed conditionedly. It was obvious that this system brought him here when he appeared. Before his curse fell, Hancock's heart-wrenching cry suddenly came from the stage, "No, no, ah!" Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, Li Yi quickly turned his head and saw that the 3 Hancock sisters were dragged off the stage by Adrian's servants. Hancock, who was dragged away from the stage, struggled and cried, but the more she struggled and cried, the more unscrupulous the laughter at the auction. Seeing Hancock, who was dragged off the stage, Li Yi couldn't care about other things anymore, and asked anxiously, "The seat system is right? How do you say that saving Hancock requires 10,000 survival points?" "Come on, what should I do?" Find a way to become a slave to the world's nobleman Adrian. The voice of the system just sounded in Li Yi's mind. Adrian, who was about to leave the auction venue, suddenly stopped, and then focused on Li Yi, the only slave on the stage. After staring at Li Yi for a while, Adrian suddenly grinned bloodthirstily, and then he said to the auctioneer on the stage, "I want this kid too." This. The auction hesitated slightly, and then said cautiously, "Master Adrian, this kid starts at 500,000 Baileys. 500,000 Baileys." Adrian frowned slightly, and then he smiled contemptuously, "Is such a slave worth 500,000 Baileys? I want 50,000 Baileys. Who dares to follow me? Grab." The audience was silent, no one answered. "Very good," Adrian smiled contentedly when no one robbed him, "take it away." Following his order, a 2-meter-high man standing next to him hurriedly stepped onto the stage, then pulled the chain around Li Yi's neck and left. With a sudden pull by him, Li Yi fell unsteadily with a puff. OZW.com. Seeing him fall in embarrassment, laughter broke out again around the auction house. "Congratulations on becoming a slave to the world nobleman Adrian, earning 50 survival points which can be exchanged for first-level healing, whether to exchange it." The mechanical voice sounded at the moment Li Yi fell, and Li Yi, who had no preparation at all, forgot instantly the pain of falling to the ground, widened his eyes. "Mother, this is all right?" Immediately, he chose the exchange without hesitation. "Congratulations on the success of the exchange and learning the first-level healing technique." "Wait, what is the use of first-level healing?" "It can cure all external injuries and minor internal injuries in an instant." "It's so amazing." Li Yi blinked, completely unaware that he was being dragged to Adrian by the 2-meter man. Looking at Li Yi who was dragged in front of him, Adrian looked down and saw that Li Yi hadn't screamed and struggled. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, and he kicked it out. "What?" Li Yi, who was kicked in the nose by Adrian, exhaled in pain, and then, nosebleeds rushed out. "I like to hear this screaming scream best," Adrian grinned bloodthirstily, then said to the big man, "Drag away." Li Yi, who was kicked out of the stars, fell silent after a scream. The nosebleed that had been flowing out suddenly stopped, and the redness and swelling on his face was disappearing at an alarming speed. "Damn, it really works." Li Yi, who secretly used the first-level healing technique, found that the nosebleed had stopped, and after the hot tingling on his face disappeared, he shouted with excitement in his heart, "God seat system, can I exchange other skills?" "Yes." The mechanical voice fell, and a 3-dimensional menu interface appeared immediately in his mind. The above list had basic exchange abilities such as physical enhancement, strength enhancement, and speed enhancement. In addition, there are even various kinds of martial arts skills, firearms specialization, fighting specialization, diving specialization, and other exchange skills. Seeing this full list of redemption menus, Li Yi's security couldn't bear the excitement from the bottom of his heart, and shouted, "I want it, I want it all." The host currently has 0 survival points and cannot exchange any abilities. "How can I get survival points?" Hearing the prompt from the system, Li Yi discovered that on the redemption list, a string of redemption data was indicated next to each ability. "Complete the task I gave you." "What task can I do now?" "Mission, approach Hancock. Complete the mission and reward 50 survival points. If the mission fails, there is no reward. However, if the host does not complete the main mission and save Hancock from the Holy Land Mariajo, it will be obliterated." "What? Obliterate?" Before Li Yi could come back to his senses, there was a dead silence in his mind. At the same time, Li Yi, Hancock, and her 2 sisters were taken to the gate of Adrian's mansion. Looking at the mansion that appeared in front of him, Li Yi completely awoke. None of this was a dream, but a real thing. He changed from a carefree senior homeboy and super fancier to a slave of the world's nobleman Adrian. Thinking of this, the surprise brought to him by the seat system quietly disappeared, and in exchange, he was inexplicably uncomfortable. He entered the world of pirates without knowing it, and became a slave and was bought from an auction. This was simply the biggest pit in this century, and he was speechless. However, thinking of seeing the goddess in his heart with his own eyes, he still has such a small smirk in his heart. Since it's here, let's save Hancock first according to the arrangement of the seat system. Wait, save Hancock and get 10,000 survival points? Nima, how many skills have to be exchanged? Just thinking about it, Li Yi was drunk. But how did he know how difficult it was to rescue Hancock, and he will also live a life of blood on his lips in the next few years. It was also the days of adding blood in the past few years that allowed him to gradually adapt to this cruel world of pirates. With the help of the gods system, he ran to the sea to establish a pirate group that dared to challenge the world government. At that time, he swore to the sky that he would become the strongest in the world. Sea. Thief. King. Chapter 2, Slave Mark. In a basement of Adrian's mansion, the three Hancock sisters were locked together, while Li Yi was locked in a larger basement opposite them. In the same basement with him, there are more than a dozen burly men. As Li Yi was thrown in, more than a dozen men immediately looked sideways to him, with sympathy and playful expressions in their eyes. Li Yi ignored these guys, did not get up, and sat on the ground looking at the three sisters who were being held opposite. At this moment, Adrian walked into the basement surrounded by several subordinates. He first walked to the basement door where the three Hancock sisters were. He grinned triumphantly and bloodthirsty smile, then motioned to a man next to him to open the basement door. Looking at Adrian who walked in, the three Hancock sisters curled up, leaning on each other and looking at Adrian with horror. Li Yi, who was in the basement opposite, knew that the time had come when the three Hancock sisters were branded with dragon hoof prints and became inferior humans that could never be erased. But he was helpless and could only put his head aside and couldn't bear to look any longer. Sure enough, just as he turned his head away for a while, Hancock's heart-piercing scream was heard from the horse in the basement opposite, and Adrian's cold-blooded ha-ha laughed in the scream. Li Yi clenched his fists secretly when he heard the undying laughter. Dare to treat the three Hancock sisters like this, uncle can bear it, aunt can't bear it. None of the three Hancock sisters could escape, all of them were branded with dragon hoof marks on their backs. Because of the severe pain, the three sisters passed out one after another. After printing the coat of arms of the dragons on the three sisters, Adrian kicked Hancock, then laughed and walked out of the basement to the door of Li Yi's lower room. After tilting his head and watching Li Yi for a moment, he suddenly grinned and added his lips, and then smiled like a demon, "Pull this kid out too." "Yes." The two servants responded, and then opened the basement door. After the door was opened, Li Yi was picked up by two subordinates and came to Adrian. Li Yi didn't speak, but just glared at Adrian. He swore that if he could escape, he would definitely make this Tian Longren regret coming to this world. "I like your angry look." Seeing Li Yi glaring at him, Adrian grabbed Li Yi's hair abruptly, and then said coldly and ruthlessly, "However, I prefer your screaming screams, and branding the dragon emblem on you to make you the feeling of being an inferior person." With that, he turned and walked to a shelf to pick up the hot brand, and then stretched it to Li Yi's forehead. "Haha, enjoy it." After a slight pause, Adrian suddenly laughed twice, and then pressed the brand on Li Yi's forehead. Although he was mentally prepared, Li Yi was almost screamed by the sudden pain, but he finally gritted his teeth and endured it. The tingling caused by the piping hot and the smell of the scorched skin made Li Yi unable to hold on anymore, and finally lost consciousness completely. After branding a flying dragon hoof print on Li Yi's forehead, Adrian laughed and took a step back, then looked at Li Yi who had passed out, sneered, "It's so stiff, very good. Throw him into the arena tomorrow. See when he can be tough." After speaking, Adrian turned and walked out of the basement. "My lord, where is this slave locked up?" Seeing Adrian walked out of the basement, the two men who had been holding Li Yi hurriedly spoke, and said cautiously, if he throws it back into the basement before, he may not be able to go to the arena tomorrow. Up. Hearing this, Adrian paused slightly before he said without looking back, throw it to the three female slaves' rooms. Yes. The two men nodded in response, then dragged Li Yi and threw them into the room where the three Hancock sisters were. As time passed, Li Yi heard intermittent crying in a daze. OZW.com. When he opened his eyes, the figure of the three Hancock sisters immediately caught his eye. Seeing that he was actually in the room where the three Hancock sisters were, Li Yi secretly delighted. Then he struggled to crawl up and sit up. He crawled up and sat up suddenly, shocking Hancock who was crying, and his thin body moved back uncontrollably. Seeing Hancock's slight movement in his eyes, Li Yi felt another inexplicable sting in his heart. After being silent for a while, he opened his mouth cautiously, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." After speaking, Li Yi looked away, and then looked up the basement. Seeing that Li Yi didn't pay attention to them, Hancock stopped crying and looked at Li Yi with the help of the weak candle light. Seeing that Li Yi was the boy who was auctioned off with their three sisters, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then cautiously said, "Hancock, boya Hancock." Unexpectedly, Li Yi, who had taken the initiative to greet him by the goddess, was slightly taken aback, then turned his head to look at Hancock, and said softly, "Li Yi." His voice just fell, and there was a feelingless voice in his head, "As soon as the Hancock mission is completed, the system will reward 50 survival points. Would you like to redeem it?" The voice fell, and an exchange box immediately appeared in his mind. Unexpectedly, Li Yi, who could complete the task just by talking to Hancock, was overjoyed, and said impatiently, "Exchange, of course exchange. The host has 50 survival points in total." "I know, there is a lot of nonsense." Li Yi interrupted the emotionless voice in his mind, and directly exchanged all his 50 survival points for power improvement, physical improvement, speed improvement, fighting specialization, and basic swordsmanship. After the 50 survival points were exchanged, the voice of the system continued to sound, "Congratulations on your strength increase, congratulations on your physical improvement, congratulations on your speed increase, congratulations on your understanding of fighting specialization, and I'd like you to learn basic swordsmanship." As the voice of the system fell, Li Yi was immediately full of strength, his muscles swelled faintly, and various fighting skills and basic sword moves flashed through his mind quickly. "It feels amazing." At this moment, Li Yi was completely immersed in the various surprises brought to him by the system, and completely forgot the painful experience of being reduced to the lower class, which attracted the three Hancock sisters who were opposite him. After discovering that the three Hancock sisters looked at him, Li Yi quickly put away the excitement in his heart, then smiled awkwardly, and carefully asked, "Are you scared?" Hearing that, the three sisters shook their heads at the same time, but the surprise and doubt in their eyes betrayed their hearts. Hancock even guessed wildly in his heart, "This person is stupid. It is amazing to be an inferior person." Up. Seeing the cute and pitiful appearances of the three sisters, Li Yi immediately thought that the three sisters Hancock would stay here for 4 years, and he felt uncomfortable again, and he couldn't wait for the system to immediately give him a powerful force to destroy this place. For the flat ground. Bang! The door of the basement was suddenly opened, and then a light beam came in, stabbing all the slaves in the whole basement quickly to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes, Adrian walked in, accompanied by 2 subordinates. After looking around a few basements, he stopped his gaze in the room where Li Yi was. Then, he waved his hand and said coldly, "Bring them out." The 3 Hancock sisters and Li Yi were pulled out of the room by 2 men pulling the chains around their necks, and lined up in front of Adrian. "Hey!" Looking at the 4 of Li Yi standing in front of him, Adrian grinned bloodthirstily, and then leaned forward to them, "Slaves, your inferior life has begun." In the end, he simply turned around and gave orders to the 2 servants, take the 3 female slaves to the backyard to weed the weeds. This kid will take him to the arena. I will see his performance tonight. Oh no, just listen to his wailing screams, ha ha ha. Chapter 3, Arena, Gladiator. Around the round arena, there were crowds of people in the audience, and the constant shouts shook the sky above the holy place of Maria. In the arena, 2 gladiators are fighting each other desperately. Every time they collide with each other, they will detonate the audience, and then resounding and roaring like spring. This is a feast for the nobles of the world, and it is also a feast for the superior humans of the entire Holy Land Mariajo. Li Yi, who was forcibly taken to the arena lounge, watched the battle unblinkingly through the iron bars. No matter which of the 2 wins, he will be forced into the arena to fight with him. He had only seen such scenes on TV. Although he also liked the brutal fighting in the arena, he was unavoidably nervous when it was his turn to appear. Just as he was getting more and more nervous, a scream suddenly came from the arena, and then a gladiator slammed to the ground, and before he stood up, another gladiator who was fighting with him stepped forward. And then raised the sword and cut down the fallen gladiator's head. Boom! As people's heads rolled down, bursts of roar suddenly erupted around the arena, and everyone roared in unison into a thunderous loud noise that rushed into the sky, spreading all over the holy place of Mary Joya. Jackwell wins! On a high platform on the edge of the arena, the referee yelled excitedly with a megaphone, "It's incredible! Jackwell has won 18 games in a row! Ha ha ha, it's really exciting! So, which one is unfortunate? The egg will become the soul of Jackwell's sword, let us have the 19th challenger tonight." As the referee's voice fell, the audience around the arena burst into shouts again, "Jackwell, Jackwell, Jackwell!" Amidst the shouts, Li Yi was forced onto the arena. When the audience in the auditorium saw a small man being put on the arena, a sigh suddenly sounded, and many people gave Li Yi a thumbs up and then down. Li Yi was obviously frightened by the uncruel scene before, and after walking into the arena, he was vomited sideways by the pungent smell of blood. Seeing this, the whole audience sighed again, and many people stood up and shouted, "Go down, change people! Go down, change people!" In their opinion, Li Yi's appearance was too disappointing. Not to mention others, just Li Yi's body, he was a child in front of Jackwell who was 3 meters tall. Jackwell could stab him to death with a single finger without a sword. What's so good about this kind of gladiatorial fight? Yes, get out, change people! Many people began to agree, and Adrian, who was sitting on the VIP table, looked at Li Yi with a cruel smile. Hearing the surrounding yelling for Li Yi to roll down, the cruel touch on his mouth became more and more serious. Unscrupulous! At this moment, Li Yi got used to it a little bit, but he still didn't dare to look at the heads falling to the side, but looked sideways at the audience. After seeing everyone disdain him and yelling to make him roll off, his fist gradually clenched, and then he took a deep breath and looked up at Jackwell. At this moment, his aura changed abruptly, especially the gaze that looked at Jackwell, which made Jackwell, a powerful guy who had won 18 consecutive games, look away for the first time and dare not look at him. After realizing his inadvertent gaffe, Jackwell woke up abruptly, then looked at Li Yi again with wide eyes, and said viciously, "Boy, take your gaze back, or I will make you worse off." As soon as Jackwell's voice fell, a man stood up in the auditorium near the arena and said excitedly, "Jackwell, hurry up, tear him up." "Hey!" Hearing the man's yelling, Jackwell grinned bloodthirstily, then straightened his waist proudly. Li Yi, who saw this scene in his eyes, suddenly turned around, then stooped to pick up a long sword scattered in the arena, and after holding the long sword tightly, his face sank. "It seems that you are very sorry for being a slave. Enjoy." When the voice fell, he suddenly stood up straight, and then made a fighting pose. Seeing Li Yi provoked himself first, Jackwell frowned, then rushed towards Li Yi with a roar. At the same time, Li Yi moved. He bowed slightly, then swished out, the speed of which made everyone in the audience stare. OZW.com. Li Yi, who flashed out of lightning, brushed shoulders with Jack Well and then suddenly stopped. Call. A wave of air passed by the two of them, rippling out around the arena centered on the two of them, and then everything returned to silence. What happened? Everyone calmed down at this moment, staring one by one, looking at the two people who were standing opposite each other in the arena, but now they were standing opposite each other. At this time, Jack Well staggered forward suddenly, followed by a stream of blood rising from his waist. Seeing that Jack Well was actually hit by Li Yi, the audience in the audience opened their eyes wide and looked incredible. Fuck, so fast. Li Yi was also surprised by his own speed. Is this not the effect of speed improvement? This is the most basic speed increase. Why is it so perverted? What? Just when Li Yi was surprised at his speed, Jack Well, who had a gap in his waist cut by Li Yi, roared to the sky, and then turned around with endless anger and slashed with his sword. The long sword slashed in the arena, and the powerful and unmatched power suddenly shook the arena violently. Then, a bright sword wave swept across Li Yi in an instant. Because he was in a state of being startled by his own speed, Li Yi didn't have any preparation. When he woke up, the shock of the sword wave had been infinitely enlarged in his pupils. At this critical moment, Li Yi held his sword across his chest. Boom! As soon as the long sword crossed the chest, the terrifying sword wave impact slashed on the sword body. The powerful and unparalleled impact caused Li Yi to spurt out a mouthful of blood, and then flew out like a broken kite. Roar! Seeing Li Yi being knocked out, a thunderous roar broke out in the audience again. Obviously, what they liked most was that Li Yi was killed by Jack Well. With a bang, Li Yi slammed heavily on the wall below the auditorium. At the moment his body collided with the wall, he couldn't help spouting a mouthful of blood, and then he fell to the ground feebly. Kill! As soon as Li Yi fell to the ground, Jack Well quickly rushed over, holding the long sword high above his head again, and then went straight to Li Yi's head to be cut off. Li Yi, who had just fallen to the ground, looked at the long sword cut by lightning, screamed secretly, and then rolled to the side. There was another bang, and the long sword slashed to the ground fiercely, cutting the ground straight into an exaggerated crack. Jack Well was completely enraged when he saw that Li Yi could dodge his own fatal blow in such a situation. He roared to the sky again, and then strode after Li Yi. Taking advantage of the flow, Li Yi grabbed the gap at the moment Jack Well ran and stood up with his sword, and then quickly rushed to the middle of the arena. Seeing Li Yi return to the arena, Jack Well leaped into the air, then fell heavily and stood opposite Li Yi. Chapter 4, Shocked 4. At this moment, Li Yi was very embarrassed, the corners of his mouth kept bleeding, and the clothes on his body were stained with blood red by his own blood. This Jack Well's power is too overbearing. If he hadn't learned physical improvement and strength improvement, he would have already been bloodied on the spot. But even so, he still feels the bones of his whole body are falling apart, and the blood in his heart is surging crazily. If he didn't force it down, the surging blood would be enough to stain all his clothes red. After discovering that Li Yi was nothing but this, Jack Well no longer rushed to kill Li Yi. I saw him staring with wide eyes, like a night cat looking at his prey mouse, with a hint of playfulness at the corners of his mouth. Of course, he is not a cat, he has only one purpose like this, to please the nobles and superior humans in the surrounding audience. The more the nobles are happy, the more excited the nobles are, the more chance he has to leave this ghost place. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that all those who stand in this arena must be brutally killed, and Li Yi is no exception. But Li Yi, let him kill? Li Yi's current state is very bad, not good at all. He may fall at any time. He relies on a strong will to support him, just letting himself stand proudly as stable as a mountain. Seeing Jack Well standing in front of him, Li Yi slowly raised his head. He knew that he had to kill the opponent with one blow, otherwise he would die. Thinking of this, he bowed down again, a pair of tiger eyes flashing with a strong desire to survive, staring at Jackwell, who looked like a mountain in front of him without blinking. Seeing Li Yi bent down, Jackwell's pupils tightened slightly. Immediately, with a wave of the long sword, the hole jumped high. "Success, kid!" Jackwell, who jumped high, let out a roar, and the long sword in his hand simultaneously smashed down with lightning. Li Yi did not move, standing proudly like Mount Tai. When the sword was about to slash on his head, he moved. Whoosh! With a soft sound, Li Yi Hong Kong appeared in front of Jackwell. So fast! Seeing Li Yi, who appeared in front of him in a flash, Jackwell's pupils tightened, but when he was in the air, he had no chance to get away. Li Yi, who had increased his speed to the limit, did not pass by Jackwell, but appeared in front of him, and at the same time exhausted all his strength to send the sword into Jackwell's chest. At the same time, even though Li Yi avoided Jackwell's long sword, he could not get away from his huge arm that fell heavily. With a bang, an arm thicker than his thigh slapped his left shoulder fiercely. With only a click, his left shoulder suddenly dropped weakly. Then, he flew upside down and hit the arena again. Bounced high and went straight down to the auditorium. The shouts around him stopped again, and everyone stopped their eyes on Jackwell in the middle of the arena. Jackwell bowed slightly, his sword slashed to the ground and never raised it. Of course, he can't lift it up, because, in his heart, there is a long sword stuck in it. The long sword penetrates his body and the point of the sword emerges from his back. This scene made all the nobles and high-class humans in the audience feel dazzling. They thought that Jackwell had won after seeing Li Yi being beaten up. They were about to shout but saw such a scene. How could they accept it? The referee sitting in the referee's position was also dumbfounded. Jackwell, who had won 18 consecutive games, was actually defeated by the unknown boy Li Yi. However, there is one exception. OZW.com. That is Adrian. After seeing Jackwell being penetrated by Li Yi's heart, he stood up with excitement. He didn't expect that the guy who spent 50,000 to buy from the slave market was so powerful. You know, before that, he bought Li Yishan purely for fun. Although he only bet a few million Baileys, the odds are quite amazing. Several millions made him close to 1 billion Baileys. When the audience was shocked, Adrian laughed presumptuously. I saw him stand up, then drag the body of Fat to fall in front of Li Yi below the audience stage. At this moment, Li Yi's whole body was stained red with his own blood, and he who fell to the ground was almost fainted due to the powerful shock. If he were not supported by his terrifying will, he was afraid that he would not be able to catch it and die. Even so, the bones of the whole body have fallen apart, and the inverse transfer of the meridians Li Yi's powerful will gradually collapsed. Just as the consciousness was about to disappear, the cold voice of the system suddenly sounded, "Kill the opponent, the system will reward 200 survival points whether to redeem it." At the moment when his consciousness was about to disappear, Li Yi's heart of cursing Niang was already there. This system, I didn't say it long ago, and I had to say it when I was about to die. However, it is not too late. As the system's voice fell, an online shopping mall-like exchange box flashed in his mind. In the exchange box, various skills that can be exchanged and the exchange points of the corresponding skills are densely displayed. After a quick scan, Li Yi suddenly brightened his eyes, and the dragon elephant was able to redeem 100 survival points. Damn, this is the supreme protection of the Tantra in the Temple Heroes. If you learn this skill, you are afraid of the violent impact of these big guys? Li Yi didn't hesitate, so he just ordered the exchange. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the dragon elephant Pruchna, deduct 100 survival points. Li Yi ignored the system and continued browsing. Pulling to the last page, Li Yi's eyes are bright again. One blow will kill. One hit kills, a good thing. Li Yi didn't even think about it, so he ordered the exchange directly. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming the one-hit kill spell, deducting 100 survival points. Does the host practice Dragon Elephant Pruchna Kung Fu in a one-strike kill technique? Aren't you talking nonsense? Practice. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the Dragon Elephant Pruchna Gong. There are 13 levels of Dragon Elephant Pruchna Gong. The first level of cultivation requires 0 survival points, the second level requires 50, the third level requires 60, and so on. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the one-hit kill technique. The one-hit kill is the elementary level, and the activation rate is 1 in 1,000. To practice the second level one-hit kill technique, you need 100 survival points and the activation rate is 5 out of 1,000. Practice 3-level one-hit kill requires 200 survival points and the activation rate is 1%. I'm going to be so bad. Li Yudun felt cold, his eyes straightened. The host is seriously injured, and the system will automatically heal the host, because the host is a first-level cure, and it takes 12 hours to fully heal. The host can choose to practice the second-level cure. And the second-level cure requires 50 survival points. The point is 0, you can't practice. Nima, you are Tang Santang, can you not be so verbose? As soon as Li Yi's curse fell, Adrian walked up to him. I saw Adrian tilting his head and looking at him for a moment, then stretched out his leg and kicked him, grinning, "Hey, inferior humans, are you not dead?" Chapter 5, Desperate Counterattack. Li Yi, who was stung by Adrian's kick, opened his eyes. Seeing that it was Adrian, his fists were instantly clenched. But thinking that he was seriously injured, he gritted his teeth and endured it. "You impressed me." Seeing Li Yi still glaring at him, Adrian stood up straight, then put his hands on his back and said, "Today there are a total of 24 gladiators. Jack Well killed 18 people. You killed Jack Well. You will kill the 4 of you. However, I think your current state is afraid that you can't kill even one. If you can't persist, I can let you go and rest, but you have to kneel down and beg me. Wounds continue to fight, or beg me, you think about it, inferior humans." After speaking, Adrian's mouth curled up, those big eyes that stared at Li Yi were like the eyes of a demon, without blinking. He blinked at Li Yi, who was seriously injured. Seeing Adrian, who was condescendingly watching him, Li Yi's angry eyes almost burst into flames. If he is strong enough now, he will definitely stand up and blow it away with a punch. However, the reality is cruel, there are not so many ifs or ifs. He is not strong enough, so he can only endure with gritted teeth. At this moment, a gladiator who was taller than Jack Well boarded the arena with his bare hands amidst bursts of shouts. Seeing Li Yi was still lying on the ground, he yelled to the sky twice, and then addressed Li Yubi. "Make a throat wipe. Grid machine, grid machine, grid machine." As the provocative action of this gladiator fell, the audience in the audience who was shocked by Li Yi's killing of Jack Well boiled again, and many people shouted the name of this gladiator. "Gaji, that kid has been seriously injured, you must unscrew his head." "Yes, unscrew his head and kick it as a ball." "Ha ha ha, that kid is finished." "It's really exciting." All kinds of sounds resounded throughout the arena, but Li Yi was quiet. And the crowd in the surrounding audience boiled, and Adrian smiled more and more evil like a devil. Seeing Li Yi staring at himself angrily while not speaking, he suddenly bowed down to Li Yi's ear. "How is it, inferior humans?" Just after Adrian's words fell, Li Yi suddenly retracted his gaze, and then struggled to slowly stand up. Seeing Li Yi dragging his badly injured body to his feet, Adrian smiled more playfully. The spectators in the surrounding audience did not chant for Li Yi beheading Jack Well, but even stood up and sighed. Of course, they are not to blame. Li Yi beheaded Jack Well, leaving them with no money. Under such circumstances, how could they like Li Yi, and they were anxious for Li Yi to die. Standing up, Li Yi supported his body with a long sword. After a slight breath, his eyes tightened, and he jumped onto the arena. Just after landing in the arena, the grid machine screamed and rushed over. Seeing the fast-rushing Gaji, Li Yi took a deep breath, and the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong quietly operated. Immediately afterwards, he strode forward, holding the sword in both hands and holding his head high. Kill! With a loud roar, Li Yuzhao jumped up, and then slashed with his sword. At the same time, Gaji, who quickly rushed in front of him, made a lightning strike, and while he slashed the long sword, he grabbed Li Yi's wrist by the advantage of his height and hand. Bad! Unexpectedly, Li Yi, who was so fast in the grid machine, screamed secretly, and then ran the Dragon Elephant Prujna protective body like crazy. Just as his Dragon Elephant Prujna cone had just turned, he grabbed his wrist and freed up a hand and hit his stomach with an uppercut. Bang! With an extremely shocking muffled sound, Gaji's huge fist hit Li Yi's stomach, and the powerful and unmatched punch instantly broke through the dragon elephant's protective body. Then, Li Yi opened his mouth and spouted blood. OZW.com. At the same time as the blood spurted out, Li Yi slammed into the audience again like a meteor. With a loud bang, Li Yi slammed heavily on the stage, and then fell under the stage with a strong impact. As soon as he fell to the stage, Li Yi opened his mouth again and spouted a mouthful of blood, and the will to support him to stand up to fight also became slack at this moment. Can't. After discovering that his will was loosening, Li Yi shook his head fiercely, trying to keep himself awake, and shouting from the bottom of his heart, "We must not just fall down, we must not." In the arena, Gridji stared at Li Yi who fell under the stands without blinking. In his opinion, Li Yi would never stand up again. Even if he could stand up, he would only have to wait for his head to be unscrewed. Li Yuqiang, who kept reminding himself from the bottom of his heart, resisted the rush of blood, and then stood tremblingly. Then, he suddenly raised his head, and then leaned forward to the grid machine in the arena. Gaji, quickly unscrew his head. Quickly, grid machine, we want to watch your performance. The grid machine knocked Li Yi into the air with just one blow, and the audience was completely boiling. After watching countless battles, it is not difficult to see that Li Yi is at the end of the battle. Under such circumstances, no one sympathizes with Li Yi. What everyone is eager to see is the picture of Li Yi's head being screwed off. Hearing the constantly ringing voices, Gaji grinned bloodthirstily, and then jumped up. Bang! There was a heavy landing sound, and Gaji stood firmly in front of Li Yi. Success, kid! Seeing Li Yi standing up tremblingly, Gaji yelled, then lightning shot and grabbed his head. The speed of the grid machine gave Li Yi no chance to evade. Of course, he doesn't have any extra energy to use for dodge now. Seeing that Gridji's big hand was about to grab his head, he suddenly fell straight down. When he fell, Gaji's hands immediately fell through, and the tall body was completely exposed. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Li Yi lifted the strength of his whole body at the moment his body was about to fall to the ground, and his backhand was a stab against the air. Puff! There was a slight sound of penetration, and almost all of the sharp sword body was submerged into the chest of the grid machine. Blood dripped down the hilt, instantly staining Li Yi's face red. This scene happened too fast, and the audience in the auditorium was still in excitement, especially after seeing Li Yi fell to the ground. They immediately shouted, "Geg! Geg! Geg!" The scene on the arena freezes at this moment. The grid machine is standing still holding his hands, while Li Yi is lying motionless on the ground. At first glance, one would think that Li Yi was lying down and Gaji won. But the fact is, in the voice of the audience shouting the grid machine resembling a little giant suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, and then crashed down. Grid machine crashed down, and the audience who was still shouting and roaring was silent for a moment. Everyone's eyes widened and their expressions were dull. In this dead silence, Li Yi moved silently, and then stood up precariously with a long sword supporting his body. Chapter 6, One Trick to Kill. The audience was still silent. Everyone was stunned at Li Yi, who was standing tremblingly covered in blood. They did not expect that Li Yi, who was seriously injured, would once again be headed to death. This situation was reversed and let them can't accept it at all. This is like being slapped into an abyss when you are about to ascend to heaven when you just blended with your dear water and milk. The referee on the referee's stand was also completely stunned and forgot to announce the winner as Li Yi. Li Yi, who was standing up with a long sword supporting his body, gritted his teeth, panting heavily, and the corners of his mouth were dripping with red blood. He doesn't have any other ideas now, and some just want to hear the voice of the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the enemy, the system rewards 200 survival points. Call. The sound of the system sounded appropriately. Li Yi, who heard this sound, let out a long sigh, and then relaxed. Li Yi, who had obtained 200 survival points, simply used 50 points to upgrade the second level healing technique, 50 points to upgrade the second level dragon elephant Pruchna, and the remaining 100 points were directly exchanged for the second level kill. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the secondary healing technique. Because the host is seriously injured, the secondary healing technique is automatically activated. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the second tier dragon elephant Pruchna, and the resistance is enhanced. Congratulations to the host for the activation of the second level Nirvana, the chance of triggering is 5 out of 1000. The sound of the system kept ringing, and it was rare for Li Yi to listen carefully. He supported his body motionless with a long sword, and quietly received the system's treatment for him. However, he was injured too badly, and this second level healing technique can only temporarily stop his pain, and it will take at least 10 hours to completely heal him. This healing technique is undoubtedly Li Yi's life-saving straw. If it weren't for the healing technique that had been automatically treating him, he would have fallen long ago. It's incredible. At this moment, the referee on the referee stand finally came to his senses. He swallowed his saliva, then stood up excitedly, holding a megaphone, and said loudly, "This is a miracle. Li Yi has created a miracle. Let's cheer for Li Yi's strength." The referee's voice fell, and the audience in the audience also woke up. After taking a look at Li Yi on the stage, the crowd suddenly boiled. Then, various shouts came out one after another, and some nobles who were all in and win-win even took the fruits around them and threw them into the arena. For a while, the smelly shoes with fruit peels that flew towards the arena swept towards Li Yi like raindrops. Bearing the baptism of this violent storm, Li Yi clenched his fists secretly, his eyes gradually turning blood red. But he did not move, just stood like a statue. He doesn't dare to waste a bit of energy to speak or take a step now. He needs silence and time. Because, there are 3 powerful gladiators threatening his life. To live, this is his only belief at the moment. Just as the storm and rain swept Li Yi, Adrian, who was sitting on the VIP table, suddenly stood up, and then shouted, "Stop it all! OZW.com." As his sudden roar fell, the audience gradually became quiet, and many people looked at Adrian, who stood up in surprise. When the crowd was completely quiet, Adrian smiled with satisfaction, and then said, "Isn't this kind of battle exactly what we want to see? Whether it's Jackwell or Grid, they are in this arena staying for too long. We need freshness instead of watching their ugly figures jumping around on stage every day. Now, let us look forward to the next wonderful performance together." Adrian is the nobleman of this holy place of Mary Joa. He has a special identity and is extremely prestigious in this arena. His words have a finalized effect in many cases. No, as his voice fell, the peels of the various fruits that flew towards Li Yi disappeared, and in exchange for the deathly quietness of the entire arena. At the same time, the door of the gladiator lounge of the arena slammed open, and then a middle-aged man with a body similar to Li Yi and holding 2 swords stepped onto the arena. This man was obviously also on stage for the first time, and did not cause cheers in the audience. Standing motionless, Li Yi slowly opened his eyes, then turned his head to look at the man. The man had nothing to say, slowly raised his swords, and then made a fighting posture. At this moment, the voice of the commentator on the referee's stand sounded again, "The exciting time has come, whether Li Yi can still fight, let us wait and see." As soon as the commentator's voice fell, Li Yi bowed abruptly, and then flashed out. The man in the fighting posture tightened his pupils and severely cut both swords in his hands at the same time. As he cut down his long sword, Li Yi appeared behind him with a strong wind, and a wave of air centered on the two of them swayed silently, lifting the dust in the arena into the air. In the rippling air wave, a blood mist suddenly floated on the chest of the man who had just cut off the long sword. Then, he staggered forward 2 steps, and finally supported his body with both swords to prevent him from falling. This scene was so fast that everyone didn't realize what happened. Just when the man was supporting his body with his shoulders to prevent him from falling, Li Yi returned to kill him again, and the long sword held high pulled out a half-moon arc in mid-air at an extremely alarming speed and slashed towards the man's neck. With a puff, blood splashed up, followed by the man's falling head. Wow 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 wow! The referee and the commentator who saw this scene completely on the referee's stand almost yelled at the same time, and then the two jumped up excitedly and shouted in unison, "Sekal, Li Yi finished, he came here. The first spike in the arena. You know, he completed this gorgeous and perfect spike with a serious injury. This is definitely the most exciting performance tonight. Li Yi, it's amazing." As the incoherent voices of the two of them resounded over the arena, the audience all stood up at this moment. After a short lag, everyone put aside their previous prejudice against Li Yi, and the shouts resounded like a volcanic eruption, resounding over the entire holy place of Maria. While Li Yi was enjoying the rewards given to him by the system. After successfully gaining 200 survival points, he stepped forward and stood expressionlessly in front of the gladiator who was beheaded by him, watching the score. "Family gladiator," Li Yi muttered softly, "I'm sorry, if you don't die, I won't be able to live." Chapter 7, 5 Kill. Li Yi, who beheaded 3 consecutively, gave the audience around the arena an unspeakable shock. If the two before the beheading were luck, then Li Yi's perfect spike just now is not as simple as luck. As the instructor said, Li Yi completed this gorgeous and perfect spike when he was seriously injured. Such a wonderful performance completely conquered the audience in the audience. In the shouts and roars like a volcanic eruption, Li Yi directly exchanged the 200 survival points he had obtained for a level 3 kill. This is a choice he doesn't have. A 1% chance of triggering may allow him to persist until the end of today's battle. After completing the exchange, Li Yi silently looked at the door of the gladiator lounge. There were 2 more. Just behead the remaining 2, and today's gladiator will end. The sky was completely dark, and the 3 Hancock sisters who were weeding in the backyard of Adrian's mansion ended their first day of slavery and returned to the basement. Hancock, who returned to the basement, seemed calmer. After all, becoming a slave had become a reality, and no matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't change her fate. After looking around the icy walls, she walked to the corner in silence, and then cuddled with her 2 younger sisters and fell asleep. As time passed, the night completely enveloped the Holy Land Marijoa, and many people fell asleep, but the arena was in full swing. The appearance of Li Yi, an unknown man, completely made the audience in the audience around the arena boil. To no avail. Because Li Yi was seriously injured, beheading 4 people in one go, staged a perfect 4-game killing streak. Now, everyone raised their hearts to their throats and stared at the battle in the arena. This is the key to whether Li Yi can complete 5 consecutive kills and end tonight's gladiatorial battle. No one wants to let go of any details. In the arena, the man who fought Li Yi was a middle-aged man with fat head and big ears. His height was completely comparable to that of a grid machine. He was holding a giant axe. Every time the axe was severely cut off, he would roar. Li Yi didn't dare to confront this big man. From the huge axe in his hand, it was not difficult to see that this was a power-type object, facing him face to face, absolutely seeking his own way of death. Most importantly, he had no time to redeem the 400 survival points obtained by killing 2 gladiators before. If he had exchanged some new techniques, he might not need to be so embarrassed. Roar! Li Yi, who kept walking around the middle-aged man, completely angered him. After a loud roar, the middle-aged man suddenly took a step back, and then raised the axe in both hands, and the majestic coercion burst from his body, pushing Li Yi. Xin was shocked while pushing back uncontrollably. Great axe, slash the ground! The middle-aged man holding the giant axe high in both hands roared again, and then smashed the giant axe down. Boom! Amid the loud noise that resounded throughout the arena, the giant axe slammed into the arena, and then a wave of unparalleled air spread across the arena instantly. Li Yi in the arena only felt an overwhelming violent energy rushed towards the face, and in the next second he threw it up uncontrollably, and then was swept into the sky by the spreading air wave. This sudden eruption of the middle-aged man made everyone in the audience, including Adrian, stand up, and they showed a nervous expression when they looked at the figure that was rolled into the sky in the stormy sea. Seeing Li Yi, who was swept into the sky by the air wave, the middle-aged man took a step forward, and with a loud noise, he raised his great axe again, and then watched unblinkingly ascending to a height of tens of meters and then vertical Li Yi falling down. Seeing Li Yi appear in the range of his attack, his eyes tightened, and then he coldly shouted, "Kill!" OZW.com. The voice fell, the giant axe struck out with lightning. Target, Li Yi's head falling vertically. Looking at this thrilling scene, everyone in the audience including Adrian instinctively put their heads aside. Obviously, in their view, Li Yi, who had killed 4 people in a row, couldn't escape this tyrant's axe. Feeling the breath of death that suffocated him, Li Yi's pupils, who fell vertically, shrank, and his big hand holding the sword hilt trembled slightly. It's over. When the middle-aged man slashed a giant axe that went straight to his head, Li Yi suddenly relaxed, and then he smiled. He never expected that his absurd journey through crossing would be so short, and it would end in this way. At the moment when he relaxed and showed a smile on his face, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his mind, "One-hit kills activation." Fuck! Hearing the sudden sound of the system, Li Yi's eyes widened, and his face was overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, he who had already given up suddenly moved half a foot away strangely in the air, and then held up the long sword in the constricted pupils of the middle-aged man. Hey! The dazzling sword aura bloomed in the sky, and the dazzling sword aura light illuminated the entire arena instantly as bright as day. In the arena shrouded in endless white light, the sword energy that bloomed in the sky instantly passed through the body of the middle-aged man at a speed that the naked eye could not capture, bringing a mist of blood and disappearing over the arena. Without waiting for the dazzling white light covering the entire arena to disappear, the middle-aged man who was penetrated by the sword energy suddenly exploded, and the rising mist over the white-shrouded arena resembled the blooming Manjusha on the other side of hell. Beautiful and weird. The dazzling light that enveloped the entire arena disappeared, the middle-aged man smashed Li Yi's huge axe heavily in front of Li Yi, his clasped hands were still there, but his body was missing. In the middle of the field, Li Yi stood proudly like a god, and the king's aura was completely natural. The audience fell into dead silence again, and everyone's expressions were extremely exaggerated, their mouths wide open, and their eyes wide open. The commentator and the referee standing on the referee's platform even forgot to speak, and stared at Li Yi, who was standing in the middle of the court like a god, without blinking. 5 kill. Li Yi created a myth in this arena. His name will also be famous because of this battle, and finally resound throughout the pirate world. Chapter 8, One is King, One is Emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 survival points, the host now has a total of 600 survival points. The voice of the system sounded appropriately in Li Yi's mind. Standing in the middle of the arena, Li Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then came over. When he killed the 2 gladiators before, he had no chance to redeem it. Now that he has accumulated, his survival points are already 600. However, he has no energy to exchange it now. After activating the one-hit kill and completing the 5 consecutive kills, his physical strength has been completely overdrawn. If it were not for the strong will to support him, he would have fallen. The boiling in the surrounding arena is no longer enough, but Li Yi can't hear it anymore. Because he insisted on completing 5 consecutive killings, and completely relaxed. He knew that today's duel was over, and he, too, survived. Fortunately, he did not die here. Thinking of this, he smiled again, and then fell straight down. With a puff, Li Yi focused heavily on the ground, but the sword in his hands was not loosened. This was his instinct after persisting, even if he knew that today's duel was over, his instinct kept him from letting go. After focusing heavily on the ground, Li Yi gradually fainted after completely relaxing. During this period, the second-level healing technique has never stopped his treatment, even if he is now unconscious. After seeing Li Yi fall, the audience and the surrounding audience became surprisingly quiet, and then everyone stopped their eyes on him, as if waiting for a miracle to happen. Similarly, Adrian also stood up at this moment, walked out of the VIP seat even more excitedly, and then headed straight to the arena with the 2 servants. Arriving in front of Li Yi, Adrian frowned slightly and said to the villain next to him, "Raise him." The 2 subordinates got the order and then lifted him forward. After the 2 raised him, the referee at the referee's stand quickly picked up the megaphone and said loudly, "Let's cheer for the undefeated in the arena today." Roar! The audience boiled again, everyone completely put aside their previous prejudice against Li Yi, and then chanted Li Yi's name with emotion. "Take him down, don't let him die like this." Adrian made the 2 servants wave their hands, and then said with a bloodthirsty grin, "I'm just waiting for him to make money for me." Obviously, Adrian is not really concerned about Li Yi's life and death, but Li Yi earned him enough pele when he first appeared on the stage. If he trains him well, Li Yi may be able to make him better in this holy place, Mary Joa. 1 floor. It was late at night, but Hancock did not fall asleep. She squatted on the ground with her hands on her knees, staring at the closed door in front of her blankly. The closed door closed her way and blocked her future. Although she is still young, she knows that she has no chance to sail freely on the sea before. At this moment, the closed basement door was pushed open, and then 2 villains from Adrian's mansion dragged Li Yi in a coma. When they walked to the door of the room where they were, one of the servants opened the door, and when the door was opened, the other servant dragged Li Yi and threw it in front of her. Throwing Li Yi around Hancock, the 2 servants closed the door silently and left the basement. Hancock didn't dare to move until the 2 men left. Immediately, she moved cautiously and came to Li Yi, who was in a coma. Seeing that Li Yi was covered with solidified blood, she was frightened and quit. After discovering that Li Yi was not moving, she took a deep breath and came to Li Yi again. After staring at Li Yi for a moment, she carefully stretched out her small hand, and then shook Li Yi gently. OZW.com. Seeing that Li Yi was still silent, she relaxed her guard, and then squatted down beside Li Yi and looked at Li Yi carefully. When she saw the shattering wounds all over Li Yi's body, she secretly took a breath. Looking at it, she suddenly mustered up the courage to shake Li Yi again, and at the same time whispered, "Li Yi." After calling out without responding, she did not give up, shook Li Yi's little hand with a little more effort, and then kept yelling, "Li Yi, Li Yi, Li Yi." As she kept shaking and yelling, Li Yi in a coma suddenly moved. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth abruptly, and then let out a mouthful of bruise. His sudden action frightened Hancock, and saw that she took 2 steps back in fear, and then weakly looked at Li Yi, who opened her mouth and spouted blood. Li Yi, who spit out a bruise, felt much better, his body no longer stabbed so much, and his heart was so flustered before. However, the shock he received was too great. Even if he was treated with a healing technique, he would not be able to heal for a while. After a slight pause, Li Yi stood up in silence and turned his head to look at Hancock, who was pushing away. "Thank you, Hancock." Before Hancock came back to his senses, Li Yi continued, "If you didn't wake me up, I might have died." Hancock blinked, and then she smiled. This laugh made Li Yi's heart tremble silently. It was this laugh that became an unbreakable bond between him and her, one for the Emperor and the other for the Emperor. Seeing Hancock smiled, Li Yi also showed a slight smile. After a moment of silence, Li Yi changed the subject and asked, "Why haven't you slept yet?" Hancock's eyes darkened, and at the same time he lowered his head and said softly, "Can't sleep." "Are you afraid?" Hancock hesitated, then nodded fiercely. There was another inexplicable tingling in Li Yi's heart. After sighing inwardly, he said softly, "Sleep for a while, otherwise you will lose energy tomorrow, which will affect your work. If the effect is not good, they will beat you." Hearing this, Hancock trembled slightly, then looked up at Li Yi. "Go to sleep." Li Yi gave Hancock a positive look, then got up and walked to the gate and sat down with his back facing Hancock. Seeing the back who walked to the gate and sat down, Hancock felt a sense of security inexplicably. Then, she leaned on the two younger sisters and slowly closed her eyes. As time passed silently, she finally entered dreamland. After confirming that Hancock had gone to sleep, Li Yi turned his back against the door and looked at Hancock, who was sleeping without blinking. Looking at it, he suddenly shook his head and smiled, while whispering to himself, "What's wrong with me? Hancock is only 12 years old now." Chapter 9, Swordsmanship. As Li Yi's voice fell, the basement was calm again. Li Yi, who had his back against the door, also gradually calmed down. He needed to sort out the absurd experience that happened to him in Chapter 9. Being sucked into this pirate world by the mirror, there was an inexplicable system in his mind. Then, he was bought by Adrian together with Hancock, and his forehead was even more imprinted with a slave's mark. Then, fight life and death in the arena. Everything in Li Yi was as unreal as if he were in a dream, but this made him have to believe that it was a fact that had happened. The piercing pain in his body and the silent and unconscious healing technique healed him were so real. He hadn't had time to sort out what had happened to him before, and now he calmed down, and he finally woke up completely. "I really came to the pirate world. Call." After taking a long breath, Li Yi reorganized his mood, and then called out from the bottom of his heart, "God Seat, are you there?" There was no sound, and there was dead silence in my mind. Seeing that the system hadn't appeared for a long time, Li Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly, "It's really a system." Just as Li Yi was about to close his eyes and rest, a familiar picture suddenly flashed in his mind. Looking at the familiar picture, Li Yi smiled. It seems that not only the system appeared when the system itself was about to appear, he also can you call up the system? The familiar picture is naturally not something else, it is the exchange box for his exchange skills. Li Yi had never looked at the exchange box carefully before, and now finally calmed down, he began to browse one by one. Looking at this seriously, Li Yi was excited, happy, and disappointed. The densely packed skills in the exchange box make him dazzled. Not only are there various demon fruits in the pirate world that he is familiar with, but there are also various powerful skills in the two-dimensional world. However, these powerful skills require survival points amazingly high. Disappointed, Li Yi focused his attention on the new skills he could currently exchange. Swordsmanship. What is this thing? Which skill in the two-dimensional world? Why never heard of it? Li Yi blinked, then carefully looked at the point of survival. To redeem the skill of breaking the sky, you need 300 survival points. After reading it to himself, Li Yi hesitated again and again, and then made up his mind to choose the exchange. Congratulations to the host for the successful exchange of swordsmanship. Do you practice? Li Yi silently ordered cultivation. Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating human-level sword-breaking and sword-drawing skills. To cultivate the king-level sword-breaking and sword-drawing skills requires 3,000 survival points, and to practice god-level sword-breaking and sword-drawing skills requires survival points 10,000. Li Yi's eyes widened instantly. He knew it. He knew it would. OZW.com. After a short lag, Li Yi closed the exchange box in tears. After closing the exchange box, Li Yi used all the remaining 300 survival points to improve the dragon elephant Pruchnagong. As he used up all the 300 survival points, the voice of the system sounded again. Congratulations to the host. The dragon ascend the Pruchna skill to the 6th level and gain the power of the elephant. As the system's voice fell, a majestic force suddenly poured into his body, instantly making him full of energy. Finally came a consolation prize. Li Yuxin smiled, and then leaned on the gate made of iron bars to sleep. As the sky dawned, the two Adrian's servants who were in charge of guarding the basement entered the basement on time, and then shouted to the sleeping slaves in the room, "Get up, all get up!" In their loud shouts, Hancock, who was sleeping soundly, woke up from his sleep. When she saw Li Yi, who was still asleep with her back leaning on the door, her heart relaxed inexplicably. However, the heart she had just put down immediately rose again. Because the two men are standing behind Li Yi at the moment, if he doesn't wake up again, he might be beaten. Hancock, who couldn't bear to see Li Yi being beaten, quickly got up, then walked quickly to Li Yi and hurriedly called, "Li Yi, Li Yi, wake up!" In her yelling voice, Li Yi opened his eyes, and then looked at her blankly. "Hancock, what's the matter?" Snapped. A crisp sound rang behind him, and Hancock, who was about to speak, took a step back uncontrollably in fright. Then, the two men who came to Li Yi grabbed him and threw him out. But when he grabbed Li Yi's shoulder, Li Yi instinctively grabbed his big hand with his backhand, then took a step back and pulled it close to the door. Without giving the man any chance to react, Li Yi struck out with a fist. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fist carrying the majestic power of the elephant hit the iron fence, and the thick iron fence bends. Although an iron fence blocked Li Yi's horrible punch, the man outside the iron fence was still shocked with his eyes protruding, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Hancock, who stood behind Li Yi, was frightened by the scene in front of him, staring dumbfounded at Li Yi, who dared to attack the servants of Adrian Mansion. You know, although these are subordinates, their status is more noble than those of inferior human beings. It is difficult for Li Yi to act so recklessly, it is difficult to imagine the consequences. Li Yi, who was punched out, was also dumbfounded. This was not what he did in his heart, but an instinctive reaction. Damn, when did I get so fast? Also, all the injuries on my body seem to heal. After screaming inwardly for a while, Li Yi suddenly woke up, and then let go of the man he had pulled close to the iron fence. As his big hand let go, the hapless guy immediately slipped softly. The other man standing next to him was also frightened. Nothing like this has ever happened since they came to take charge of the slaves in the basement. It happened suddenly, and he suddenly didn't know what to do, just like that. Looked at Li Yi blankly. After a short lag, the man suddenly turned around, then left his hapless companion and ran away. Seeing the man who turned and ran out of the basement, Li Yi blinked, then turned his head and smiled at Hancock, showing a row of white teeth with an innocent smile. Chapter 10, Adrian's Reward. Stop hitting someone, slave hitting someone. The man who rushed out of the basement ran wildly while shouting loudly. In his horrified shout, many people from Adrian Mansion looked sideways at him. The man did not slow down, and went straight to the hall where Adrian was. In the hall, Adrian was talking with a middle-aged man in navy clothes. Hearing the sound coming from outside the door, Adrian frowned slightly, while the navy sitting opposite him put the topic away. A glass of red wine drank to himself. At this moment, the man rushing out of the basement quickly rushed into the hall, then knelt down in front of Adrian, and said anxiously, "No, Lord Adrian, the slave hit someone." "Who?" A cold light flashed in Adrian's eyes. Li Yi. Oh, after hearing the name of Li Yi, the cold light in Adrian's eyes disappeared, and a look of playfulness was replaced by him. He still has the strength to beat people. Go, bring him over. A trace of fear flashed in the man's eyes. Li Yi had seen him throughout the 5 consecutive killings in the arena. Now Li Yi is in a violent state. Now he is calling Li Yi, completely seeking his own death. "It's not you, could it be me?" Seeing the man hesitate, Adrian suddenly roared, and then he kicked it forward. He only heard a slap, the man's face was instantly distorted by the kick, and then he fell to the ground. The man who was kicked suddenly woke up, and then crawled out of the hall. Seeing the man walking out, Adrian retracted his gaze and said to the opposing navy, "Major General Thiel, this Li Yi is the inferior human I just mentioned to you. I bought it from the slave market for 50,000 baileys. Yes, he won me nearly 1 billion baileys in the arena, haha. Master Adrian, this is a treasure." Major General Thiel smiled, then stood up and said, "There is still something to do next, so let's go one step ahead. Don't you see this Li Yi?" "No," Tyre stood up, then bowed slightly, and said, "Next time. Then go slowly and not send it." Adrian didn't want to stay either. He watched Tyre walk out of the hall, then returned to his seat and sat down, waiting for Li Yi's arrival. Soon, the man led Li Yi with chains into the hall. Li Yi, who walked into the hall, did not escape Adrian's sight, and even looked at him with hatred. "You know, inferior humans." Seeing that Li Yi's eyes never changed, Adrian played with the jade finger on his thumb and said with a bloodthirsty grin, "I want to kill you as easily as pinching an ant. If other inferior humans use you like this," he looked at me, "I don't know how many times I have died. But you are still alive, do you know why?" Li Yi did not speak, but looked at Adrian without blinking. Adrian naturally needed Li Yi's answer. He stood up in front of Li Yi, and then said, "In the beginning, I bought you back for 50,000 baileys. It was just a whim. I was in a bad mood one day. At that time, you will definitely be the first to be killed by me. However, after seeing your performance in the arena, I suddenly don't want to kill you. Your performance is wonderful, and your performance is exactly the arena what those nobles and high-class humans want to see most. In adversity, kill the opponent at the first shot of the army, tusk. I was attracted by your performance. The most important thing is that your performance last night made me earn enough pele, so, not only will I not kill you, but I will also give you a little reward." OZW.com. Reward. Li Yi's eyes lit up. "Yes, I decided to let you move out of the basement to prepare a separate room for you, and send you 3 female slaves." 3 female slaves? Li Yi's eyes brightened, and he took away his hateful eyes, and then asked cautiously, "Can I choose by myself?" "Okay." Adrian was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes." "Okay, then I choose the 3 sisters Hancock." "As you wish." Adrian responded simply. Seeing Adrian agreed, Li Yi asked, "Anything else?" Adrian shook his head and waved his hand, "Go down, I will arrange for someone to vacate your room later. After the room is vacated, you can take the 3 inferior humans and leave the basement." Li Yi didn't speak anymore, and turned and walked out of the hall with a heavy chain. Seeing Li Yi who turned and walked out, Adrian's mouth was cruel. Asking Li Yi to move out of the basement to live in a separate room, he just wants Li Yi to raise his spirits, and then earn him more pele in the arena. Li Yi's powerful survival yawang did not allow himself to fall easily. Such an existence with a powerful survival yawang, it is difficult to think of earning enough pele for him. Of course, if Li Yi died in the arena, there would be no loss to him. Big deal, next time I go to the slave market to buy one back at a cheap price to continue. Li Yi didn't know Adrian's abacus, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth. In the basement, the 3 Hancock sisters have been taken out to work. In the empty basement, Li Yi sat cross-legged on the damp ground, and the skills he had cultivated quickly flashed through his mind. He must master all the skills he has learned so that he can have one more chance of winning in the next fight. One hit kill has been trained to level 3, but this skill is nothing but a bug. With a 1% chance, he really can't guarantee that the next time he encounters a strong enemy, he can successfully trigger it. One hit kills is unreliable. He must learn the skills that are enough to fight against the strong enemy without defeat. This skill is naturally the human-level sword drawing skill he has just cultivated. There are a total of 6 human-level sword drawing techniques, each of which is an independent sword move. The lethality is terrifying and requires strong support. This, Li Yi doesn't need to worry, because he raised the dragon elephant Pruchna to the 6th level and gained the power of the elephant. The power of the elephant and the human-level sword drawing skills complement each other. He seems to have seen the blood flying in the arena and the human head falling under his feet. Before the 24th, there were only 2 chapters of the Madman's update. After the 24th, the 3rd update will be guaranteed, and there will be 1 chapter later. Thank you brothers who rewarded, thank you brothers who have collected and voted for flowers, thank you. Chapter 11, Why Bother Each Other? At twilight, the 3 Hancock sisters dragged their tired bodies into the basement, followed by them, and there were more than 10 male slaves who lived with them in the basement. They walked in behind the 3 sisters, and they all showed dissatisfaction because they got in the way. Walk slowly, don't get in the way, okay? Finally, someone couldn't stand the snail-like walking speed of the 3 sisters and roared loudly. Before the 3 sisters could react, a tall man stepped forward and backward to them, and then twisted one of them with one hand and slammed Hancock 2 of his sisters through it out. With 2 bangs, the 2 sisters, who were completely unprepared, slammed on the cold wall, and then fell heavily. The 2 sisters who had been tired for a day fainted without a scream. Looking at the 2 younger sisters, Hancock was startled on the spot. Then, she turned around and screamed and charged at the man. Past. Court death. Seeing Hancock rushing towards him, the man yelled, then slapped his hand. Stop. At this critical moment, a cold drink suddenly sounded, and then Li Yi, who had been sitting cross-legged in the corner of the room, stood up. In his abrupt roar, the man's big hand slammed down slightly, and then he retracted it reluctantly, and then turned his head to look at Li Yi who was walking slowly. Walking out of the corner, Li Yi glanced at the 2 sisters who fell to the ground and fainted, and then came to Hancock with a blank face. Seeing that it was Li Yi, the man who didn't know everything that happened in the arena instantly cooled his eyes. Are you looking for death? Li Yi ignored him. After walking slowly to Hancock's side, he stared at the thin Hancock for a moment, and then said softly, Hancock, come behind me. Hearing Li Yi's gentle voice, Hancock walked behind Li Yi obediently, then popped his head and showed cold eyes at the man. After Hancock walked behind him, Li Yi looked up at the man. After staring at the man for a moment, Li Yi suddenly shook his head and sighed, under the same roof, why bother each other? For the slaves in this basement, Li Yi had a heart of sympathy. If he could really kill them, he would definitely free these slaves without hesitation. However, the behavior of the man in front of him made him unbearable. This is not simply a fight for Hancock's 2 sisters. If other slaves were treated like this, he would stand up. Hearing what Li Yi said, the man disagreed, and said coldly, who let them get in the way? As soon as the word fell, Li Yi slammed forward, then grabbed his hair and slammed into the wall. Boom! A shocking impact sounded, and the man fainted immediately. Seeing the limp man, Li Yi clapped his hands and said lightly, I really don't repent. Li Yi's sudden shot shocked the male slaves standing behind the man. After looking at each other for a while, Everyone took a step back. Hancock seemed to be accustomed to this sudden violence. After blinking those big aura eyes, she suddenly sounded the two sisters who were in a coma, and then turned and ran towards them. Li Yi ignored the men standing stupidly in the corridor, and followed Hancock in front of the two sisters who were unconscious. Li Yi. Hancock, who was squatting in front of the two sisters, saw that both sisters had passed out. She raised her head to look at Li Yi, and then stubbornly did not let the tears flow. OZW.com. Okay. Li Yi nodded, then bent over and squatted down. Then, he put both hands on the heads of the two sisters who were unconscious, and treated them with healing techniques. Under the treatment of healing surgery, the two sisters woke up one after another. Seeing the two younger sisters were waking up, the stubborn Hancock couldn't help but cried silently while hugging the two younger sisters. Seeing Hancock holding the two sisters crying silently, Li Yi felt another inexplicable tingling in his heart. Then she asked softly, "Hancock, are you willing to leave this basement with me? Go away." Hancock trembled slightly, then looked up at Li Yi with tears in his eyes. "Can you?" Li Yi nodded and said, "Today Adrian came to me, saying that I helped him earn Pele in the arena and prepared a separate room for me." Li Yi only mentioned Adrian. A separate room was prepared for him, but 3 female slaves were rewarded without mentioning it. Not to mention, it is because the 3 Hancock sisters are not slaves in his eyes. Looking at Li Yi standing in front of him, who looked like a mountain, Hancock finally understood where the scars on Li Yi came from last night. "Let's go." Seeing Hancock not speaking, Li Yi slowly stretched out his hand and said softly, "Leave this basement, they won't be able to bully your 3 sisters." Hancock still did not speak, but looked sideways at the 2 younger sisters. Her 2 sisters obviously trusted Li Yi very much. After her gaze, both sisters nodded silently. Seeing both sisters nodded, Hancock suddenly showed a smile as if he had grasped hope, then stood up and followed Li Yi out of the cold, dark basement that made them fearful. Bringing the 3 Hancock sisters to the house that Adrian had prepared for him, Li Yi pointed to a small house next to him and said, "There are only 2 bedrooms, so I have to wrong you to live here." Hancock glanced at Li Yi gratefully, and then said, "This is already very good. Go ahead and rest early." Li Yi smiled gently, and then Kobe walked towards his bedroom. The 3 Hancock sisters didn't stop, and walked quickly to the door of their hut, and looked at the wooden bed in the room. Although it was simpler, it was heavenly compared to the cold ground in the basement. After looking around the hut, Hancock suddenly turned to look at Li Yi who had just walked into the door. "Li Yi." Hearing the sound, Li Yi stopped quickly, then turned to look at her. "Thank you." After uttering these 3 words, Hancock showed a mischievous smile, and then stepped into the cabin. Seeing Hancock's mischievous smile under his eyes, Li Yi blinked, then shook his head and smiled. Chapter 12, Moon Slasher Dance. The next day, Li Yi got up early in the morning and just opened the door, and the 3 Hancock sisters who were sitting in front of him immediately stood up. Seeing Hancock standing in front of the door, Li Yi couldn't help being stunned, and then he said, "Morning, Hancock." "Early." Hancock responded shyly. Li Yi glanced at the 3 sisters and asked curiously, "What are you doing?" They asked us to clean the room for you." No need. They also called us to wash your clothes." Li Yi was stunned and looked at Hancock without blinking. Before he recovered, Hancock walked past him with his 2 younger sisters and stepped into his room. "Hancock." Li Yi finally recovered. He turned to look at the 3 Hancock sisters who entered the room and asked with a smile, "Are they still telling you that if they don't take good care of me, they will punish you?" Hearing this, Hancock's body trembled slightly, and then he nodded gently. Seeing that he had guessed it correctly, Li Yi didn't speak, turned around and walked out. "Li." Seeing Li Yi turned around and left, Hancock quickly raised her head to stop Li Yi. After Li Yi stopped, she then said softly, this is already very good. The most important thing is to do something for Li Yi and take care of it. Li Yi, Hancock is very happy. Li Yi fell silent. Hancock said rightly, if they didn't do something for themselves, Adrian would definitely let the three sisters do other things. Thinking of this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and smiled and asked, "Have you eaten?" Hancock blinked, then shook his head. "Okay, I'll bring you something to eat." After speaking, Li Yi stopped staying, turned and walked out. Just a few steps out, the two young men walked over quickly. Seeing Li Yi walking towards them, they hurriedly shouted, "Li Yi!" "Okay." Li Yi frowned slightly, then turned his head to look at them. The two walked quickly to him, and then said anxiously, "Master Adrian calls you over." Li Yi was taken aback for a moment, secretly said, "Will it not be the arena again tonight?" Thinking of this, he calmly said, "Lead the way." Seeing that Li Yi didn't embarrass them, the two secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and led Li Yi towards the living room. When they came to the entrance of the meeting room, the two did not walk in, but turned to look at Li Yi. Li Yi didn't speak, and walked in silently. OZW.com. In the living room, Adrian sat at the top, and in the chair at the bottom right of him, sat a dragon who was bigger than Adrian. Looking at Li Yi who walked in, the Tianlongren turned his head to look at Adrian. "Master Adrian, don't tell me, this is the inferior human being killed 5 times in a row in the arena." "Ha, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either." Adrian smiled, and then waved to Li Yi, "Come on, Li Yi, I have seen Master Phoenix." Li Yi didn't speak, just glanced at Phoenix and then looked away. Bold. Seeing that Li Yi was so arrogant, a man standing beside Phoenix immediately took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice, "Inferior humans, I haven't seen Master Phoenix soon." Li Yi ignored it, but eagerly led Adrian. Adrian put his head aside and pretended not to see it. When the man saw that an inferior human being in Li Yi's district was so arrogant and even ignored his existence, he was furious, stepped forward and caught Li Yi lightning. When he was about to grab Li Yi with his big hand, Li Yi suddenly took a step forward, then turned and bowed his head. When he saw the man clearly, his pupils couldn't help but tighten. The man's face is full of flesh, he is carrying a huge long sword, and a pair of arms that are thicker than his big legs are full of explosive power. Of course, these are not the reasons for Li Yi's pupils to shrink, but Li Yi's is all because the man's forehead is printed with the exact same flying dragon hoof prints on his forehead. After seeing the slave mark on the man's forehead, Li Yi suddenly smiled, "I thought your excellency was such a noble existence, it turned out to be the same as the next, but a low-level human. You." Without waiting for the man to run away, Li Yi suddenly turned to look at Adrian, "Your Excellency Adrian, I know you want to see me behead him for your entertainment. If you get your reward, you will naturally work for you. So, please give me a sword, and I will please your Excellency Adrian." "Haha." Hearing what Li Yi said, Adrian immediately turned his head, then laughed and stood up and looked at Li Yi condescendingly, "I did not misunderstand you, you know the current affairs." "Haha, very good. Come here, go to the sword." As his voice fell, a guard standing outside the door quickly walked in, then took off his sword and handed it to Li Yi. After holding the long sword in his hand, Li Yi nodded slightly to Adrian, then turned and stood face to face with the man. "Draw the sword." After standing face to face with the man, Li Yi didn't draw the long sword, and said in a flat tone, "You and I are the same, involuntary, so whether you kill me or I kill you, don't blame the other party, because we all want to live." Hearing Li Yi's words, an imperceptible emotional wave flashed in the man's pupils. Then, he brazenly drew his sword out of its sheath, and then a sword struck Li Yi with lightning. Seeing the man's unremarkable cleavage, Li Yi's eyes tightened slightly. The long sword was still not out of the sheath. He only blocked the sword with the scabbard and withdrew 2 steps backwards. He said in a deep voice, "You'd better be the strongest. The sword moves against me, otherwise, if my long sword is out of its sheath, you will die." Seeing that Li Yi didn't seem to be arrogant, the man put away his temptation, then stepped back and held the sword in both hands. After holding the long sword in both hands, he suddenly raised his head, and then the sword went into the air. Almost at the same time, Li Yi quickly drew his sword out of its sheath, and then rushed out. Boom! The long sword that the man raised his head high and carrying the power of thunder crashed to the ground. And the powerful sword aura instantly cut a crack in the ground. At the same time, Li Yi, who dashed out, was already behind the man. Feeling the impact of the mighty sword energy behind him, Li Yi slowly returned his sword into its sheath, and at the same time shouted word by word, "Zhan Yue Lun Wu." The lunatic has built a king sheep. You can join in to learn about the latest updates. The king sheep number, 1538728770. Chapter 13, This Day, Not Too Far. / The Moon Dance. The first style of human-level sword drawing. As Li Yi's voice fell, the long sword was silently sheathed, and then a blood mist floated from the man's throat, pulled out a meniscus arc in mid-air, and then scattered to the ground. After bleeding out of his throat, the man's pupils shrank instantly, and then he fell straight down and hit the ground with a bang. Seeing that the man was killed by a second, Phoenix was shocked to his feet, while Adrian laughed triumphantly. After returning his sword to his sheath, Li Yi slowly turned around and glanced at the man lying on the ground. He raised his head to look at Adrian, who was laughing proudly. "Not bad." Seeing Li Yucheo's own opinion, Adrian nodded in satisfaction, then waved, "Get out." Li Yi didn't speak, turned around in silence and walked to the gate to return the sword to the guard. Adrian, who saw this scene in his eyes, smiled with satisfaction again. If Li Yi left with the sword, he would not be relieved. After seeing Li Yi leave, Adrian immediately looked at Phoenix, who was dumbfounded, and said with a smile, "Your Excellency Phoenix, now you believe it." Phoenix nodded blankly, and then sighed helplessly, "Well, I lost. Tomorrow I will let someone send you the bet." Don't worry, if you are not convinced, you can continue to find powerful guys." "Haha, Lord Adrian wants me to go bankrupt." Where? My slave is not invincible in the world, Master Phoenix will definitely find a stronger slave to win it back," Adrian said with a smile on his face. Obviously, Li Yi beheaded Phoenix's slaves, which made him very happy. Phoenix shook his head and sighed. Adrian is a good bargain. Li Yi's sword just made him lose half of his fortune, how dare he come again? Li Yi, who left the meeting room, had no extra thoughts. What he can do now is to make Adrian happy as much as possible, and then gain more freedom in this mansion. In this way, he may not have to wait until Fisher Tiger appears. Take the 3 Hancock sisters and leave this holy place, marry Joa. The idea is beautiful, but it is undoubtedly difficult to get to the sky when it is really done. You know, this holy place, Mary Joya, is the headquarters of the world government, and its guard is beyond imagination. It is hard to imagine that he wants to rush out by himself. After standing in the yard and exhaling a long breath, Li Yi suddenly remembered to bring food to the 3 Hancock sisters. Where is the food? Just as Li Yi was at a loss, the 2 young men who had called him before picked up a large plate of delicious food and ran towards him. Without waiting for Li Yi to recover, the 2 of them ran to him and said, "Li Yi, Master Adrian asked us to bring it to you." Seeing the food they were carrying, Li Yi's eyes lit up, "Help me put it in the house." The 2 did not hesitate, turned around and ran towards his house. When the 2 returned food in his room, Li Yi only stepped towards the room. As soon as they walked to the door, the 3 Hancock sisters walked out of it. Seeing Li Yi appeared, Hancock immediately said excitedly, "Li Yi, those who ate. Well, I brought it to you, hurry up and eat it." "Can you?" "Of course." Li Yi smiled gently, then walked to the door and sat down. Seeing this, the three Hancock sisters suddenly cheered. From being captured by the traffickers until now, they have never had a full meal. Now suddenly there are two large plates of delicious food, they can't bear it. Sitting in front of the door, Li Yi glanced back at the happy little faces of the three sisters in the room. A warm current lay down in his heart, and then he smiled silently. At this moment, Hancock stopped suddenly, then looked up at Li Yi. Li Yi, why don't you eat? OZW.com. I have already eaten. Li Yi turned around and smiled, then stood up, and then said, you eat slowly, I'll walk. Oh, good. Hearing that Li Yi had already eaten, Hancock had no worries and ate with his two younger sisters. Li Yi didn't go far, but circled around the two houses belonging to his three sisters Hancock, and then began to look at this luxurious and majestic mansion. The mansion covers a large area, beyond Li Yi's imagination, and the surrounding guards are extremely strict. The high walls are almost 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps, 1 guard, 360 degrees, no dead ends. After looking around, Li Yi sighed helplessly. Don't say rushing out of the Holy Land Marijoa, even this Adrian mansion is difficult for him to kill. It seems that you have to let the system master give more rewards as soon as possible. And many more. Thinking of the system, Li Yi suddenly stopped, and immediately became puzzled. Didn't he just kill the slave of Phoenix? Why didn't he get a reward? This is not scientific. Thinking of this, Li Yi hurriedly shouted in his heart, God's seat. There is no sound, there is dead silence in my mind. After waiting for a while, Li Yi chose to give up. It seems that you have to go to the arena to kill the opponent to get the reward. At this moment, Hancock came behind him at some unknown time. Seeing him standing in a daze, Hancock cried out cautiously, Li Yi. What? Li Yi looked back at Hancock, then turned around, what's the matter, Hancock? No, it's okay. Seeing Hancock still shy, Li Yi suddenly smiled, bent over and squatted down, and smiled and asked, why, you are shy when you see me? Hancock hurriedly raised her head and stared at Li Yi, but after only one glance at Li Yi, she looked away and said weakly, where is it? Ha ha, sophistry. Li Yi suddenly reached out and touched Hancock's head, and said with a big smile, look, his cheeks are all red. When he said this, Hancock's face turned redder. Seeing this, Li Yi stood up and asked softly, Hancock, do you want to leave this mansion? Okay. Hancock was taken aback for a moment, then blinked and looked up at Li Yi. Trust me, one day, I will take your 3 sisters away from this ghost place. And this day, it won't be too far. Chapter 14, Do You Dare to Kill the Tianlong Ren? In the next few days, Adrian surprisingly did not come to Li Yi, and Li Yi was also very happy, spending boring time with the 3 Hancock sisters during the day, and constantly reviewing the skills he learned at night. Although Adrian didn't find him in the past few days, God knows when the abnormal Adrian will suddenly ask him to fight with the slave of which nobleman or let him go to the arena again. If it was just the opponents he met when he was in the arena for the first time, he was not afraid. But in this Holy Land Maria, many powerful pirates were captured and turned into slaves of the dragon people. If these powerful pirates were also pushed into the arena, then he would be out of luck. Improving his strength, proficient in all skills and fighting skills, is his top priority before escaping from the Holy Land Mariajo. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed in a flash. Adrian appeared. To be precise, he is back. After Adrian appeared, Li Yike fully understood that it was not Adrian who made him so leisurely, but he ran to a birthday party for a certain nobleman and was delayed on his way back. No, just after returning to the mansion, Adrian came to Li Yi's gate with a gloomy expression. When Li Yi learned that Adrian was back, he waited in his room. Looking at Adrian who appeared in front of the gate, Li Yi slowly stood up, and then stepped out. Follow me. Just as Li Yi walked out, Adrian left these words and turned away. Seeing this, Li Yi whispered inwardly, "Isn't this guy going out this time and bumping his nose?" Thinking like this in his heart, but he didn't neglect under his feet. Just after walking a few steps, Hancock suddenly ran out of her room. Seeing Li Yi following Adrian, her complexion changed slightly and she whispered, "Li Yi." Hearing the sound, Li Yi turned his head to look at Hancock standing in front of the door, and looked at the worry in Hancock's eyes, and he immediately responded with a smile. Seeing Li Yi's smile, Hancock's worries that had just arisen disappeared immediately, but she still did not forget to exhort, "Be careful." Li Yi did not speak, nodded lightly, followed Adrian behind him, and walked towards the hall. After seeing the two disappear into the corner, Hancock returned to the room, and the worries that had just disappeared rose again. Sonia, who was standing next to her, said softly, "Sister, Adrian is going to let brother Li Yi go to the arena again, right?" Hancock shook his head, then turned his head to look out the door. "Sister, what should we do if brother Li Yi is gone?" Sonia became worried, and a trace of dazedness and fear of the future flashed in her eyes. "Sonia," Hancock gently hugged her while looking at the worried sister, and said softly, "Li Yi will be fine, no." In the hall, Adrian walked to his seat in silence, and Li Yi stood in the middle of the hall with chains on. After OZW.com was silent for a while, Adrian suddenly looked up at Li Yi and said with a gloomy expression, "Li Yi, do you dare to kill the heavenly dragon?" "Okay." Li Yi was taken aback for a moment, then he smiled inwardly. It seems that the Tianlong people are not so united on the surface. This intrigue is really ubiquitous. As long as you help me kill the dragon, I will allow you to occasionally leave the mansion. Seeing Li Yi not speaking, just staring at himself without blinking, Adrian stood up and said with a gloomy face, "In 3 days, he will appear in the slave market, and I will cause chaos in the slave market. You will kill you." After I got him, I grabbed a few slaves at random to pay for the crime. Li Yi retracted his gaze and grinned and said, "Are you not afraid that I will run away? You can't escape." Adrian smiled confidently and said deeply, "Although I am not in the mansion during this time, I can see that you like the 3 female slaves very much. Of course, you can also abandon them for freedom, but even if you are in chaos, if you escape, you will never escape from the Holy Land Marijoa, because I have 100 ways to make you die halfway. You know, this is the headquarters of the world government. I only need a phone worm, and there will be tens of thousands. The Navy serves me. Master Adrian, you can think about it. I am a slave, killing everyone is the same. But you are different. If something happens to you, everything you have now will probably be wiped out. You only need to answer me, dare or dare not." "Hey," Li Yi smiled bloodthirstily, then he slowly raised his head, "Why not dare? You are really different from other slaves." Seeing Li Yiying, Adrian smiled deeply, "You should actually refuse, because if you dare to kill this dragon, you will dare to kill me in the future. So, the choice now is not wise at all." Hearing that, Li Yi didn't care, and said lightly, "I do want to kill you. But if I kill you, there will be no place for me in this holy place, Marijoa. So, even if I have 100 reasons to want to kill you, my sword will not be drawn to you either. I like your arrogance and cleverness." Adrian stepped up to Li Yi and said with a bloodthirsty grin, "Then, let's do it." 3 days later, Li Yi was taken out of Adrian's mansion by 2 guards. Walking on the strange sacred street of Marijoa, Li Yi did not dare to look around. He knew very well that since Adrian dared to take him out of the mansion, he had naturally arranged everything. If there is any trouble in him at this time, I believe a large number of Navy and mansion guards will be killed in the blink of an eye. The 2 guards seemed very satisfied with Li Yi's performance, and they knew that Li Yi's skills naturally did not want to see Li Yi in trouble. If Li Yi got into trouble at this time, they wouldn't be able to eat and walk around. Across the street, through the market, and around a park, the group of 3 finally came to the gate of the slave market. Looking at the open door of the slave market ahead, Li Yi finally raised his head. He was taken out of this gate by Adrian, and then he was stamped with the mark of a slave. Now, he returned again, which made Li Yi inevitably sigh. Seeing Li Yi stop, the 2 guards immediately watched as if they were facing a major enemy. Feeling the alert of the 2, Li Yi shook his head secretly, and then said lightly, "Let's go." Seeing that Li Yi did nothing unusual, both of them breathed a sigh of relief, and then led Li Yi into the door. Chapter 15, What I Want You Can't Afford. The slave auction market has long been overcrowded, with dozens of men, women, young and old who were caught by traffickers standing on the auction stage. In the VIP seat in the first row, Adrian was chatting and laughing with a nobleman next to him. When Li Yi stepped in, he subconsciously looked back at Li Yi and then withdrew his gaze to continue talking with the nobleman. Because of the mark on Li Yi's head, Adrian had to find a jazz hat for him. Under the cover of the jazz hat, no one noticed his arrival. Under the guidance of the 2 guards, he walked to a corner and sat down. After looking around the entire auction market, Li Yi frowned slightly. There is not much difference between the auction market and the arena. It is easy to kill the dragon here, but it is difficult to escape. After looking around, Li Yi retracted his gaze, and then looked at the heavenly dragon beside Adrian. This Denon was the target Li Yi wanted to kill, and he was not someone else, it was Phoenix, who had previously lost ordinary family possessions to Adrian. Although Li Yi didn't know what happened between Adrian and Phoenix, he didn't care about it anymore, who didn't have a good impression of the Denon. Of course, he also admired Adrian very much. He was going to kill Phoenix, but he had a good chat with him at this time. Compared to Adrian's enthusiasm, Phoenix appears much colder. The auction is already underway, and there are constant bids from nobles, otherwise someone will be bought. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer figures on the stage, and in the end only 250 old people were left standing on the stage tremblingly, locked in heavy chains. Seeing that the auction was coming to an end, Phoenix, who had been reluctant to talk to Adrian, took the opportunity to stand up, and then said to Adrian, "Master Adrian, take a step next." "Haha, I should go too, really, what kind of slaves are these? One by one, I want to kill them when I look at them, so I don't have the mind to bid." With that, Adrian stood up, and then glanced at Li Yi sitting in the corner again. Seeing Adrian looking to him, Li Yi stood up calmly, then pulled his jazz hat down a bit to cover half of his face. At the same time, the guard standing beside him handed him the long sword in his hand. After grabbing the long sword, Li Yi suddenly pierced the guard's body with a backhand sword. The guard had no idea that Li Yi would shoot at him. With his eyes wide open, he grabbed Li Yi's arm. The other guard standing on the side was dumbfounded. After a full sound, he woke up suddenly, then turned and ran while shouting loudly, "Kill!" With his roar, everyone in the entire auction venue was taken aback. Just as they were shocked, Li Yi drew his sword and kicked the guard away. Seeing this, everyone woke up instantly, and then screamed and ran towards the gate in a panic. Similarly, Adrian and Phoenix were also panicked. After looking at each other in panic, the 2 rushed to the gate with the flow of people under the protection of their own guards. After kicking the guard into the air, Li Yi rushed into the crowd, then knocked a man standing in front of him unconscious, took off his cloak and put it on his body, then quietly followed the chaotic crowd out of the crowd. The door. Li Yi rushed out of the gate with his front foot, and a large number of navy rushed into the venue on his back. Seeing the navy rushing into the venue, Li Yi, who was in the crowd with a bloodthirsty smile, locked the target and ran to Phoenix on the right street under the protection of several guards. "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up!" OZW.com. Adrian, who came to him at some unknown time, saw Li Yi standing still, and said in a deep voice, "Give you 10 minutes. As soon as Adrian's voice fell, Li Yi jumped out. Li Yi didn't chase behind Phoenix, but rushed into a fork in the road. This was arranged by Adrian in advance. Rushing past this fork, he will meet Phoenix in an alleyway. Sure enough, Li Yugong crossed the fork and came into the lane that Adrian was talking about. Under the protection of several guards, Phoenix ran towards him in a panic. Upon seeing this, Li Yi's eyes tightened slightly, then he stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed it towards the hilt. At the same time, Phoenix and his party, who were only 5 feet away from him, finally discovered his existence. Seeing him standing in the middle of the lane with a sword in his hand and protecting him, the 2 guards hurried forward and said coldly, "Ahead, yes, get out of the way quickly." "Hey!" Hearing the shouts of these 2 guards, Li Yi suddenly raised his head, and then drew his sword. With a local sound, the long sword unsheathed. Immediately afterwards, Li Yi bowed quickly, flashing out like a ghost. The 2 guards only felt a flower in front of them, and Li Yi passed them by and stood firmly in front of Phoenix. Li Yi had just stood firm, and the 2 guards who passed by him suddenly wafted a mist of blood from the throat, and then they fell to the ground without a chance to scream. "You!" Seeing the lightning flashing out and standing in front of Li Yi, Phoenix's pupils tightened, and then he exclaimed, "It's you! It's me, Master Phoenix!" Li Yi smiled and held the hilt with his big hands. "I know." Phoenix was surprisingly not too scared, but rather calmly said, "Adrian called you." "Haha, good you Adrian, didn't you just say a few words at the banquet and you were called a slave? Come kill me." Looking at Phoenix, who was pretending to be calm, Li Yi was expressionless and coldly said, "Enlightenment, Master Phoenix." And many more. Hearing Li Yi's cold and merciless voice, Phoenix waved his hand quickly and said anxiously, "As long as you don't kill me, I will give you whatever you want." "Hey!" The dazzling sword aura bloomed in the sky, and Phoenix, who had not finished speaking, only felt an icy breath surging. The next moment, his head flew high, throwing a half-moon arc in the air and hitting the ground heavily. There was a splash of blood mist. After slaying Phoenix with a single sword, Li Yi threw the sword aside and said softly, "What I want, you can't afford it. However, for the sake of your willingness to reward me, I will let Adrian come down with you as soon as possible." Chapter 16, The Only Reliance. Just after Li Yi killed Phoenix, Adrian walked out from another corner with a few guards. Seeing that Li Yi threw the long sword aside, there was nothing unusual. He walked quickly over, smiling. Said, "It's ruthless, I like it, ha ha ha." Li Yi did not speak, but looked at him in silence. Knowing Li Yi's temperament, he didn't care, but waved to the guards beside him and shouted, "What are you still trying to do? Hurry up and carry this guy away, so don't be found by others." The guards hurried forward, then took out a bag to load up Phoenix and disappeared to the end of the lane. After watching the guards leave, Adrian immediately smiled and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi put on the jazz hat again in silence, and then said lightly, "Anything else?" "No, no." Adrian laughed, then turned and said, "Let's go." When the voice fell, he turned and walked out. Li Yi, who was following him, looked around and saw that there was no one around, and his thoughts arose. However, thinking that Adrian could not be so carelessly alone with him, he immediately endured it. The more Adrian was so, the less he dared to make a move. Adrian is not the kind of guy who easily believes in others, especially his inferior human, who can be so confident that he is not afraid to kill him here. He must have his arrangements. Thinking of this, Li Yi relaxed, and silently followed Adrian out of the alley. The pedestrians on the street outside the alley were not affected by the chaos in the slave market at all. Adrian was very happy because Phoenix was killed. After taking Li Yi back to the hall of the mansion, he walked to his place and sat down, then looked up at Li Yi, who followed in and stood in the middle of the hall. "What do you know about me? Do you want to kill him?" Li Yi shook his head and said, "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Haha, he was upset because he had lost half of the family property in a bet with me, so he didn't talk to me lukewarm at the banquet, as if I killed his lover." Li Yi froze for a moment. Adrian seemed to be not only cruel to the slaves, but also ruthless to the Drago Knights. If someone else loses their property, they must be in a bad mood, but because of this, they kill others? Li Yi trembled secretly in his heart. If in the future, he sees who is not pleasing to his eyes in this mansion, will he also let him die? He can't control the lives of others, but what about the 3 Hancock sisters? I speak. Seeing Li Yi standing and not talking, Adrian stood up and came to Li Yi and said with a smile, "You are allowed to leave the mansion once a month. But the premise is that if you go out of the mansion, you must first report." "That's right," Adrian heard something suddenly, and then said, "There will be a competition the day after tomorrow. I have signed up for you. You must win, but I made a big bet on you." After OZW.com left the hall, Li Yi returned to his independent cabin. From a distance, he saw the 3 sisters Hancock standing in front of the door and looking around. Similarly, the 3 sisters Hancock also saw him, and seeing him come back intact, the 3 sisters secretly relieved, and then smiled. Looking at the 3 Hancock sisters who were guarding his door, Li Yi's heart warmth flowed silently. Then, he strode over and smiled and asked, "Why, worry that I won't come back?" Under Li Yi's direct gaze, Hancock hurriedly looked away, and then said shyly, "Where is it?" "Haha." Looking at Hancock's shyness, Li Yi left behind the nervousness of going to the arena again, then laughed boldly and said to Hancock, "Hancock, I hungry." "Ah." Hancock stared at Li Yi's sudden sentence, and then said with a smile, "Yes, I keep it for you." Hearing this, Li Yi waved his hand and said, "I'll come up." "Okay," Hancock responded repeatedly, and then trod into the house with his 2 younger sisters, bringing out all the food that had been prepared. Looking at the food that came out, Li Yi sat down on the spot, then grabbed 2 hams and gobbled them up. Seeing that Li Yi Chixiang was so exaggerated, the 3 Hancock sisters looked at each other and then smiled at each other. Seeing the 3 sisters put down the food and looked at him, Li Yi said while swallowing, "You guys eat too, if it is not enough, let Adrian send it." "We have eaten." Hancock changed his posture and looked at Li Yi, who was exaggerated. He asked with a hint of curiosity, "Li Yi, what did Adrian tell you to do? Why do you always feel that he is right? You look good." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Li Yi suddenly stopped, and then looked at Hancock without blinking. Seeing Hancock looking at himself curiously, he put down the ham in silence, and whispered softly, "Hancock, you are still young now, when you grow up and know these people, you won't think Adrian treats me well." Oh. Hancock blinked. Obviously, she didn't understand what Li Yi was talking about. Seeing Hancock's curiosity and doubts, Li Yi suddenly smiled and said, "Tell you a story. A long time ago, there was a general who treated his soldiers very well. In a battle, a soldier was wounded on his thigh. He was even more infected. In order to prevent the thigh infection from spreading, the general used his mouth to out all the pus and blood from his wound. After this, the soldier's neighbors were very envious of his relatives, and some people were even more so. Said to the soldier's mother, 'Your son was really blessed by the general's treatment of your son.' But the mother cried when she heard about it. The neighbor was puzzled and asked, 'The general was so good to your son, why are you crying?' The mother said, 'The better the general is to my son, the more desperate my son will be once on the battlefield. Of course, Adrian is not the general is really kind to the soldier, and Adrian is not true to me, it's good. But the truth is the same, they're good, they may let the soldier die on the battlefield with me. However, I and the soldier are different, the soldier was willing to die for the general, but I can't help it.'" Seeing Hancock staring at him unblinkingly that he didn't fully understand everything he was talking about, Li Yi shook his head and smiled, "Hancock, all you need to know is that Adrian is not really good to me. And I won't be easily killed by him, and I will take your 3 sisters away from this ghost place." Hearing this, Hancock's body trembled slightly, and then a mist appeared in her big eyes, and then she nodded fiercely. She knew that since Li Yi told her, he would definitely do it. As for why she believed in Li Yi so much, she didn't know. What she knows is that in this huge holy place, Mary Joa, Li Yi is her only support for her 2 sisters. Chapter 17, Arena Again. The arena, where Li Yi is afraid and looking forward to it. The first time he appeared, he nearly died in the arena. Although he survived by chance, this place left an indelible shadow in his heart. The expectation is that the seat system that pits him will give him a reward for survival. With the reward, he can exchange survival skills. With survival skills, he can live longer in this pirate world. But whether he is afraid or expecting, he doesn't have the final say in the arena, because he has no freedom. For Li Yi, who had lived in a completely free country, the word freedom was simply a dispensable word. But in this pirate world, it is the dream of countless people, and it is this dream that makes many people flock to the sea without hesitation, and then set sail for freedom. Sitting motionless in the separate lounge, Li Yi watched the fight in the arena outside through the iron bars, his eyes gradually blurred. The 2 words of freedom, he is very eager now. Because of Li Yi's perfect performance before, Adrian did not let him board the arena early, but let him play as the last person. In other words, among the 24 people tonight, he only needs to kill the last victor standing on the stage. Of course, there is also a possibility that he was killed to create the glory of others. Around the arena, Li Yi's familiar and disgusting cheers still remained. In the arena, 2 gladiators desperately tried their best to survive. The first few gladiators were mediocre. Although they had fought desperately, they still aroused dissatisfaction among the audience. No matter who stood at the end, they would provoke curses in the audience. It was shouting for the arena organizers to send powerful gladiators to the stage. Finally, amidst their yelling, a middle-aged man armed with double knives walked out of a separate lounge next to Li Yi. As the middle-aged man appeared, a roar like estrus/love broke out in the audience. Oh my god, it was Sak who appeared on the stage. Someone in the audience yelled excitedly. As his roar fell, many people began to yell, "Sak, Sak." Listening to the constant shouts, Li Yi couldn't help but look at Zak more. Zak's height was almost the same as him. He appeared shirtless, full of explosive power, especially those tiger eyes. Bend his head up, but it brings invisible coercion and makes people afraid to look straight. This guy is very strong. Li Yi secretly tightened the sword beside him, and then looked at Zak with full attention. Sak boarded the arena in silence, and after looking around, he turned his head to look at a big man standing opposite. Under the gaze of his eyes, the big man quickly looked away. One move. Sak made a sudden noise, then raised a finger. When he raised his fingers, the surrounding auditoriums boiled again, and the shouts of "Sak Sak" continued to be heard, resounding over the arena. Hearing the shouts from all around, Sak suddenly grinned bloodthirstily, and then bowed down. As he bowed down, the man standing opposite him was immediately on the alert as if he was facing an enemy. Roar! With a loud roar, Zak flashed out. At the same time, the big Han leaped high, then raised his hand and smashed it down. Hey! OZW.com. Seeing the sledgehammer hit by the lightning, some disdain flashed in Sak's eyes, and then, at the same speed, he slashed his right-hand knife against the sledgehammer. Bang! There was an extremely shocking explosion, and the sledgehammer hit by lightning was slashed from it. After splitting the sledgehammer, Zak suddenly turned over 360 degrees, and cut out his left-hand knife following the exercise. Its speed made Li Yi's pupils who had been watching the battle on the arena tight. Just as his pupils tightened, there was a slight piercing sound from the horse in the arena, followed by the picture of the man's head flying high. Without waiting for the audience around him to react, Zack was flipped 360 degrees, and the knife in his right hand was flashed out again. Puff! The extremely harsh sound of piercing sounded again, and the shining sword energy flashed from the waist of the big man. The sword energy disappeared, and the big man was not only cut off his head, but his body was also cut off and fell down on both sides. In the soaring blood mist, Zack had already taken his sword and stood. In the lounge, Li Yizi stood up in shock. His eyes were full of shock as he looked at Zack, who cleanly beheaded the big man without blinking. After a long time, Li Yike recovered. At the same time, the entire arena boiled to the point that it was difficult to reinforce it, and the cries of Zack resounded through the night sky again, spreading throughout the holy place of Maria. Amidst the shouts of the audience, Zack suddenly turned to look at the referee's office on the referee's bench, grinning bloodthirstily, and said, "Send the rest to the court." Hearing Zack's words, the referee was suddenly embarrassed. This is a one-on-one gladiator where everyone is on the court. It has never appeared in this arena. Without waiting for the referee to speak, the audience shouted after hearing Zack's words, "All are on the court, all are on the court." Amidst the shouts of the audience, the referee still did not dare to make a decision, but picked up the phone worm beside him and dialed out. After the phone worm was connected, the referee explained all the situation here. Soon, he put down the phone worm, and then shouted at the guards in front of the main lounge, "Open the door and let them all play." Bang! The iron door opened, and the remaining 10 or so gladiators walked out one after another, and then stood opposite Zack amid the hysterical shouts of the audience. Li Yi didn't walk out of the lounge immediately, but after the iron door opened, he tightened his sword tightly and slowly raised his head. One more thing. At this moment, Zack, who was standing in the arena, suddenly roared, and as his roar fell, all the gladiators looked sideways at Li Yi, who was standing in the lounge, slowly raising his head. "This man is Li Yi, it's Li Yi, ha 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 ha. Isn't this the kid who killed 5 in a row? It's worth seeing now. Li Yi, what are you still stunned? Come on stage and show us." Amid the shouts of these people, Li Yi took a deep breath, then walked out of the lounge and stepped onto the arena. "Thank you, brothers and sisters who rewarded me, thank you." Chapter 18, The Weak and the Strong. The appearance of Li Yi once again pushed the atmosphere of the arena to the highest level. Many people hoped to see Li Yi again bring miracles in this arena. For them, the appearance of Li Yi is like a fresh food, which can bring them a moment of excitement and fun. This is like a high-class human or a nobleman in the world who accidentally found a treasure on the street that he had never seen before, and naturally there will be a period of freshness. Amidst the shouts around the audience, Li Yi was not overwhelmed and unworthy, but silently came to the uppermost position and stopped. "You all listen to me." As soon as Li Yi stopped, Zack said coldly, "Your enemy today is only me. So, use all your strength to feed your milk, otherwise, you will die first." As soon as the voice fell, Zack took a step back suddenly, and then he bowed slightly, and the majestic coercion followed. Feeling the pressure pervading Zack, the several gladiators standing in the front looked at each other, and then they suddenly yelled in a tacit understanding, and then screamed and rushed towards Zack. Seeing the few gladiators rushing towards him, Zack's eyes tightened, and then his 2 swords flew out fiercely. As he flipped his body quickly, the 2 swords swayed fiercely, like a whirlpool, centered on him, and then, his entire lightning-fast ejection instantly passed by the 2 gladiators. After passing by the 2 gladiators, Zack continued to rush towards the gladiators who had not had time to kill him, carrying a fierce whirlpool sword aura. Standing on the far side, Li Yi didn't move, but held the hilt with one hand and clasped the other, his eyes staring at Zack, who was like a wolf entering a flock without blinking. Sark is very strong and his speed is amazing. The 2 gladiators who passed by him didn't know what was going on. After Zack passed between them, they suddenly stopped, and then slowly dropped their hands. As their hands dropped, 2 blood mists immediately floated from them. At the same time, Zack, who rushed towards the crowd, rolled up a fierce whirlpool and dashed forward. Every time his lightning strikes, he swept like a hurricane, and then the gladiator who passed him fell. Silhouette. In less than a minute, Li Yi and 2 other gladiators were still standing on the field. And Zack was standing on the bodies of 2 gladiators who fell under his feet, with blood-red eyes, watching Li Yi and the other 2 gladiators like a cheetah. In 1 minute, 10 gladiators fell. From start to finish, these fallen gladiators went to without a chance to scream. These amazing speeds and clean spikes made Li Yi all horrified. The surrounding auditoriums were completely crazy, and a wave of shouts overwhelmingly resounded through the arena, spreading over the entire holy place of Maria. Under the icy eyes of Zack, the 2 gladiators standing with Li Yi trembled, their eyes were actually afraid. Obviously, Zack's strength directly made them surrender. Suddenly, the trembling 2 yelled neatly, then turned and ran. Hey! Seeing the 2 people who turned and ran, Zack grinned bloodthirstily, then bowed down, and the majestic pressure spread again. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air quietly, followed by Zack who sprang out like a rabbit. After jumping into the air behind the 2 gladiators in an instant, he turned over 360 degrees, and the 2 knives in his hand once again rolled up a whirlpool of sword energy and enveloped the 2 gladiators. Seeing that the 2 gladiators were about to be buried under his fierce whirlpool sword aura, Li Yi moved, who had been standing aside watching the battle. In the whirlpool sword air flashed over the head of the 2 gladiators, he took a step forward suddenly, and kept pressing the big hand of the hilt while exerting force. OZW.com. Hey! The long sword was unsheathed, and a strange sword aura was swayed. Then, Li Yi was like a ghost, flashing out with lightning. When a crisp sound of collision suddenly came out, and then Zack, who had withdrawn entirely, almost flew out with the knife in his right hand. After retreating more than 10 steps in a row, Zack stopped at the edge of the arena, and looked at Li Yi, who had rescued the 2 gladiators in surprise. Li Yi also took a few steps back. If it weren't for the 2 gladiators to stand behind him, he would definitely be shaken off the arena by the whirlpool knife energy. Although he did not fall from the arena, the gladiator fell under the arena in the impact of his retreat. At the same time, Li Yi, who also retreated to the edge of the arena, slowly returned his sword into its sheath, then bent and held the hilt, staring at Zack on the edge of the arena ahead without blinking. Zack didn't expect that Li Yi could actually block his double knives. Seeing Li Yugi's sword into the sheath, he put away the arrogance before, holding the double knives and staring at Li Yi without blinking. The 2 of them kept absolutely silent and looked at each other. The spectators in the surrounding auditoriums were surprisingly quiet after seeing the 2 facing each other. Each of them turned their necks long, like they listened carefully in class. Of good students looked at the 2 in the field. You save him now, and they will die later. At this moment, Zack broke the silence with a loud voice, and then coldly said, whether you survive or I survive, they can't leave this arena alive. Because they are weak, and the weak are not allowed to live here. In the arena. Of course. After a slight pause, the corners of Zack's mouth gradually curled up with bloodthirsty, I can only kill them. When the word I fell, Zack suddenly jumped high, and the 2 swords simultaneously rolled up the fierce whirlpool and swept towards Li Yi at an astonishing speed. Almost at the same time, Li Yi also jumped into the air. Jean Moonwheel Dance. While leaping high, Li Yi drew his sword brazenly as he shouted. The resplendent sword aura bloomed again, and then instantly collided with the sharp vortex sword aura. Hearing a loud bang, the sword aura was suppressed by the sword aura. At the same time, Li Yi's body is like a ghost, passing by Zack in a flash. There was no imaginary blood flying, and there was no Zack's screaming scream. Yes, it's just the afterimage of Zack that drifted away in the wind after Li Yi passed by. Afterimage. Seeing the afterimage that faded with the wind, Li Yi's pupils tightened. Without waiting for him to regain his senses, Zack, who avoided Li Yi's fatal blow, appeared on Li Yi's head, then quickly flipped down, swinging 2 whirlpools of sword air and swept towards Li Yi. This is the chapter tonight, and 3 chapters will be updated every day from tomorrow. If it is not completed, brothers and sisters come in to supervise the lunatic. In addition, don't worry that this book will be an eunuch. A lunatic is a professional writer. No matter what the grade, the strongest one piece will finish the book smoothly. Chapter 19, Kill Ghost Dance, First More. At this critical moment, Li Yi flashed to one side with the same amazing speed. But he still took a step slower, and the whirlpool blade energy from the lightning flashed in front of him, and it floated high in the sky after taking up a smear of blood. Without waiting for Li Yi to come back to his senses, Zack, who succeeded in one move, followed closely and took Li Yi's chest with both swords. Fast speed. Seeing Zack who came close to him, Li Yi's pupils tightened again, and then he fell back all over. Just as he fell back, the double knives coming from lightning wiped his face and swept across the door. Seeing that Li Yi could dodge the double knives in such a situation, Zack suddenly yelled, then pressed his hands down. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Yi was heavily stunned by the hands that Zack pressed down, and the strong impact and rebound force shook him with blood. But the situation did not allow him to hesitate. After a spit of blood, he rolled to the side to avoid the attack that Zack followed. After avoiding the 2 terrifying attacks of Zack, Li Yi, who was shocked in a cold sweat, had no time to pay attention to his injuries. He quickly stood up and then retreated 2 steps to keep a certain distance from Zack. After Zack failed to take off Li Yi's head by 3 consecutive moves, he also stopped the stormy attack, holding 2 knives and looking at Li Yi, who stood up and backed up 2 steps. Zack, kill him! Li Yi, continue to create your miracles. The spectators who were nervous because of the thrilling battle scene of the 2 also sighed after the 2 stopped. After a sigh of relief, they cheered for the people they supported. Of course, they weren't really cheering for Li Yi and Zack, but for their bets. On the VIP table, Adrian looked calmly at Li Yi, who was slightly embarrassed in the court, and looked at the 2 bruises on Li Yi's chest, and he grinned deeply. Based on his understanding of Li Yi, the more Li Yi goes to desperation, the more terrifying the power that erupts. Sure enough, Li Yi's expression remained the same, as if the scars were not on his body. His eyes shone brightly, and he did not hide the Yawang who was striving for victory. This was still Adrian's familiar look, and it was precisely this look that made him put a heavy bet on Li Yi without hesitation. Although the changes in the rules of the arena made him a little unhappy, as long as Li Yi stood at the end, he would be the biggest winner. Li Yi pressed the hilt with his hands motionless, his eyes focused, letting the blood flow out slowly, dyeing his clothes red. He was not afraid of the tingling pain spreading from the wound to the whole body. On the contrary, the tingling pain spreading to the whole body made him more eager to win and to live. The power of the elephant was flowing in the dark, and then continuously poured into his right hand holding the hilt. As the power of the elephant rushed to the right hand, the body of the sword in the sheath began to tremble slightly, followed by a slight sword chant. Issue. Feeling that Li Yi's momentum was quietly changing, Zack knew that he could no longer stand in a stalemate. Although it was the first time he saw Li Yi, he had heard of Li Yi's deeds in the arena before. This is a terrifying guy who can do miracles without losing his breath. Against such a guy, his only way to win is to wipe him out with a squally attack. Thinking of this, Zack bowed abruptly, and then flashed out with a whistle. The fierce whirlpool knife aura reappeared, and a piercing sound was made in midair before sweeping to Li Yi. Li Yi did not move. The big hand holding the hilt of the sword used crazy force. With the power of the majestic elephant poured into the sword body trembled more and more sharply, and the sweet sword chant came out from the scabbard, resounding through the competition. Over the field. OZW.com. Puff. The whirlpool blade air from the lightning echoed away in front of Li Yi and swept away a mist. At the same time, the lightning rushing out of Zack had jumped high into the sky above Li Yi's head. Go to hell! In the roar, Zack quickly turned his body and fell vertically, his hands and double knives shone with chilling light, and took Li Yi's throat like a meat grinder. Finally, Li Yi, who had received the sword spirit, moved when Zack fell vertically, and saw him take a step back, then quickly forward, and at the same time quickly drew the sword out of its sheath. Ghost dance! After falling down with a loud shout, Li Yi moved 2 feet forward in an instant. Behind him, 3 afterimages joined him to form a Z shape, and then the sky full of sword shadows bloomed, and the sword air of the stormy waves enveloped Zack. In the stormy sword aura, Zack only felt the infinite sword waves that were as vast as the ocean, and then blood mist floated from him. Ghost dance! The second style of human-level sword drawing. What? In the rising blood mist, Zack suddenly screamed, and then his whole body fell vertically, making heavy contact with the ground. At the same time, Li Yugi took the sword into its sheath, then turned around and looked at Zack, who had fallen to the ground with no expression. Seeing that Zack even spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the 2 knives in his hands were scattered to one side, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked sideways to the audience. After Li Yi turned his head to look at the audience, the deadly silent audience jumped up and shouted one by one, Li Yi, Li Yi, Li Yi. Similarly, Adrian on the VIP seat also stood up with a smile, and after watching Li Yi for a moment, he turned and left the VIP seat. Li Yi killed Zack. Today's victory is set, what he has to do now is to exchange his generous gambling money. Just as he turned around, the 2 gladiators who had been rescued by Li Yi returned to the arena tremblingly. This is the rule of this arena. Once you enter the arena, you must fight to the last person. If you want to leave, you must kill all the living. Li Yi didn't notice the arrival of the 2, but secretly used healing techniques to heal his injuries, while waiting for the sound of the system prompting him to kill the enemy to get a reward. However, the system seems to be paralyzed, with no response at all. What happened? Seeing that the sound of the system has not sounded for a long time, Li Yi was stunned, and then opened the exchange box in the ocean. Survival point is still 0. Let me go, the system shouldn't really be paralyzed. Li Yi secretly became anxious. If the system is delayed, wouldn't his idea of getting more rewards fail? Chapter 20, Bring Your Dignity, Second More. Just as Li Yi was annoyed by the system's delay in making a sound, there was a sudden commotion in the surrounding audience. Seeing this, Li Yi quickly retracted his mind. At the same time, the 2 gladiators who had returned to the arena tremblingly also stood opposite him. Okay. Seeing that the 2 gladiators came to the arena again, Li Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then looked sideways at the referee on the referee's stand. The referee seemed to know what Li Yi wanted to ask, and said indifferently, on this arena, only one person can leave alive. Although you saved them before, they only retreated temporarily. Now only you are in the arena. If the 3 are alive, do you kill each other, or you pick the 2 of them, you choose. Of course one picks 2. As soon as the referee's voice fell, the supporters of Li Yi in the audience shouted, the 2 scums who were less than 5 scum, Li Yi, killed them with a single sword. Yet, Li Yi quickly kill them and end today's performance. Kill them! Kill them! Listening to the shouts in the audience, Li Yi didn't make any movement, but slowly turned around to look at the 2 gladiators. How was this scene similar? Looking at the 2 trembling gladiators, Li Yi's eyes flashed unbearable. Think that when he first boarded this arena, wasn't it also that the so-called high-class humans and world nobles in the audience shouted and killed him? The only difference was when no one sympathized with him. None of us has a choice. After watching the 2 trembling gladiators for a moment, Li Yi suddenly took a deep breath, then kicked the 2 long swords under his feet, and then said indifferently, I have the same experience as you do now. At that time, everyone told my opponent to kill me. I was scared at the time, but it was useless to be afraid, because no one would sympathize with you, and your opponent would not let you go. Therefore, I must overcome the fear in my heart, such as a lone wolf, even with bruises and bruises, gritted his teeth to fight. Finally, I stood on the stage, alone. Now, they started chanting my name, but I am not honored for it, because I am killing all the opponents standing opposite me is nothing more than a tool for their pleasure. The only thing I can do now is to put my dignity in my heart, and be humble and live longer. And if I want to live longer, I can't let you live. But, I promise you, let you die with dignity. After a slight pause, Li Yi suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "Pick up the long sword under your feet, take your dignity, and fight with me." In Li Yi's impassioned shout, the two trembling gladiators suppressed the fear in their hearts, then bowed down and picked up the sword that Li Yi had kicked them. Kill! The two gladiators stood up straight after grabbing the long swords, and then yelled at Li Yi. "Sorry." Seeing the two gladiators rushing towards him, Li Yi said these three words secretly in his heart, followed by the first form of the human-level sword-drawing technique that quietly bloomed. The result of OZW.com is self-evident. The two gladiators are weaker than when he first appeared on the field. The monsters swept across like a crescent moon, and the two maintained a forward posture. Passed by Li Yi, and then two blood mists floated from their throats. After passing by the two, Li Yi returned the sword directly to the sheath, and then walked towards the slowly opening arena gate without looking back. Behind them, the two knelt weakly and then slammed on the ground. Li Yi didn't look back, not because of disrespect for the two, but because he couldn't bear to see them falling down. Because, in these two people, he saw the shadow of himself on the arena for the first time. Can't bear to kill, but have to kill. Li Yi left the arena without looking back and walked into his lounge. After closing the door heavily, he let out a long breath, and then sat down weakly. I survived again. In front of the hut that belonged to the three sisters of Adrian and Hancock alone, Hancock squatted alone on the threshold after the two sisters slept over, concentrating on the side path. That was the only way Li Yi left and came back every day. After learning that Li Yi had gone to the arena again, her heartstrings were tense again, because she did not dare to tell her two sisters that she could only take advantage of them to stay alone after they fell asleep. Watch at the door. As time passed by, the sky was completely dark. Hancock, who had been watching the door for 2 full hours, finally couldn't bear the inexplicable beating in his heart, and ran towards the door at the risk of being beaten by the housekeeper. Just after she ran a dozen steps, a figure suddenly jumped into her eyes. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared at the turn, Hancock trembled slightly, and then looked up at the figure without blinking. After confirming that the figure was Li Yi, she couldn't help but rushed to Li Yi step by step. Smelling the pungent smell of Li Yi's body and seeing the 3 exaggerated wounds on his chest/front under his eyes, Hancock instantly blurred his eyes. "Hancock, you haven't slept yet." Seeing Hancock running in front of him, Li Yuqiang held back the piercing pain in his chest and squatted down, squeezing out an ugly smile and asked, "Why, I was bullied." Hancock shook his head vigorously, 2 lines of tears slipping quietly in his blurred eyes. Seeing this, the inexplicable tingling in Li Yi's heart reappeared. Then, he lightly patted Hancock's head and whispered, "So, I must be bullied. Tell Li Yi who bullied Hancock." As soon as Li Yi's voice fell, Hancock suddenly threw himself into Li Yi's arms and began to cry. Hancock was not bullied, she cried with joy after seeing Li Yi come back alive. No matter which world you are in, there is a kind of happiness called lost and found, and tears of joy. Seeking collection, flowers. Chapter 21, Soul Sustenance, 3rd more. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In the past 3 years, apart from practicing human-level swordsmanship in the backyard of Adrian's mansion every day, Li Yi was taken to major arenas by Adrian to earn hundreds of millions of dollars for him. During these 3 years, Li Yi gained Adrian's trust and was able to enter the mansion completely freely. Of course, Adrian didn't completely trust Li Yi either. He kept the three Hancock sisters stricter than before. Adrian knew well that as long as the three Hancock sisters were under his control, Li Yi could not escape his palm. Li Yi didn't care about these things, and what made him unacceptable was the disappearance of the system. Without the system, he would not be able to cultivate more advanced skills, and he would not be able to escape from this Adrian mansion in the Holy Land Marijoya. In 3.5 years, he won 98 consecutive games in major arenas. In these 98 life and death games, he killed more than 300 people. As more and more people died under his sword, he was already bearish on death. Gradually, he no longer feared, no longer worried that he would die in the arena. With the passage of time, the name Li Yi gradually resounded through the major arenas, and it became the famous place of Marijoa. No matter which arena Li Yi walks to, there will be thunderous applause and the heartfelt shouts of many high-class humans and world nobles. Many nobles once approached Adrian and wanted to sell Li Yi from him at a high price, but every time Li Yi didn't wait for Adrian to agree, Li Yi went away directly. Adrian naturally wouldn't sell it. Li Yi is a golden mountain to him. As long as Li Yi doesn't fall in the arena for a day, he can build a huge money empire. The reason for Li Yi's distance is very simple. If he leaves Adrian's mansion, God knows what the three Hancock sisters will suffer. In the past 3 years, every time Li Yi came back from a serious injury, Hancock would take care of him until he was completely healed. Although there is a cure, it is better for someone to take care of him than to sit in the corner. Over time, he relied on this feeling of being taken care of, and he couldn't do without Hancock, who became more and more beautiful, and her 2 younger sisters. Although he is also the only support of the 3 sisters, in this strange world of pirates, is the 3 sisters Hancock not the sustenance of his soul? A new day came. Li Yi, who got up in the morning, squatted in front of the door, leaning forward motionless. Hancock, who came out of the house, saw this, walked slowly to him, smiled and asked, "Li Yi, what are you thinking about?" "I'm counting time." Li Yi retracted his gaze, and then pointed to the space beside him. Hancock motioned to sit down, blinking his big aura and asked, "What time is it?" "It has been 3 years and 6 months since we came to this mansion, 4 years are closer." "4 years, what 4 years?" "Confidentiality." Li Yi smiled mysteriously, then stood up and asked Hancock, "Hancock, do you want to accompany me out for a walk?" Hancock's eyes lit up and he stood up and said excitedly, "Can you?" Hearing this, Li Yi suddenly woke up, and then sighed in his heart. At that moment, he forgot that they were in Adrian's mansion. Now that he heard Hancock's words, he woke up. He has a certain range of freedom, but the 3 Hancock sisters, no. It's okay. As if knowing what Li Yi was thinking, Hancock smiled and said, "Go ahead and bring us some gifts back." With that, she walked slowly away from their hut. Past. Seeing Hancock walking out, Li Yi let out a long sigh. How could he walk so slowly in this time? After being silent for a while, Li Yi did not go out, but turned and walked into his room. Looking at the long sword hanging on the wall, he slowly clenched his fist, his eyes gradually hot. At this moment, a member of Adrian's mansion rushed over and shouted at Li Yi, who was standing indoors, "Li Yi, Lord Adrian called you over." Hearing this, Li Yi's eyes flashed coldly, and then he walked quickly to the wall and took the long sword off. After a little hesitation, he turned around holding the sword and stepped out of the room. Following the man to the hall, the red-faced Adrian immediately smiled and pointed to the chair on the right side of the hall, and said to Li Yi, "Sit down." Li Yi did not sit and looked at Adrian in silence. OZW.com. Okay, seeing Li Yi not sitting, he was used to Li Yi's stubborn. Adrian smiled and said, "I asked you to come here to help me teach someone." "Who?" "The owner of a bar on East Street dared to stare at me." He was tired of his life. As soon as Adrian's voice fell, Li Yi turned and walked out of the hall. Seeing Li Yi simply turn around and walk out, Adrian nodded in satisfaction, and then shouted at Li Yi, "I'm waiting for your good news. If you kill him, you will have many rewards." Before he could finish his words, Li Yi was gone. After Li Yi left, Adrian suddenly smiled deeply, and then looked to the inner door on the left side of the hall. "Come out." As his voice fell, a group of 3 obese middle-aged men walked out. After the 3 of them came to the hall and sat down, Adrian was eager. "As you wish, Li Yi was taken away by me." Looking at the 3 of them, Adrian stood up and went to the middle of the hall, and said with a gloomy expression, "But, I have to give you a little warning first. The reason why Li Yi has been allegiance to me is not because he fears him much, on the contrary, he is not afraid of me at all. It is all because of the existence of the 3 Hancock sisters that he can be so obedient to me. Although you have given me irresistible conditions in exchange for Hancock's sister K, but I still remind you with friendship, lest Li Yi come back and kill you and blame me. Haha, an inferior human, dare to kill the heavenly dragon. Yet, no matter how strong Li Yi is, he would not dare to kill the heavenly dragon. You know, this is the Holy Land Mary Joa. Master Adrian, hurry up and call the 3 sisters Hancock." Hearing the words of the 3, Adrian frowned and said with a bit of dissatisfaction, "I really don't understand how noble you guys think. You actually look at the inferior humans. You are belittling your beings. The distinguished status of a person. Oh, my Lord Adrian, don't tell me, anyway, I was poisoned by Hancock, and I can't sleep at night. If it weren't, I wouldn't pay that price to buy her." "Buy?" Adrian's eyes were cold, and he said solemnly, "I didn't say to sell, I just promised to let you play tonight." "Fine, just have fun." Although Adrian was a little reluctant, he still couldn't resist the conditions offered by the 3 dragons. Besides, just play once, Li Yi shouldn't be furious. Thinking of this, he turned to a guard standing next to him and said, "Go tell Li Yi, after the boss of the bar is settled, go directly to the arena." "Understand." The guard bowed in response, and then walked out quickly. Seeing Adrian prolonged Li Yi's return, the 3 Tianlong people immediately gave their thumbs up and said in unison, "Adrian is still very thoughtful." Today's update ends here, and tomorrow will begin to be passionate/affected. After so long, Li Yi is about to rise. If you want to know what's going on, please see next time. Chapter 22, Are You Tired? Li Yi came to East Street alone. After looking around, he saw that there was only one bar in the whole street. He tightened his sword and walked towards the bar. The bar was surprisingly quiet, which made Li Yudun, who had just walked into the bar, felt a bit of trouble. Especially the depressing atmosphere in the bar made Li Yudu, who had been competing in the arena for more than 3 years, feel a little difficult to breathe. This bar is definitely not simple. If it is true that Adrian said, if the bar owner dared to blow his nose and stare at him, his identity would be absolutely extraordinary. You know, in this sacred place Mary Joa, no one dares to be so disrespectful to the heavenly dragon. When Li Yi was secretly wary, a figure appeared at the front bar. Before Li Yi could react, the woman who appeared at the bar saw Li Yi standing inside the door and not coming in. She couldn't help but was stunned, and then she said, "Anyone?" "Okay." Li Yi nodded and looked at the woman. At this look, his pupils immediately tightened. Short black hair, a cigarette in his hand, and a spider-patterned shirt. Isn't this the Ansya Kixia in One Piece anime? Didn't she run a bar in Chambord? How could she be in this holy place, Maria? Could it be that this is her bar branch? Thinking of this, Li Yi calmly walked to a table and sat down, then said lightly, "Whiskey." Xiaoqi didn't speak, and silently sent Li Yi to Li Yi. After she turned around, she glanced at the long sword Li Yi placed beside her. After feeling the killing intent permeating the scabbard, a deep smile curled up at the corner of her mouth, and then left quietly. Although Li Yi was calm on the outside, he was shocked by the stormy sea in his heart. Aunt Xia, that is the woman who is next to Pluto King Lely, not only has the ability to kill many powerful pirates in a flash, but is also an informant. However, Aunt Xia's identity is extremely confidential, and she knows how to advance and retreat gracefully. How could such a person blow his nose at Adrian, who is a nobleman in the world? With such a question, Li Yi picked up the whiskey and took a sip. There must be something strange in this. Li Yi remained silent, but his mind was spinning rapidly. At this moment, the door of the bar was violently knocked open, and then two fat dragons walked in. Xiaoqi, who had just returned to the bar, glanced back at the door, and when she saw that two heavenly dragons had walked in, she frowned slightly, but in an instant, she smiled and greeted her. "Madam, if you have any good wine here, please bring it up to the master." Before Xiaoqi walked up to them, one of the Tianlong people said gruffly, "Also, we have packed this bar tonight. Let the kid next to you get out." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqi frowned slightly, then turned his head to look at Li Yi. Li Yi also turned his head to look at them at this moment. Seeing that Li Yi did not show an angry expression, Xiaoqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked slowly to Li Yi's side. Before Xiaoqi could speak, Li Yi stood up in silence, then grabbed the long sword beside him and turned and walked out. Seeing Li Yi left by herself, Xiaoqi avoided her tongue. After watching Li Yi walk out of the bar, she immediately walked towards the two heavenly dragons with a smile on her face. Her humble attitude made Li Yi, who walked out of the bar, whisper in her heart again. OZW.com. As soon as Li Yi walked out of the bar, Adrian's guard ran over and saw Li Yi standing at the door of the bar. The guard hurried forward and said anxiously, "Li Yi, Master Adrian told you to go straight to the arena after you settled the bar, and I have you tonight." "Okay." Li Yi frowned slightly. In his memory, there is no place for him tonight. Thinking of this, Li Yi was even more puzzled. But he didn't show it on his face, he just said indifferently, "I know." Seeing Li Yi responding, the guard smiled, then took a look at the scene in the bar, and asked carefully, "Is it settled?" "Not yet." Li Yi shook his head and said, "You go back, I will settle here and go straight to the arena." The guard did not speak, and glanced at Xiaoqi in the bar again. Seeing that he was dealing with the two heavenly dragons, he smiled deeply, then turned and left. Li Yi didn't leave, but leaned against the wall on the right side of the bar's gate, closed his eyes with a sword in his arms. As time passed by, the sky gradually dimmed, and finally was completely covered by night. The two heavenly dragons were also happy and didn't pay the bill. They got up, helped each other and swayed out of the bar. Xiaoqi sent each other all the way, the smile on her face never disappeared, even if the two heavenly dragons were very rude to her, her smile remained the same. After sending away the two heavenly dragons, Xiaoqi let out a long sigh, then turned and walked into the bar. Just as Xiaoqi turned around, Li Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and called out in a deep voice, "Boss!" Hearing the sound, Xiaoqi halted and then turned his head to look at Li Yi. "You haven't left?" Xiaoqi was stunned. Li Yi moved forward and took 2 steps, then turned to look at Xiaoqi, and said blankly, "I have come to kill you under the order of Lord Adrian." "Oh!" Xiaoqi was stunned again. Then, she was not afraid, but smiled and said, "I know you, the inferior human of Adrian Mansion, the celebrity in the arena, Li Yi." Really worthy of information, seeing Xiaoqi recognized himself at a glance, Li Yi put away his tight expression, "Draw the sword, the task is at hand, it can only be offended." Xiaoqi didn't mean to shoot, and his expression was as calm as before. "Can you tell me why Adrian wanted to kill me?" "Disrespect to Adrian." Ha! Xiaoqi laughed and shook his head, "Adrian and I have never been in my bar. When have I been disrespectful to him? Besides, Adrian wants to kill me, should I call you? I know. Li Yi's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes dimmed slightly, but, I have no choice. Looking sadly at the imperceptible touch in Li Yi's eyes, Xiaoqi sighed inwardly, then turned silently and walked into the bar. Upon seeing this, Li Yi's eyes tightened slightly, and he stretched out his hand to hold the hilt. Before his long sword was out of the sheath, Xiaoqi suddenly turned around and said softly, "Are you tired, Li Yi?" The first update today. Chapter 23, Follow me, give you glory. Li Yi, who was about to draw the sword, was shocked, and the big hand holding the hilt of the sword trembled slightly. After staring at Xiaoqi for a while, he slowly released the big hand holding the hilt of the sword, and after staring at Xiaoqi for a while, he turned and walked out. Xiaoqi didn't stop him, but looked at Li Yi's turning away back with a gentle expression. It wasn't until Li Yi disappeared from her sight that she retracted her gaze and murmured softly, "Li Yi and Li Yi, why is your past a blank? You who have such a horrible survival Yawang, why do you live for?" At this moment, an old man over 100 years old walked out of the back room. Seeing Xiaoqi standing there muttering to himself, he shook his head and smiled, then walked slowly to his side and whispered, interested in him. Hearing the sound, Xiaoqi turned his head and glanced at the 100-old man standing beside him, then smiled and said, "Lei, how about doing me a favor?" This 100-old man is no one else, it is the former deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, the Pluto Raleigh of One Piece's right arm. Raleigh did not answer Xiaoqi right away, but stared at Xiaoqi unblinkingly. After a while, he exhaled a long breath and said, "I see." After speaking, he stepped out of the bar. Outside the bar, Li Yi is no longer visible. Li Yi, who had not completed the task of the bar, walked towards the arena with a complicated mood, because he had something on his mind. He walked in no hurry. From Shaki's words, it is not difficult for him to see that this is a deliberate arrangement by Adrian. However, Shaky and Adrian did not have a holiday. Why did Adrian send him here? Is it just a bad taste of him? The most important thing is that there is no his name in the arena tonight. Why did Adrian ask himself to go to the arena? You know, in every previous game, Adrian will personally take him into the arena. But Adrian is so abnormal this time, there must be something strange. Moving quickly in his mind, Li Yi walked to the entrance of the arena without knowing it. Looking at the entrance of the familiar arena ahead, Li Yi sighed inwardly, put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and walked towards the entrance with his head up. Just 2 steps out, Li Yi suddenly stopped, and then quickly turned his head to the right of the arena entrance. I saw that next to the door to the right of the entrance, Lei Li was wearing a white robe leaning on the cold wall, with a cigarette in his mouth, looking at Li Yi unblinkingly. He has long curly hair, a beard on his chin, and silver beard and hair. Wearing glasses, there is a straight scar on the right eye. Pluto Raleigh. Li Yi's pupils tightened. He didn't expect to meet this legendary big pirate here. Although Lei Li didn't say a word or deed, Li Yudun felt a burst of icy cold with the great pressure on him. This feeling is rare for Li Yi, who has been competing in the arena for more than 3 years. OZW.com. I just checked, you are not in this competition, but for some reason, your name was written on it, and you were the first to play. Seeing Li Yi looking at him with full attention, Lei Li suddenly got up and quickly walked towards Li Yi, and while walking on him, he said lightly, "And Adrian is the only one who can change the rules of the arena." Speaking of this, Lei Li stopped less than 2 meters in front of Li Yi. Before Li Yi could speak, he suddenly smiled, "Can you tell me what is going on?" As his smile rose, the invisible coercion disappeared in an instant. The imposing aura he was, at this moment, looked extraordinarily amiable, like an uncle next door, with a lovely smile. "I have seen your performance in the arena." Seeing that Li Yi remained silent, Lei Li continued, "Your sword drawing skills are very strong. If you let you wander into the sea, you will definitely be a great pirate. It's a pity that you are just a slave in Adrian's mansion." Hearing this, Li Yi's pupils tightened and his big hand instinctively pressed the hilt. "Want to change this fate?" Taking a look at Li Yi's big hand on the hilt, a smile flashed across Lei Li's mouth. "If you want to change this fate, follow me, and I will give you glory." After listening to Lei Li's words, Li Yi put away some of his last vigilance, then bowed slightly and said, "Li Yi has seen seniors." "What?" Seeing Li Yi bow down, Lei Li laughed, then patted Li Yi on the shoulder, and said, "It seems you know who the old man is." Li Yi nodded without speaking. "It's so good." Lei Li squinted his eyes and looked at Li Yi around, and then said, "After watching your dozens of life and death matches, the old man found that you not only have the power of devil fruit, but also don't understand domineering. You lack these two things. Of you, although you have the domineering sword-drawing skills to help you through these difficult years, this is not all you survived. So it is not difficult to see that you have a powerful mind and a terrifying survival yawang, which is really rare good seedling. Go, survive from the arena tonight, come to the arena to find me tomorrow, the old man teaches you domineering. Don't be curious why the old man suddenly came to you and taught you domineering. I did this, all entrusted by others, she is very interested in you." Domineering. Li Yi's eyes lit up. This is what he has always wanted to learn, far more than getting devil fruit. With the domineering assistance, coupled with the power of the elephant, he will be able to exert the most powerful power of sword-breaking swordsmanship. Even if he can't be the enemy of the world's Zhenfu, he will be able to fight out this holy land. Mary Joa, with Han the three cook sisters galloped freely on the sea. I thought the system would list him for him to exchange for survival points, but the system seemed to be paralyzed and disappeared without a trace, so he could only put away this thought. But now, Raleigh not only took the initiative to find the door, but also taught him how to domineering. Is this good thing arranged by the system god? Seeing Li Yisha standing, Lei Li smiled gently, then turned and walked out. At this time, Li Yi completely recovered. Seeing Lei Li left, he quickly turned around, bowed deeply, and said, "Senior, walk slowly." You said 2 sentences in total. Lei Li looked back at Li Yi and said with a smile, "It's not to blame you. I have persisted for more than 3 years. If I change, I will be silent and wary of everyone." The second one today. Chapter 24, A Strong Enemy Appears. After Raleigh left, Li Yi put away the sudden joy in his heart, and left Adrian's abnormal arrangement behind him and quickly walked into the arena. In his memory, Luffy's domineering was taught by Lei Li. Now that Lei Li wants to teach him his domineering, how could he not be excited? As for why Raleigh came to the door suddenly, he rarely thought about it. As Raleigh said, he will be the first gladiator to appear in the arena tonight. He walked out of the lounge amidst the thunderous shouts of the audience around him, and then boarded the familiar arena. At the same time, in Adrian's mansion, Hancock and her 2 sisters were called into the hall. Looking at Hancock, who had become more and more beautiful, the eyes of a dragon sitting on the right side of the hall went straight. "Hancock, go to the bar for the 2 adults." As soon as the 3 Hancock sisters walked into the hall, Adrian said coldly, "You have to take care of these 3 adults tonight, otherwise Li Yi will not be able to protect you." Hancock did not speak, nodded silently, walked to the door of the person standing in front of the door, took the wine tray in his hand, and walked towards the 3 celestials. Looking at Hancock, who came by without blinking, the Tianlongren with completely straight eyes immediately screamed excitedly, serve wine, not drunk, or return." Adrian frowned slightly when he saw the virtue of the dragon man. In his eyes, even if Hancock came out beautifully, he wouldn't touch it. Thinking about his noble celestial bloodline, how could he be tempted by these inferior humans? It was this psychology that made him very contemptuous of the excitement of the Tianlongren after seeing Hancock. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Man gave him benefits that he couldn't refuse that day, he really wanted to slap him so that he didn't even know his ancestors. Although the three Celestials had coveted Hancock for a long time, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. After receiving the wine glasses Hancock sent them, one of the dragons said to Adrian, "Master Adrian, it is always a pity to have wine or not to sing and dance. By the way, the three Hancock sisters are here for you. It's been 3 years in the house, so I should learn some singing and dancing. They are slaves." Adrian glared at the dragons that day, but thinking of the baby they had given him, he took a sigh of relief and turned his head to Hancock and said, "Hancock, you can sing and dance." Hancock bit his lip, clenched his fist, and said nothing. Seeing this, Adrian's eyes were cold, and he said solemnly, "Will it or not?" Seeing Adrian's face turned gloomy, Sonia, who was standing next to Hancock, hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, "I learned something before." "That's fine, let's have a song for 3 adults." "Wonderful, ha ha ha." In the auditorium of the arena, a nobleman of the world stood up from the VIP seat and shouted to Li Yi, who had already cut 22 opponents on the stage, "Li Yi, I will bet you for 24. Cut it, you have to stick to it till the end. Yeah, Li Yi, kill one more person and you will be able to complete your 99 undefeated record." Li Yi, Li Yi, Li Yi. These people all made heavy bets on Li Yi, and the stronger Li Yi was, the more they won. It would be even more perfect to complete the 24 streak, and now, Li Yi only has one opponent. Li Yi is obviously not far from the 24 streak and the 99 consecutive victories. OZW.com. Standing on the arena, Li Yi didn't speak. He killed 23 people in a row, blood-stained all over, with opponents in his own. However, none of these can affect him. More than 3 years of life in the arena has made him blood-numb to death. As long as he steps into the arena, he has only one idea, that is to win. Now, just by beheading one more person, he can end tonight's competition. At this moment, the referee on the referee stand suddenly picked up the megaphone and said loudly and excitedly, "Gentlemen and ladies, the climax/tide of tonight is coming. Our Li Yi has completed 22 consecutive runs. Jean, can he complete today's performance and create a 99 undefeated record? Let us look forward to the gladiator who will be on the stage next." The next one is from the Grand Duke's mansion, the pirate Augustus, who once offered a 200 million bounty. The 4 words of Augustus fell, and the arena that was still very noisy at the moment was deadly silent, everyone's eyes widened and their expressions dull. Similarly, Li Yi also trembled inwardly. Pirate with 200 million reward. In the silence of the audience, a harsh door open sounded, and a huge figure emerged from the lounge. Boom! With the appearance of this huge figure, the deadly arena in the previous moment boiled instantly, and various shouts and exclamations resounded over the arena again. "Oh my God, it's Augustus of the Grand Ducal Palace! This is a pirate offering a reward of 200 million. How could it be him? How could he come to this arena? Li Yi is dead this time, but I have been betting Li Yi 24 consecutive cuts." Among the various voices, Augustus dragged a huge body as high as 2 feet into the arena, and then stood opposite Li Yi like a hill. As his footsteps stopped, an invisible and majestic coercion instantly enveloped Li Yi, and Li Yi almost couldn't breathe. Relying on his tall body and looking down at Li Yi, who was like a small person, Augustus tilted his head amidst various shouts and exclamations around him, and then grinned, "You are Li Yi." Hearing the sound, Li Yi slowly raised his head and took a deep breath. He clenched the long sword in his hand and said solemnly, "It's me." "Oh ha ha!" Augustus raised his head and laughed. After a burst of laughter, he suddenly leaned over to Li Yi. Out of instinct, Li Yi took 2 steps quickly, holding the hilt with his big hands at the same time. "Oh ha ha, I came here specially for you." Seeing Li Yi quit, and even making a fighting posture, Augustus grinned bloodthirstily, and then said loudly, your undefeated myth will end tonight. The third update today. Chapter 25, Sweet Fruit. Good, good, haha, really good. After watching the singing and dancing performance of the three Hancock sisters, the Tianlongren were very excited. He was already 7 minutes of alcohol. He stood up and walked to Hancock. After watching Hancock with his head tilted for a moment, he suddenly backed away 2 times. Step, said in a very modest way, people are beautiful embryos, songs are beautiful songs, and dances are good. Haha, deserve a reward. What's the reward? After touching his body for a while, he turned his head to his companion and asked, where are the fruits I brought? Here. His companion took out a fruit from a luggage bag beside him and put it on the table, and said dimly, this is not an ordinary fruit, this is a devil fruit, haha. Hearing the 4 words of devil fruit, Hancock's face changed slightly, and Adrian, who was sitting at the top of the hall, closed his eyes and calmed down. For these nobles, devil fruit was not a rare treasure. Yes, yes, this is the devil fruit. The Tianlongren standing in front of Hancock walked to the table and picked up the fruit, then came to Hancock again precariously, and said with a grin, reward you. Hancock. Seeing the devil fruit handed to him, Hancock did not reach out to pick it up. Regarding the devil fruit, she has heard some rumors. If she eats the devil fruit, she will be spurned by the sea. Once she falls into the sea, she will have to wait for death. This is not a good thing for Hancock, who has stayed on the Hydra pirate. Seeing Hancock didn't pick it up, the Tianlong man's face suddenly became gloomy. Why, do you want to refuse this lord's kindness? Eat, eat now. Another Tianlongren also stood up and said fiercely, most people want it, but we don't give it yet. Hurry up, eat it and let this lord see how you react. This is a sweet fruit. It is said that eating this fruit can make people become a peerless city, and can be fascinated by men, women, and children. The Tianlongren who had been sitting took the words and said with a smile, if Hancock, it will be more perfect if you eat it. Hearing the voices of the 2 companions, the Tianlongren standing in front of Hancock took a step forward, and then forcibly placed the sweet fruit in Hancock's hands. Hancock didn't dare to pick it up. An accidental, sweet fruit fell from her hand and rolled at the feet of the dragon man that day. Looking at the sweet fruit rolling to his feet, the dragon man was taken aback that day, then raised his head and said angrily, you dare to throw it away. The voice fell, and he raised his hand and slapped Hancock. Snapped. With a crisp sound, the Tianlongren's slap was slapped on Hancock's shoulder because he was drunk. How could Hancock, who was frail, couldn't stand his strong slap, and as the slap sounded, she staggered and fell down. Seeing this, the 2 Sonia sisters standing behind her hurried forward to lift Hancock up. Without waiting for them to lift Hancock up, the dragon man kicked the sweet fruit under his feet in front of Hancock that day, and said viciously, eat. Don't eat it. Seeing Hancock raising his head and glaring at him, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, come here, take Hancock's 2 sisters out and kill them. As his voice fell, 2 guards walked in quickly. Adrian surprisingly did not stop, but watched the farce with a smile. Seeing Adrian not speaking, the 2 guards pulled out the 2 sisters, one by one. Sonia. OZW.com. Seeing that the 2 younger sisters were forcibly pulled out, Hancock was anxious, and after calling Sonia from her side, she grabbed the sweet fruit that rolled in front of her and opened her mouth. Take a bite. Just after chewing, Hancock opened his mouth and vomited. The taste of this devil fruit is really unacceptable. Don't vomit. Seeing Hancock vomiting, the dragon man hurriedly shouted that day and said in a deep voice, if you dare to vomit, I will kill your 2 sisters immediately. Hearing this, Hancock suppressed the unacceptable taste and swallowed the flesh. Seeing this, the dragon man laughed immediately that day, and Hancock had tears in his eyes and clenched his fists. Hee hee, good, so good. After successfully letting Hancock eat the sweet fruit, the Tianlongren laughed with satisfaction. After saying good things, he turned his head to look at his two companions. Take out all the devil fruits on your body and let her two sisters eat too. The two celestials blinked, then smiled and said, forgot to bring it. Call someone to fetch it, I am happy tonight, haha. As soon as the voice of the dragon fell, an Adrian's guard rushed into the hall suddenly and said to Adrian, my lord, Augustus is on the stage. Well, Adrian nodded, and said with a satisfied smile, the Grand Duke is really trustworthy, go, put all the bets on Augustus. After the guards were ordered to leave, Adrian turned his head to look at the 3 Tianlongren, 3 adults, for your pleasure, I have lost Li Yi. Hearing Adrian's words, Hancock sank secretly. Adrian did not bet on Li Yi? Is it? Haha, Adrian-sama is righteous, there will be places where we are needed in the future, just speak up. Contrary to Hancock's reaction, the happy Tianlongren laughed and patted his chest, and then said to the two companions, what are you still trying to do? Hurry up and let the servants get your fruits. In the arena, except for Li Yi, who felt that his life was threatened the first time he played, he once again felt the long-lost breath. Augustine was very strong, as evidenced by the coercion that suffocated him. A 200 million reward is not a vain name. Seeing Li Yi staring at him motionlessly, Augustus became a little impatient. He, who has never liked being passive, took a step forward, and then the huge fist carrying the boundless coercion smashed against Li Yi with the momentum of Mount Tai. So fast! The fully guarded Li Yi's pupils tightened, and there was no place for him to retreat. In desperation, he could only brazenly draw his sword and greet him head-on. The fourth update today. Chapter 26, Fight Hard. Before Li Yi's long sword was out of its sheath, the giant hand under Taishan's normal flash voltage hit Li Yi's head heavily. Li Yi, who had no time to draw the sword out of its sheath, could only put up his hands to block this terrifying punch. There was a loud bang, and the ground under Li Yi's feet cracked 2 gaps. Then, a wave of shock waves like a wild wolf came out, and Li Yi, who was shocked by a punch, suddenly felt like a broken kite. Fly out! Without giving Li Yi a chance to land on the ground, Augustus once again swept out his big hand with lightning, as if a violent wind swept fallen leaves, grabbing Li Yi whole in his palm. The moment he caught Li Yi, he slammed a punch with his left hand. Bang! Another shocking noise came out, and Li Yi hit the ground heavily. Although there was a dragon-like Prujna body, Li Yi was shocked to spit out blood. Without giving him a chance to breathe, Augustus suddenly jumped high, kicking his feet towards Li Yi's head with lightning. Feeling the majestic coercion from the top of his head, Li Yi ignored the surging blood waves in his heart, rolled out 2 feet and stood up, then quickly bowed down, and the big hand holding the hilt suddenly exerted force. Immediately afterwards, the long sword finally came out. When, with a sword chant, the long sword was pulled out with a radiant sword energy, and then a meniscus arc was drawn in the air towards Augustus under the lightning cover. Jean Moonwheel Dance. The decisive voice fell, and Li Yi's figure flashed past Augustus and stood back to back. Behind him, a strange blood mist floated out of Augustus like a manjusa in hell, blooming in full bloom. Okay. Looking at the blood mist wafting from his left shoulder, Augustus blinked, then turned around and blinked at Li Yi with his bulging eyes, disdainfully said, "You are just that capable." Hearing the sound, Li Yi's heart was horrified, and then he quickly flashed out by 2 feet, and then turned to Augustus, who was like a hill. Augustus is too big, this human-level sword-drawing skill does not cause much harm to him. However, Augustus stopped because of this and gave Li Yi a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of Augustus's talk, Li Yi secretly urged the power of the elephant, and then slowly bowed to draw his sword. As the power of the elephant rushed into the sword madly, the long sword buzzed suddenly, sending out a pleasant sword chant. Ghost Dance. When the voice fell, Li Yi was like a ghost. After pulling out a Z-shaped arc, he appeared on the right side of Augustus. Without giving Augustus a chance to make a move, he turned around and split with two swords in the air. Swish! The two swords were out of thin air, and the cross-sword aura intertwined and disappeared into Augustus's body. Cut the cross-thousand army! Boom! OZW.com. As Li Yi's voice fell, Augustus suddenly exploded in front of him, and then a blood mist floated out on his chest/front, enveloped in two blood mists. The sword wounds staggered into a cross and spread across his chest. Ha ha ha! Seeing the blood mist floating in front of him, Augustus laughed endlessly, as if unconsciously. As his laughter rose, the surrounding void began to tremble, and the terrifying pressure was almost materialized. Like a mountain, Li Yi Kuang rolled from all directions. Li Yi's pupils tightened, shocked in his heart, feeling the terror pressure suddenly soaring. Obviously, neither the moon-slashing dance, the ghost shadow dance or the slashing army can do much harm to Augustus. You know, these three types of human-level sword-drawing skills have made Li Yi in the past arena without any disadvantage, and I don't know how many opponents he has killed. However, Augustus in front of him is like an unshakable mountain, making these three domineering sword tricks a clown juggler. Thinking of this, Li Yuqiang resisted the ever-expanding terror pressure and slowly turned to look at Augustus, who was laughing arrogantly. Li Yi, use your housekeeping skills, I will let you pass away without regrets. Seeing Li Yi turn to look at him, Augustus stopped laughing and locked Li Yi with terror pressure. He then said coldly, I said, your undefeated myth will end with me. When the words fell, Augustus bowed abruptly, and then ejected like a cheetah. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and in the next second, Augustus appeared on Li Yi's head. Almost at the same time, Li Yi's pupils were wide open, and the fourth form of sword-slashing Chi Storm was performed in the arena for the first time. The brilliant sword energy flashed out, rushed out of the arena and plunged into the vast starry sky. Then, a wave of violent sword waves impacted like a 12-level storm in the arena. At the same time the sword aura was raging, Augustus also fell with endless pressure. Rumbling! The loud noise resounding throughout the arena resounded like a 9-day thunder, and then a circle of thick smoke rose and blurred the sight of the surrounding audience. The wonderful peak matchup in the field made everyone forget the shouting, one by one, swallowing drool and looking at the rising smoke with a dull expression, and subconsciously craned their necks. Just as they craned their necks to look at the rising smoke in the arena, a scream was suddenly heard from the arena, followed by the figure of Augustus, who crashed down. At the same time, Li Yi's figure flashed out, standing on the edge of the dense smoke. Li Yi, who flashed to the edge of the arena, supported his body with a long sword, and blood poured out of his mouth, staining his chest/front shirt with blood red. Augustus, who fell violently, let out an unwilling roar, and then quickly turned over and stood up. Because his right leg was penetrated by a sword energy and could not support his huge body, he immediately staggered forward when he just stood up. But when his body was about to fall, he supported his body with one hand, glaring at Li Yi standing on the edge of the arena. Roar! Just looking forward to Li Yi, Augustus immediately yelled. Then, he touched his hands on the ground and then shouted word by word, Lion Shock! Hum! Accompanied by a dizzy voice, a wave of terrifying shock instantly spread out of the arena to the surrounding auditorium. Before Li Yi could react, the ground trembled suddenly, and amid a creak, cracks spread across the arena like a spider web. Today is the end of the 5th, and Fisher Tiger will appear tomorrow. Chapter 27, Zanpakuto Hiramaru. Boom! When the cracks spread throughout the arena, there was a loud bang and the ground collapsed. Damn! The ground just collapsed, and Li Yi fell straight without standing still. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Augustus, who was already bent on the ground with both hands, sprang out of the sky and appeared on Li Yi's head as the ground collapsed. Dead! Augustus, who appeared on Li Yi's head, yelled and kicked his feet severely. Bang! There was a shocking impact, and Li Yi, who had no chance to dodge at all, fell heavily, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of the collapsed pit. However, Li Yi only spouted a mouthful of blood and forced the blood surging inside his body, and then pulled out a sword across his chest/front, Zhanwuji sword intent. As his voice fell, Augustus, who was about to take advantage of the victory, felt a buzzing sound in his ears, and then a wave of vast sword intent came out of the pit and enveloped him. Boom! Jianyi just enveloped him and detonated the void around him. The terrifying impact after the explosion made his small hill-like body fall straight back, only to hear a bang. Augustus hit the ground heavily, and then wow! Spit a mouthful of blood. Li Yi could not wait for him to stand up. As a pirate offering a reward of 200 million, Augustus would be the one who would die if he showed a slight carelessness. The most important thing is that he doesn't dare to stop himself now. Once he relaxes, the churning blood in his body will definitely gush from his mouth like a fountain. Therefore, after Augustus fell heavily into the ruined arena, he held back his breath and jumped into the air, and then stood firmly in front of Augustus in a place where there was no collapse. Immediately afterwards, he held his sword high and shouted without a trace of emotion, before moving the first weapon. The person did not move, but the phantoms flashed out of him, standing around Augustus, surrounded him. Each phantom held up the sword like Li Yi, expressionless and cold eyes. The entire auditorium was deadly silent at this moment, all staring dumbly at the phantom that Hong Kong appeared in exactly the same way as Li Yi. Cut. After the phantom appeared around and over Augustus, Li Yi simply swung down the long sword. As he swung down his long sword, more than 10 phantoms also swung down the long sword with lightning at the same time. Puff puff. A series of dozens of piercing sounds came out, followed by a scream that resounded over the arena. Amid the screams, the phantoms that swung down their swords at the same time disappeared one by one, leaving the dismembered Augustus lying on the ruined arena, his eyes wide open, and the breath of life disappeared. In the only corner of the arena that has not been destroyed, Li Yi panted heavily, blood dripping down the corner of his mouth, staining the ground with blood red. In the audience, everyone stopped their eyes on Li Yi. After confirming that Augustus was beheaded, in the arena auditorium that was still silent the moment before, it was like a heavy bomb exploding, and the roars that penetrated the sky overwhelmed one after another. OZW.com Li Yi can't hear these. With his hands hanging down weakly, his mind gradually began to blur. This is the most powerful opponent he has encountered in the past 3 years. He was seriously injured, not sure whether he could survive, even if he was treated crazily by a healing technique, but he could not keep up with the spread of internal injuries and external injuries. Congratulations to the host for completing his 99 consecutive victories. As Li Yi's mind became more and more blurred, the voice of the system who had disappeared for 3.5 years finally sounded, "The host has a chance to draw a lottery." Fuck. Hearing the sound of this vague system, Li Yi couldn't help screaming in his heart. This system really chooses the time. While Li Yi's cursing sounded, a lottery turntable gradually became clear in his mind. In the turntable, a total of 12 exchange items were displayed. Looking at the items on the upper turntable, Li Yi's eyes almost popped out. Among those items, he saw his favorite thunder fruit, the soul-slashing blade Bing Lun Maru and the Death God, and the most terrible thing was that he actually returned it. There is the golden cudgel used by Monkey King in Journey to the West. My Nima. Li Yi was completely dumbfounded when he looked at the display of various secondary elements and the weapon techniques and devil fruits in the mythical world. System God, did you disappear for more than 3 years just to give me this surprise? Does the host draw a lottery right away? The cold voice of the system sounded. Li Yi swallowed his saliva, and then chose yes without hesitation. After he made a choice, the turntable began to turn quickly. Li Yi didn't dare to be distracted. He watched without blinking the turntable quickly and slowly, and then turned slowly and rhythmically, making Li Yi's eyeballs more and more. The more drumming, it just fell out. The pointer traversed the thunder fruit, jumped over the golden cudgel, and then slowly stopped at the position of Zanpakuto Bing Lun Meru. Congratulations to the host for getting the Zanpakuto Hiramomaru. Li Yi is careful that he can't bear this sudden surprise. Bing Lun Maru, which is the strongest existence of the ice soul slasher in the world of death, not only has terrifying large-scale lethality, but its attacking moves are even more gorgeous. In Li Yi's eyes, it was even cooler than Kukaki Byakuya's Senbonzakura. The most important thing is that, even if you don't understand it, just use it as a sword. For Li Yi, who has never had a long sword to perform human-level sword drawing skills, it can be regarded as icing on the cake. May I ask the host to retrieve it immediately? Of course it is extracted. Li Yi was so excited that he could not distinguish the north, south, east, and west, so he simply chose to extract. Just as Li Yi chose to extract, the void around him suddenly appeared distorted, followed by a flash of white light. In the next second, he had a handsome Zanpaku knife in his hand. The tail of the knife gave birth to an iron chain, and the end of the chain had a blade in the shape of a crescent moon. The 3-foot blade was filled with a breath of coldness, which made people shudder and daunting. Congratulations to the host for having the initial solution form Bing Lun Wan. The requires 80,000 survival points to redeem. Currently the host has 0 survival points, and the can't be used. 8 to 80,000. Without waiting for Li Yi to come back to his senses, the system's voice immediately came out. In addition, the main task target of the host is dangerous. If the target of the task dies, the system will consider the host task failed. Main task? Task goal. Li Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then his pupils tightened. Not good, Hancock. Chapter 28, Beheading begins. Li Yi finally knew why Adrian had dismissed him. If it hadn't been for the system to appear in time, it would have reminded him of the main mission. Even if he knew something was wrong, he would never have thought that Hancock and her 2 sisters would meet. In danger. After the system's voice disappeared, Li Yi ignored his injuries and rushed out after the gate of the arena opened. Because Li Yi has left silently after almost every victory over the past 3 years, his hurried departure at this time did not attract the attention of the audience in the audience. Those who won a full house because of his winning streak even cheered. Panning. As Li Yi left the arena, in the lobby of Adrian's mansion, the dragon man who had coveted Hancock for a long time came to Hancock drunkenly. After scanning Hancock up and down, he turned his head to look over. To the 2 companions, why didn't it change? Didn't you say that sweet fruits can make Hancock more beautiful? Maybe it will take some time. That's it, the Tianlongren blinked, and then leaned in front of Hancock, with a smirk on his face and said, Hancock, give me another song. He said, he lay down on his side, and then singled. With his cheeks in his hand, he stared at Hancock who was close at hand. Hancock clenched his fists tightly, and looked at Adrian sitting at the top of the hall without blinking, with hatred in his beautiful eyes. Upon seeing this, the Tianlongren lying sideways beside Hancock looked up at Adrian slightly. Oh, Lord Adrian, Hancock is staring at you. Haha, because she sold his umbrella. Adrian smiled and stood up and came to Hancock and looked at Hancock high above him. After a slight pause, he suddenly grinned and said bloodthirstily, Hancock, despair, Li Yi will not come back tonight. No. Although noble as I have no interest in you at all, since these 3 adults like it, then I have to hand over the beauty of adulthood. You. Hancock stood up abruptly, then desperately hit Adrian. Adrian was surprisingly not angry at Hancock's rebellious behavior. After he took a step back to avoid Hancock's attack, he laughed and said, I suddenly think this game is very fun. 3 adults, you guys are having fun, Adrian is 1 step ahead. My lord, go well. Lying on the ground, Tian Longren smiled obscenely, and then watched Adrian pass by him. Before Adrian walked out of the hall, he suddenly turned over and sat up, and said with great pride, "Come on, Hancock, I have been waiting for this day for a long time." When the voice fell, he immediately threw his teeth and claws toward Hancock. Upon seeing this, Hancock was so frightened that Fang Rong was pale, and he stepped aside. But she just stopped. The Tianlong figure pounced at her again like an eagle catching a chicken. After repeating this several times, although the Tianlongren did not succeed, they had a better time. Not only was he happy, but the two companions behind him were also amused by his game of eagle-catching chicks. After a burst of laughter, they suddenly turned their heads to look at the Sonia sisters who were controlled by the two guards. Although the two Sonia sisters want a little Hancock, they are not as peerless as Hancock, but they are also slim and beautiful, and they are all like Xiaojiabiu. After glanced at the two sisters, the two immediately looked at each other tacitly, then stood up with a smile and walked towards the two sisters. OZW.com. Seeing the other two dragons walking towards the two sisters, Hancock's eyes tightened. At the same time, the two Tianlongren suddenly laughed and rushed towards her two younger sisters. Upon seeing this, a trace of despair flashed in Hancock's eyes, and he shouted anxiously, "No!" At the same time, Adrian, who walked out of the hall, looked back at the picture in the room. A smile flashed across his mouth, and he waved his hand to signal the guard standing in front of the door to close the door. Hancock! Before the two guards closed the gate, a shout suddenly came from the front yard. Hearing this familiar voice, Adrian looked terrified and exclaimed, "Li Yi!" Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Li Yi held the soul-slashing knife and rushed over at an alarming speed with a pungent smell of blood. Seeing Li Yi appear, Adrian woke up suddenly, and hurriedly shouted, "Quick, stop him!" As his voice fell, although the two guards standing in front of him did not dare to be an enemy of Li Yi, he did not even dare to defy Adrian's order. After being heartbroken, the two drew their swords and charged towards Li Yi past. After letting the two guards rush towards Li Yi, Adrian threw down the three Dragonites in the room, turned around and ran out of sight. Hancock! Li Yi, who rushed over quickly, completely ignored the two guards rushing towards him, and kept yelling, "Hancock!" Indoors, Hancock's body trembled after hearing this familiar voice. After one of the arrests of the Tianlongren, she faced the door and bit her lower lip. In her beautiful eyes, tears of grievance slipped quietly. After holding back her crying, she took a deep breath, then choked up and shouted, "Li Yi, help me!" Hearing Hancock's voice, Li Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, two guards had rushed in front of him. Seeing the two guards rushing in front of him, Li Yi's eyes were instantly cold, and a dark breath with no human feelings flashed in his pupils. Kill! After a loud roar, he flew out with lightning, and the soul-slashing knife swung a strange and icy arc across the two guards. Puff! With two muffled noises, the guard who had just rushed in front of him did not realize what was going on, and two blood mists rose from their throats. At this moment, Li Yi had flashed into the hall and stood firmly in front of Hancock. The three Dragonites obviously hadn't fully recovered yet. Looking at Li Yi standing in front of Hancock, they were slightly dazed. Then, the headed Dragonite looked cold and shouted, "Li Yi, do you want to rebel?" "Hey!" Before the Tianlongren's words fell, Li Yiyang's hand was slashed with a knife. He didn't expect that Li Yijin dared to kill his Tianlongren, only felt a flower in front of him, and a chill spread all over his body. The next moment, his body was cut apart from it, and then fell on two sides. Chapter 29, I have come to fulfill my promise. After beheading the Tianlongren in front of him, Li Yi didn't immediately kill the other two people. Instead, he put away the cold eyes without a trace of emotion and turned to look at Hancock. When he looked at Hancock, his eyes were still cold the moment before, and his eyes were instantly tender. Hancock obviously didn't expect Li Yi to really dare to kill the heavenly dragon. She was also stunned and looked at Li Yi, who turned around tenderly. Seeing Hancock doing this, Li Yi immediately turned his head to look at the two sisters Sonia, who were also frightened. Li Yi, they. Seeing Li Yuchao herself, Sonia burst into tears. While crying bitterly, she choked and said, "They forced Hancock to eat devil fruits. Also, they still think that Li Yi came in time. Otherwise woo woo woo. Call." Hearing this, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief again. Fortunately, he just ate the devil fruit. If Hancock suffers other sins here, even if he is buried here, he will lift this holy place, Mary Joya, to the sky. Hancock was eaten, it should be the sweet fruit, and it is this sweet fruit that created a peerless Hancock who can fascinate men, women, and children. This is not too bad for her. At this moment, Hancock fully awoke. Looking at the Drago Knight killed by Li Yi, Hancock turned his head to look at Li Yi, and said anxiously, "Li Yi, you killed the Drago Knight." "Yet." Li Yi nodded calmly and asked softly, "Hancock, do you remember what I said to you 3 years ago?" Before Hancock could react, the two frightened Drago Knights also woke up suddenly, and then they yelled and turned around and escaped. Upon seeing this, Li Yi's eyes flashed murderously, and then he bowed with a knife and swished out. Before the two Tianlong men escaped from the hall, Li Yi rushed to the front of the two Tianlong men without a trace of muddy water. As if beheading an opponent in an arena, he turned around and handed the knife down, and cut off the two panicked Denon's head. After slaying the two heavenly dragons, Li Yi looked at Hancock indoors and said softly, "I said I will take you away from this ghost place." Now, Li Yulai has fulfilled his promise. Hancock. Li Yi. Seeing Li Yi standing in front of the gate, Hancock's tears slipped silently again. She naturally remembered what Li Yi said to her at the beginning, and she has been looking forward to this day for more than 3 years. However, in the past 3 years, Li Yi has made Adrian more and more trustworthy. In many cases, she was really afraid that Li Yi would forget this promise and the hope planted in her young soul. Now I heard Li Yi suddenly say that she had the illusion of being in a dream, but the death of the 3 celestials told her that this was not a dream. Li Yi, really want to take their 3 sisters out of this ghost place. Let's go. Looking at Hancock, who was crying silently, Li Yi slowly stretched out his hand and said softly, "Li Yi can't guarantee that he can take you away from the Holy Land Mary Joya, but Li Yi can do it and take you out of this barrier. A mansion for more than 3 years. Okay. OZW.com." Hancock nodded fiercely, then walked quickly to Li Yi and held Li Yi's powerful and warm hand tightly. At this moment, she seemed to have captured the entire world and all hope. Sonia. After grabbing Hancock's slender hand, Li Yi turned his head to look at the 2 sisters who were standing on the same side with tears. "Let's go." After speaking, he took Hancock in one hand and the soul-slashing knife in the other, turned and stepped out of the hall. Outside the hall, the guards of the entire mansion stood densely. The guards standing in the front row were all armed with guns, and the whole hall was locked with a murderous muzzle. Adrian, who had gone back and forth, stood in the crowd under the protection of the guards and stared coldly at the 3 sisters Li Yi and Hancock who came out. Li Yi. Just as Li Yi stepped out of the hall, Adrian immediately shouted loudly, "Do you really think you can escape?" Hearing this, Li Yi turned his head to look at Hancock and asked with a gentle smile, "Hancock, are you afraid?" Infected by Li Yi's gentle smile, Hancock expelled the last trace of fear in his heart, then smiled and shook his head. Seeing Hancock with a smile on his face, Li Yi retracted his gaze, held Hancock's big hand tightly, and looked forward to Adrian, who was protected by the guards. The moment his sight touched Adrian, the cold eyes reappeared. Under Li Yi's icy gaze, Adrian's heart was shaken, and then he hurriedly shouted, "What are you still waiting for? Quickly, kill him!" As Adrian's voice fell, the guards standing in the front row turned their guns to lock Li Yi almost at the same time, and then they pulled the trigger almost at the same time. Bang bang bang! The gunshots resounding over the entire Adrian mansion suddenly sounded. At the same time as the gunshots sounded, Li Yi's human-level sword-drawing skills also quietly used. The sword aura of a monster like a crescent moon bloomed in the sky, and Bing Lun Maru also drew a half-month arc in front of him at the same time. As Bing Lun Mara drew an arc of a month and a half, the harsh and crisp sound suddenly sounded one after another. All the bullets that roared away were swept away by the invisible sword energy, and then disappeared into the sky at an even more alarming speed. After blocking all the bullets with Zanyu Lun Wu, Li Yi was like a ghost, pulling out a Z-shaped arc and appeared in front of the first row of guards, followed by the Zhan ghost dance. When Li Yi's ghostly figure was completely stabilized, the guards who stood in the first row with guns suddenly floated out of blood mist, followed by screams of screams. Amid the screams, the guards standing in the first row kept their hands holding the guns disconnected and fell to the ground in the rising blood mist. Kill! After killing the guards in the first row, Li Yi yelled, then jumped up like a wolf into a flock, using the ice wheel pill as a sword to hide all the anger and hatred in his heart all these years without reservation. Released in the perfect bloom of human-level sword drawing. The third update today, there are 2 more in the evening. Chapter 30, Murloc Tiger. On the straight and steep cliff of the Red Earth continent, a figure moved slowly. If anyone sees this figure at this moment, it will definitely take a breath. Because this cliff is the most dangerous area in the Red Soil continent, and ordinary people dare not step into it at all. But now, on this side of the cliff where no one has ever set foot, a figure is slowly moving, crawling towards the holy place of Mary Joya at the top of the Red Earth continent. Climbing on the cliff is a Murloc. He wears a turban, has thick curly hair, has a wide mouth, has a beard, and a little scum on his upper lip. And he is no one else, it is Fisher Tiger, the Murloc who was once captured as a slave. In the hell-like life of a slave on the earth, let him hate this holy place Mariajo and escape to Dragon Palace. He has been planning to rescue the Murloc compatriots who were caught in the holy place Mariachawa. However, as time passed day by day, he still couldn't think of a complete solution. Finally, he decided to sneak into the Holy Land alone. To dive into the Holy Land, he could only climb the steep cliffs of the Red Earth continent that no one had dared to set foot on with his bare hands. With courage and endless hatred for the dragon people who lived in the holy place of Mariajo, he finally climbed the mountain to the Red Earth continent and approached the holy place of Mariachawa at the top. After climbing day and night, he successfully climbed to the top. After reaching the top of the Red Earth continent, he sneaked into the Holy Land Marijoa without knowing it, and then started setting fire everywhere to create chaos. As the flames soared into the sky, Marijoa, a noisy and lively Holy Land, soon fell into chaos. At the same time, Li Yi, who is in Adrian's mansion, is killing all sides. Seeing Li Yi, who rushed and threw blood mist like a demon in the world surrounded by guards, Adrian, who was protected by layers, looked increasingly ugly. He knew that Li Yi was very strong, but unexpectedly, Li Yi was so powerful that he could defeat Augustus. You know, the predecessor of Augustus was a big pirate offering a reward of 200 million, but such a powerful existence actually caused Li Yi to be cut. He didn't think about the consequences of Li Yi walking out of the arena alive, because he never thought of Li Yineng coming back alive. It is precisely because of this that Li Yi's massive killing of the quartet at the moment makes him somewhat helpless. The guards of the entire Adrian mansion have been dispatched. If these guards can't stop Li Yi, he has no doubt that Li Yi will cut off his head and kick the ball. The screams continued to be heard, and under Li Yi's cold-blooded and merciless sweep, guards continued to scream and fall in a pool of blood, but within a few minutes, the magnificent Adrian mansion became a human room. In the slaughterhouse, the pungent smell of blood permeated the mansion, drifting further and better. The screams gradually diminished, and there were fewer and fewer guards surrounding Li Yi. Standing in the sea of blood on the corpse mountain, Li Yi's whole body was stained red with blood, and the eyes of the tiger, which resembled the eyes of a devil, shone with cold and ruthless light. With his sharp eyes swept, the guards blocked in front of him dared not take a step forward. Some guards trembled their legs and retreated uncontrollably. Seeing no guards rushed up again, Li Yi suddenly stepped forward. OZW.com. He just took a step, and the guards blocking him took a big step back almost at the same time. Ha ha ha! Seeing the guards who were frightened by him, Li Yi, who had been silent and harvesting life like a of death, suddenly laughed 3 times. Then, he took another step forward, the endless breath of death accompanied him. The footsteps stepped out and spread out, scared the guards blocking him back again. What are you doing? Adrian was suddenly anxious when the guards started to back up, and saw him pushing the guards beside him. Go, all rush out, if anyone dares to take a step back, kill me. As Adrian's voice fell, the guards who retreated from the book stopped quickly, but they did not rush to Li Yi, but looked at Li Yi tremblingly. Adrian, these guards can't protect you. Li Yi, who kept walking and continuing to move forward, looked at Adrian without blinking, and then said murderously, don't talk about these guards, even the Holy Land Marijo Yali's navy will not be able to protect you if it comes. So, make yourself aware of the mistakes you have committed over the years. When the voice fell, Li Yi speeded up suddenly, and came to the guards who were protecting Adrian. Seeing Li Yi who suddenly appeared in front of him, the guards protecting Adrian suddenly looked shocked. Then they woke up suddenly, then turned and ran. Ha ha ha! Seeing the guards who left Adrian and fled in embarrassment, Li Yi laughed arrogantly again. Adrian was completely panicked at this moment, watching the guards fleeing in embarrassment. A trace of fear gradually filled his eyes. He knew that if Li Yi dared to kill other Drago Knights, he would dare to kill him. Without waiting for the guards to run away, Li Yi went up to Adrian, blinking his blood-red eyes and looked at Adrian. Under his creepy gaze, Adrian suddenly yelled, and then turned around and dragged his fat body and ran out. Seeing Adrian who turned around and fled in embarrassment, Li Yi's figure flashed out, and then appeared in front of him. What? Adrian, who was frightened by Li Yi who suddenly appeared in front of him, screamed, then sat on the ground and looked at Li Yi with fear, stammering, You can't kill me. The 3 Hancock sisters who had been standing aside looked at Adrian who was sitting on the ground by Li Yi, with inexplicable joy in their hearts. Although they are not sure whether they can successfully escape from the Holy Land Marijoa, as long as they can walk out of this mansion and see Adrian die in front of them, they will have no regrets. Chapter 31, Devil Li Yi. Looking at Adrian sitting on the ground in fright, Li Yi grinned bloodthirstily. Adrian, you know better than anyone else, I have always wanted to kill you, so you use the 3 Hancock sisters to control me. You are a smart celestial, but how could you make such a mistake? The 3 sisters, especially Hancock, are my inverse scales, and you have to touch my inverse scales. Didn't you force me to oppose you? I have endured you for more than 3 years, and it's time for you to taste pain. When the voice fell, Li Yi took a step forward and came to Adrian, with the soul-slashing knife in his hand and at the same time stabbed Adrian's thigh fiercely. What? After being pierced through the thigh by the soul slasher, Adrian's screaming scream suddenly spread out of the mansion, resounding across the night sky of the Holy Land Marijoa. Is it painful? After pulling out the soul slasher, Li Yi crouched in front of Adrian, grinning like a demon and said, It's okay, I'll treat you right away. Then, Li Yi put his big hand on Adrian. The wound where Anna was penetrated, the healing technique then healed Adrian. Under the treatment of healing, Adrian didn't sting so much. Adrian, who didn't feel so tingling, obviously didn't know what Li Yi was going to do. He was completely enveloped in fear and stared at Li Yi who was seriously healing him. After treating Adrian's wound, Li Yi stood up and said gently, Next, even if I cut your skin, you won't sting. Hey! Adrian was taken aback for a moment. Before he could recover, Li Yi fell with a knife and his whole leg was immediately broken. No pain. Looking at the thigh that was severed by Li Yi, Adrian blinked blankly. Why would the thigh be severed without pain? This scene is extremely strange. Not to mention that a person's thigh is cut off, even if a finger is cut off, he will still scream in pain, but Adrian has no feeling at all, and he is stunned. Looking at the thigh that rolled off one side. You know, Adrian, I've been thinking all these years, when I get out of this mansion, how will I let you die? How will you die to make up for what you have done for me all these years, what you have done to the 3 Hancock sisters? Especially the 3 Hancock sisters, they were only 12 or 13 years old when you bought them. They suffered such a crime at such a young age, which will be in their hearts. What kind of trauma did I leave? I thought about it and finally figured out a way, that is to make you die with fear, because if you cut you with a single knife, you will be unconscious. Li Yi slowly put the soul-slashing blade on Adrian's other thigh as he spoke, and then said bloodthirstily, You said, did you come with one leg and one hand, or cut both legs and then both hands? You? Don't worry, you won't die right away whether it's cutting your hands or legs, because I want you to watch your body parts decrease the same. Once the severe physical pain reaches the limit, he will lose consciousness and pass out completely. In this way, he will only feel the pain, but not the fear. The pain is outside, the fear comes from the heart. What Li Yi wanted was that he died with fear. Imagine how a living person would react when his limbs were severed one by one without feeling. Li Yi at this moment is the devil. OZW.com. And this devil was created by Adrian. If he hadn't pushed Li Yi into the arena and just let Li Yi do some coolies, perhaps Li Yi would not be so cruel to him. Or, he wouldn't covet your 3 heavenly dragons to give him benefits that he couldn't refuse, nor would he leave Li Yi to touch Li Yi's Ni Lin. Those who touch the scales will not die. Silence. Seeing Adrian staring at him in a daze, Li Yi suddenly tilted his head, then grinned and said, Then I choose myself, let's start with my legs. As the voice fell, Li Yi cut it down. Puff. The extremely sharp soul slasher chopped off Adrian's remaining thigh. Adrian originally thought that he would not be conscious, but when his thighs were completely broken, his eyes were splitting, and his heart-piercing screams cut through the night sky again. Ah, sorry. Looking at Adrian who was screaming and screaming, Li Yi patted his forehead, forgot to cure you. As he said, he put his big hand on Adrian and was beheaded. The wound of the broken thigh was healed again. Because the level of the healing technique is not high, it can only relieve Adrian's pain, but it can't stop the general flow of blood. However, Adrian at this moment hopes that the pain will be more violent, and it is best to let him pass out directly. After stopping Adrian's pain and controlling the bleeding a bit, Li Yi picked up the cut thigh and handed it to Adrian. Come on, hold, this thigh you are. The 3 Hancock sisters who stood on the side were also deeply shocked by Li Yi's cruel methods. But after thinking that the object was Adrian, they felt better in their hearts. Because there are only a few of them left in the entire Adrian mansion, Hancock, who has sorted his mood, brought his 2 younger sisters to Li Yi. Because his heart was all taking revenge on Adrian, Li Yi suddenly turned his head when he noticed that the breath behind him was approaching. He turned his head suddenly, scared Hancock who had just walked behind him, and took a step back. After seeing Hancock, Li Yi's blood-red eyes instantly returned to their original colors, and his hideous face was instantly filled with tenderness. Then he stood up and said softly to Hancock who was frightened by himself, Hancock, don't look. Seeing Li Yi, who was still terrifying like a devil a moment ago, turned tender and tender after facing him, Hancock's heart warmed, and then he nodded gently, and then turned around with his 2 younger sisters. After the 3 Hancock sisters turned around, Li Yi squatted down in front of Adrian again. These 2 chapters supplement yesterday. The next 5 chapters are today. Chapter 32, Hancock's Smile. Seeing Adrian holding his thigh and looking sluggish, Li Yi couldn't help but uttered a surprise, "Adrian, why don't you take the opportunity to escape?" Hearing Li Yi's words, Adrian looked up at Li Yi dumbly, like a walking dead, pale as paper due to excessive bleeding. "Kill me." Hearing Adrian's intermittent voice, Li Yi shook his head quickly, No, you have treated me so well these years, and you have taken great care of the 3 Hancock sisters. How can I be willing to kill you immediately? You can't escape." "Ha!" Li Yugan laughed, then stood up and put the soul-slashing knife in Adrian's right hand, and said every word, then, What? When the voice fell, he pressed down with the blade, and cut off Adrian's right hand holding his thigh. Adrian, who had lost his strength, opened his mouth wide under the stimulation of severe pain, but he couldn't make a sound. After cutting Adrian's right hand, Li Yi slowly retracted the knife into its sheath, and said calmly, "Farewell, Adrian." When the words fell, he turned around resolutely, and after letting out a sigh of relief, he walked slowly to Hancock. Seeing Li Yi coming to his side, Hancock hurriedly tilted his head and raised his head, expecting and hope in his beautiful eyes. "Hancock," Li Yi turned his head to look at Hancock, then smiled and said, "Let's go." "Okay." Hancock nodded fiercely, then grabbed Li Yi's big hand and walked slowly towards the gate of the mansion that he had not dared to approach for more than 3 years. For the 3 Hancock sisters and Li Yi, all hope and the future lies outside the closed door. When he came to the closed door, Li Yi took a step forward, and then drew it out. "Hey!" The dazzling sword aura burst into the sky, and then slashed on the closed door. Accompanied by a loud and deafening noise, the door fell in response, and a wisp of fresh air swept in. "Ah!" Seeing the door cut open by Li Yi, Hancock had tears in his eyes, but the face of peerless Ching Cheng had a bright smile that had never appeared in more than 3 years. On Dongjia Avenue, people kept rushing out of the house, and some people even ran on the street and shouted loudly, "It's on fire! It's on fire!" Xia Qi, who was packing up the bar in the bar, frowned slightly when she heard the sound coming from outside, and then she walked out of the bar with a cigarette in both hands. When she stepped out of the door, her face couldn't help but change. The holy place under the night sky, Mary Joya, was shrouded by the spreading fire. In the raging fire, those high-class humans and nobles of the world ran out of their yard in embarrassment. They wanted to ask for help, but they saw that it spread almost throughout the town center. After the raging fire, they immediately sat down on the ground in despair. What happened? OZW.com. Looking at the wildly spreading fire that started with the wind, Xia Qi's eyes flashed with doubt. Before she could react, Rayleigh walked out of the inner room in his coat, then stopped beside her. Seeing the smoke and fire spreading outside, Rayleigh also frowned slightly. At this moment, a figure flashed past a tall building in front, and amid a violent explosion, the closed door of the tall building collapsed, and then a large group of slaves of men and women rushed out shouting. Upon seeing this, Rayleigh's pupils tightened, and then he shook his head and smiled. What a bold guy, he dares to set fire to slaves in the center of this world government. Hearing what he said, Xia Qi turned his head and asked in confusion, "Who?" Raleigh didn't speak any more, but looked forward without blinking. The fire became stronger and stronger, and the rising smoke soon enveloped the holy place of Mary Joya, and the mansions of the nobles of the world, and the nobles continued to have slaves rushing out. As these slaves rushed to the street above, the already chaotic Holy Land Mary Joya is even more chaotic. As more and more slaves rushed out of the mansion and rushed into the street, not only the navy was alarmed, but the 5 old stars who were in the headquarters of the world government were also awakened by the dazzling fire outside the window. Ha 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 ha! Taij, who kept on fire and rushed into the mansion of the Dragon Man, freed all the slaves regardless of race, quickly shuttled through the night, watching the figures of the freed slaves. His arrogant laughter gradually resounded throughout the holy place Mary Jo, the sky above Asia. The Murloc slaves who were liberated by him followed him, rushing into the mansion of the Dragon Man and setting fire while helping to liberate more slaves. Finally, the densely packed navy appeared, and the battle between slaves and the navy started quietly amid the intense gunfire. Li Yi, who slashed open the door of Adrian's mansion, was also stunned by the raging fire in front of him. After a short delay, he was ecstatic. Obviously, this is Tiger appeared. No, isn't Tiger going to appear in 4 years? It has only been 3.5 years since he and Hancock were bought by Adrian. Why did Tiger appear earlier? Is there a gap between the world and the pirate and the time of the ball at his location? Li Yi could no longer think about the issue of time. Tiger appeared to set fire to create chaos and took the opportunity to free the slaves. Isn't it the best time for them to leave? The most important point is that Tiger appeared at this time, and his beheading of Adrian was just covered by this chaos. Thinking of this, Li Yi looked back at Hancock, who was in tears because he was finally able to walk out of Adrian's gate, and said excitedly, "Hancock, we can escape from the Holy Land Mary Joa." Looking at the excited Li Yi, Hancock quickly wiped away his tears, and said in doubt, "What do you mean?" "Ha ha ha." Li Yi couldn't wait. In the sound of laughter, he held Hancock with one hand and reached out to Sonia with the other, and said gently, "Sonia, go." Star. Chapter 33, Chambord Islands. On the street, slaves were constantly being liberated, and then flooded like a tide in the Champagne area not far from the holy place of Mary Joya. In the violent and chaotic flow of people, Li Yi tightly guarded the 3 Hancock sisters, watching the changes in the surrounding situation while following the crowd to the shampoo. When they rushed across the East Street and passed the bar gate, Li Yi suddenly stopped. Lei Li and Xiaoqi in front of the bar's gate also saw Li Yi, who had stopped in the crowd. Seeing him standing in the crowd with the 3 Hancock sisters, they were covered in blood, and they looked terrified. It is not difficult to see that Li Yi must have killed Adrian by chaos and escaped with the 3 Hancock sisters. Before Xiaoqi could react, Lei Li rushed out suddenly and shouted at Li Yi, "Come with me." Hearing Raleigh's voice, Li Yuge didn't think much about it. He took the 3 Hancock sisters and followed Lei Li, and soon disappeared into the chaotic crowd. Standing in front of the bar, Xiaoqi looked at Lei Li, Li Yi, and others who disappeared, and suddenly shook his head and smiled. Immediately, she looked back at the bar. She ran. The fire in the distance spread with the wind, and it will soon reach the bar. Seeing this, she quickly walked into the bar, picked up Bailey in the drawer, put on her coat and turned around and walked out of the bar and disappeared under the night sky of the Holy Land Mariajo. At the same time, Tiger liberated all the Murloc slaves, but they are weak after all. It is impossible to liberate all the slaves in this Holy Land of Mary Joa, not to mention the Navy's leadership in Stoberg. The next step is pressing harder, and if they don't go, they won't be able to go. Standing on the top of a tall building, Tiger looked around the entire Holy Land Mariajo, and then shouted at the Murloc compatriots behind him, "Brothers, follow me to kill the Holy Land Mariajo." When the voice fell, he jumped and then fell vertically toward the chaotic crowd below. Roar! The Murlocs who followed him yelled and jumped down, and then killed the navy ahead. Ha 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 ha! Tiger rushing ahead laughed endlessly and heroically, his fists danced wildly and the violent shock wave swept away all the navy soldiers blocking him. Under his violent impact, no navy can stop him. Stoberry, who came with the order, stood on a street that Tiger had to pass, looking gloomily at the chaotic streets ahead. Behind him, thousands of navies stood neatly, and all the guns in his hand were loaded with bullets, waiting for Tiger to kill his Murlocs. However, Stoberry would never have thought that the direction Tiger went out was not the only way he would pass through to the direction of Shampoo, but the great cliff behind the top of the Red Earth continent. Jumping off the cliff is the boundless sea. Most people dare not jump from there, but the Murloc dare. Seeing Tiger slamming out of the street for a long time, Stoberry frowned slightly. Then, his expression changed, and he rushed towards the street. When he rushed to the street corner ahead, he stayed where he was. Appearing in his sight, apart from the Tianlong people who were driven into embarrassment by the fire, there was no such thing as tiger and the fish people. OZW.com. Li Yi, who followed Lei Li, led the three Hancock sisters to escape from the Holy Land Marijoya and entered Chambord Island, which is in front of the Red Earth continent, and the ruler is also the dragon. However, this place is different from the Holy Land Marijoya. Although the ruler here is a Draco, there are countless pirates and bounty hunters who gather here. The biggest reason why so many pirates and bounty hunters gather here is that this is the only way to the New World. With the spread of chaos in the holy place of Marijo, the Chamardayan Islands have been heavily guarded, and the generals who came from the Navy headquarters hurriedly rushed to Chambord because of the death of the Tianlong people. In a sense, the shampoo place at this time is the most dangerous place. Lei Li took Li Yi and the four of them into the shampoo just now, and Xiaoqi, who followed them, appeared in front of them unsuspectingly. "Follow me." Xiaoqi, who appeared in front of Li Yi and others, simply dropped these three words and turned around and walked out. Soon, Li Yi and his party were taken by Xiaoqi to the door of a bar. After opening the bar door, Xiaoqi turned to Li Yi and said, "Come in, now this is the safest place for you." Hancock was obviously on guard against Xiaoqi. Seeing Li Yi was about to step in, she quickly grabbed Li Yi, and then looked forward to Li Yi. Knowing what Hancock was thinking, Li Yi smiled and said, "It's okay, let's go." Hearing Li Yi's words, Hancock relaxed a little, but he was still on guard against Xiaoqi. To be precise, she had been on guard all the time, because she believed in Li Yi. After the three sisters, Li Yi and Hancock, walked into the bar, Xiaoqi said to Raleigh, who followed up, "Lei Li, you go around to see the situation." Hearing the word Lei Li, Hancock's pupils tightened, and then he looked back at Lei Li with a scar on his face in shock. The two words Lei Li, she was a legendary pirate that she had heard of when she was on the Nine-Snake pirate ship. Now she suddenly saw the real person, how could she not shock her? "You scared this kid?" Seeing Hancock looking back at him in shock, Raleigh shrugged, and then said, "It seems that I have to avoid it, haha." The laughter fell, he turned and walked out of the bar, then closed the door smoothly. Indoors, Li Yi faced Xiaoqi, bowed slightly and said, "Thank you." Just after Li Yi's voice fell, Hancock suddenly turned around and grabbed Li Yi's big hand, and said excitedly, "Li Yi, that old man is Lei Li? Is it Senior Lei Li, deputy captain of Roger One Piece?" Seeing Hancock grabbing himself and looking excited, Li Yi smiled and nodded. Chapter 34, The Sea Has Your Freedom. "You must be curious, why should I help you, right?" In the bar, Xiaoqi looked at Li Yi, who was looking calm, and then said, "Who will be confused about this matter? After all, you and I have never met. Can such a completely unconnected person help?" "Yes." Li Yi replied very simply, "Please let me know." "Two reasons." Xiaoqi stretched out and said with a smile, "I investigated you secretly, and everything you had before you were bought by Adrian was blank. I am very curious about this. I will not send this world. There are people I cannot investigate, but they are all powerful and mysterious existences, but you are not. When you became a slave and boarded the arena for the first time, I happened to be there. Although you lived to the end, you were weak. At least, in my eyes, you are very weak. But this is you, I cannot find your past. The more I cannot find your past, the more I am curious about you. Naturally, I will pay more attention to you. Here in more than 3 years, your every move has been seen in my eyes. You are a strong man with an unyielding will. This is the first reason why I helped you. Besides, I want to see, a piece of the past can a man with a blank and unyielding will bring some impact to this era. For example, Roger, the pirate king who opened the era of the great pirate, or the revolutionary dragon who is an enemy of the world government/government. Hearing Xia Qi's explanation, Li Yi shook his head and smiled, and said, then should I set out in the direction of One Piece, or should I be like a dragon and lead the revolutionary army to attack the world government? Hehe, go to the new world. Xia Qi squinted his eyes and looked at Li Yi, who looked calm and unblinking. You have been trapped for more than 3 years, you have your freedom in the sea. Li Yi didn't speak, his face remained calm, but his heart was not calm at all. When he was brought to this pirate world by the system, he had no time to think about which direction he should go in, and even too late to conceive of his future. Adrian took him away and stamped a slave mark on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years passed in a flash. He had walked back and forth countless times between life and death. He had only 3 wishes in his heart, one is to live, and the other is to protect the 3 sisters Hancock. There is also a natural escape from the Holy Land Marijoa. Apart from that, he has no other ideas, because the environment he faces does not allow him to think about other things. Now, he survived, and protected the 3 Hancock sisters and escaped from the Holy Land Marijoa, but this does not mean that they are safe. The Navy headquarters is leading the Navy to kill. Holy Land Mary Kiari is also full of Navy, and there are 5 old stars sitting in town. Whether he can kill the 3 Hancock sisters is a problem before him. As for other things, he didn't dare to think about it, and he didn't have time to think about it. However, hearing Xia Qi words now, his heart inevitably rippled. Seeing Li Yi's silence, Xia Qi retracted his gaze, and then looked at Hancock who was sitting beside Li Yi. Although Hancock was almost embarrassed, she couldn't completely obscure and drown her peerless face, plus sweetness. The power of the sweet fruit began to spread in her body, and she became more and more beautiful. Even a powerful existence like Xia Qi almost lost his mind when he saw Hancock. After realizing this subtle change in herself, Xia Qi quickly retracted her mind and said with a smile, "What a beauty, I will give you another 2 or 3 years. She is definitely a beauty in the world." Hearing Xia Qi praise, Hancock looked a little shy, and even more timidly withdrew his gaze from Xia Qi. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of noise outside the bar, and there were many pirates among the figures who kept running on the street outside the door. Seeing everything that happened outside through the window, Xia Qi sank inwardly. OZW.com. At the same time, Raleigh opened the door and walked in. "What's the situation?" After Lei Li closed the door, he smiled and said, "Here is an amazing guy. Unbelievable guy." Xia Qi was taken aback for a while, and then she looked slightly startled. "General Warring States. General Sengoku?" The calm Li Yi's eyes clenched. "Buddha's Warring States? It turns out that this guy is now a general." Lei Li nodded and looked sideways at Li Yi. Seeing that Li Yi's expression hadn't changed much, he nodded in satisfaction, not being surprised. This is the basic quality that every successor must possess. Of course, Li Yi has experienced life and death competition in the arena, and his mentality is already beyond reach. Seeing Lei Li's opinion to him, Li Yi quickly got up and said, "The Navy's appearance is not a big threat to us. They are here for Tiger. So, as long as we don't leave the champagne now, nothing will happen." Tiger. Lei Li and Xia Qi were taken aback, looking at Li Yi in surprise. It's the Murloc Fisher Tiger, the guy who liberated slaves from the Holy Land Marijoa this time. Do you know this person?" Raleigh and Shaky were even more surprised. Seeing both of them looking at him in surprise, Li Yi blinked, then nodded and said perfunctorily, "Forget it." He couldn't tell Raleigh and Shaky that he was brought into this world by the system, and he knew what happened in the world of Hades now and in the next 13 years, and even if he said it, they would believe it. Raleigh no longer struggles with the question of whether Li Yi knows Tiger or not, and asks, "You tell me the truth, did you kill Adrian the dragon?" Hearing this, Li Yi nodded and said lightly, "Kill. No wonder the Navy headquarters will come." Lei Li went to the bar, picked up a bottle of wine and drank his head up, then wiped his mouth and smiled. You kid is cruel enough to kill the dragon but let Tiger carry this black pot on your back. Poor Tiger. Chapter 35, Great God does not give rewards. Without waiting for Li Yi to speak, Lei Li continued, now the Holy Land Mary Joya is in such a mess. I believe no one will notice your presence. When the Buddha Warring States goes to hunt and kill Tiger, I will send you away from the Champagne land. After a slight pause, Lei Li suddenly looked serious and asked Li Yi, where will you go after leaving Chambord Island? Hearing this, Li Yi stood up. When he stood up, his aura suddenly changed, and he said word by word, Yang Fan, go out to sea. Seeing Li Yi whose aura suddenly changed, Lei Li and Xiaoqi looked at each other, and then smiled and asked, where can I go to sea? New World. Haha, then you have to prepare a big ship. The sacred place on the summit of the Red Earth continent was shrouded in fire and smoke. The aristocratic nobles of the world were embarrassed on the street watching their houses burned by the fire and could not do anything. Tiger, who led the Murlocs to the edge of the straight cliff behind the Red Earth continent, was in a good mood. He turned his head and glanced at Rear Admiral Stowberry, who was chasing from behind. He laughed boldly, and then turned towards the Murlocs behind him. The compatriot shouted, brothers, go home. When the voice fell, he jumped off the cliff. Immediately afterwards, thousands of Murlocs followed, and for a while, the Murlocs who jumped down like a swarm of bees collected and fell vertically to the sea below. Amidst the shocking sound of falling into the water, Stowberry, who chased to the edge of the cliff, let out a loud roar. Seeing all the fishmen who jumped off the cliff and fell into the sea, Stowberry turned around abruptly after yelling, and shouted in a deep voice, come here. A soldier responded and moved forward. Contact the Navy headquarters immediately and want Fisher Tiger. The Warring States General of the Navy headquarters finally rushed to the holy place of Mary Joya, but his arrival will not change the situation. Fisher Tiger has led his Murlocs to disappear into the vast sea. The world government/government headquarters heard that Fisher Tiger, who had caused the turmoil to escape, issued a hunting order in anger and offered a reward of 230 million Baileys. As the reward was issued, Fisher Tiger's name immediately resounded across the sea, and he became the first man in history to make trouble with Mary Joya and challenge the world government. And just a week after the reward was issued, the disappeared tiger appeared and galloped across the sea under the banner of the Pirates of the Sun, drawing countless Murlocs out of the Murloc Island to follow him. Among them are the future Kaiwu Jinping, and later the evil dragon pirate group Aaron, Octopus Xiaohachi, and others. A week later, Lei Li, who was in the bar, looked at the news and laughed continuously. Seeing him smiling from ear to ear alone, Xiaoqi in front of the bar asked in surprise, what's new? Son, listen to everything. About Tiger. Lei Li shook the newspaper, and then said, this guy was rescued by him in order to get rid of the Tianxiang dragon's hoof seal that was printed on them by the Tianlong people, which symbolized shame and enslavement. There was no difference between the slaves and the other members. They designed a sun mark similar to the hoof of a flying dragon and branded them on the liberated Murloc slaves and the new members who later joined the pirate group. He named the new pirate group the Sun Pirate Group. Interesting, really interesting. After listening to Raleigh's words, Xiaoqi turned his head to look at Li Yi wearing a jazz hat and a suit. OZW.com. Li Yi didn't realize that Xiaoqi was looking at him. At this moment, he was wondering. Hancock has been rescued from the Holy Land Mary Joya. Why hasn't the system god's prompt sounded yet? Isn't there a reward of 10,000 survival points for saving Hancock? Is it possible that Hancock must be sent to Amazon Lily to complete the task? This kind of possibility exists absolutely, at least they are not completely far away from the territory of the Tianlong Ren. Thinking of this, he secretly shook his head and smiled bitterly, then turned around. Turning around and seeing Xiaoqi looking at him unblinking, he blinked, then smiled, Ms. Xiaoqi, you look at me with such eyes, it will make me think. I'm worried about the stuff on your forehead. Xiaoqi glared at him, and said in a bad mood, you can't keep that mark forever, let alone anything else, it will affect your image aesthetically. Li Yi was stunned. If it weren't for Xiaoqi's mention, he would have forgotten that there was such a mark on his forehead. After a daze, he smiled indifferently and said, there will be a way to eliminate it. You are really calm. Xiaoqi retracted his gaze, and then said, I think you talk a lot more these days, it's a good start. Did I talk very little before? Li Yi looked back at Hancock, who was sitting quietly beside him. Hancock smiled and nodded. Li Yi was silent before, but since he killed Adrian and left the Holy Land Mary Joya, Li Yi talked more and his smile became brighter. Most importantly, Li Yi is still a bit bad. This is something Hancock never thought about, but she likes to see Li Yi more than Li Yi who was silent before. Okay, seeing Hancock nodded, Li Yi shrugged slightly, then stood up and said, I'm going out for a walk. The Warring States of Buddha has already returned to the Navy headquarters, so I have to prepare to leave this place. Leaving in such a hurry. Lei Li put down the newspaper and looked at Li Yi, don't learn domineering from me. What? Li Yi's eyes glared. If Lei Li hadn't mentioned it suddenly, he would have almost forgotten this important matter. In the New World, there are many powerful beings who understand domineering. He has no devil fruit, and second does not understand domineering, how can he survive? If he goes to the New World, he will have freedom, but it is even more dangerous than the duel in the arena. Thinking of this, Li Yi swallowed his saliva, his eyes lit up, learn. Chapter 36, Domineering. It has been a month since the liberation of slaves in the Holy Land Mary Joya, and the Navy's attention has been on Tiger. In Raleigh's words, Li Yugan's deeds were all made by Tiger. It is for this reason that Li Yi did not attract the attention of others in Chambord, and the three Hancock sisters helped Xiaoqi manage the bar because the imprint on the back was not noticeable. Li Yike was no longer so leisurely. Laoli took him to an unknown island and began to practice domineering. Regarding seeing and hearing and armed domineering, Li Yi had known it as early as this world. Understanding is understanding, but he didn't know how to practice. The appearance of Lei Li just made up for his regret. Under Lei Li's teachings, Li Yi, who already possesses the power of the elephant in his body, can feel the power of the surrounding breath in just a month, and can also sense enemies out of sight or further predict the opponent's actions. The amazing speed of Li Yi's cultivation made Lei Li surprise. If there are geniuses in this world, then Li Yi is definitely a genius among geniuses. You know, back then, his cultivation experience was domineering, but it took a full half a year, and this time was already very short. But Li Yi only took a short month, which made Lei Li a little bit disbelief that it was true. Although the current Li Yi is still just beginning to see the clues, but at this speed, Li Yi can master the domineering of seeing, hearing, and color in only 3 months at most. At the end of a new day of practice, Li Yi and Lei Li were sitting in front of a bonfire, looking at Li Yi, who was still more energetic after a day of practice. Lei Li couldn't help but ask, boy, the strong in your body, where does the power of the world come from? The strongest. Li Yi was stunned, then relieved. Obviously, Raleigh was referring to the power of the elephant in his body. The power of the image is the power obtained by the 6th layer of the dragon elephant Prujnagong. Li Yi didn't know how to answer Lei Li for a while. Seeing Li Yi's doubts on his face, Lei Li shook his head and smiled, and said, it seems that you don't know that you have this power in your body. Well, this is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it will definitely help you cultivate domineering. I used to worry that your physique was weak and could not adapt to the strong physical stamina needed to cultivate domineering. Now it seems that my worry is superfluous. This strength in your body will not only allow you to exert dominance better, but also let you, as the domineering matures, his physique becomes stronger as a rock. Hearing Lei Li's words, Li Yi's heart was ecstatic, the power of the elephant can actually assist the domineering, the system god, you are my real mother. Although he was ecstatic in his heart, Li Yi's face was as calm as before. After Lei Li's voice fell, he cautiously asked, Lei Li, when can I practice armed domineering? Hey! Lei Li tilted his head and looked up and down Li Yi, then shook his head and smiled, are you in a hurry to leave? Li Yi nodded and said, I have to send Hancock back to Amazon Lily, otherwise. Otherwise what? It's okay. Li Yi, who almost missed his mouth, shook his head quickly and changed the subject at the same time, Lily, we have been out for a month. Yes, it's been a month. Your kid wants to go back to the shampoo. Lei Li squinted his eyes and asked with a deep smile, is it, you miss Hancock's little beauty? Li Yi, whose eyes widened instantly when asked by Lei Li, looked at Lei Li directly. Then, he stood up and said awe-inspiringly, old man, what do you mean by this, am I like that kind of person? Like? Riley nodded with a smile. Li Yi's eyes widened again, while Lei Li laughed playfully. After watching Lei Li, Li Yi drooped his head, weakly said, well, I think Hancock. OZW.com. Haha, that's right. You and Hancock go through hardships together. It's normal to like each other, so why not cover up? But Hancock is still young, isn't it? Raleigh smiled more playfully. Isn't it better to grow up since childhood? Besides, Hancock is not too young now. In 2 years, he will be familiar. Old man you. Looking at Lei Li, who was not serious at this moment, Li Yi stared and said viciously, why are you so evil? Evil? Riley blinked. Yeah, Li Yi nodded fiercely, then bent a wicked arc, he said, but, I like it. 2 days later, Lei Li and Li Yi returned to the bar in shaky Chambord. In the bar, sitting on the bar, Hancock was holding his cheek in one hand and playing with wine glasses in the other, completely ignoring Li Yi and Lei. Li has already reached the bar. Before Li Yi could speak, Lei Li suddenly spoke, calling out in a deep voice, Hancock, give me a glass of red wine. Oh, good. Hancock stood up straight, turned around to get the wine without even looking at Raleigh. Just turning around, she suddenly froze, then she quickly turned around. Seeing Lei Li and Li Yi standing in front of her with a smile, she blinked her beautiful eyes blankly, and then exclaimed in surprise, Senior Lei Li. This kid, Lei Li shook his head and smiled while looking at the excited Hancock, then said to Li Yi, you guys, I'll go see Xiaoqi. Li Yi nodded. After watching Lei Li leave, he slowly leaned forward in front of the bar, and said in Lei Li's tone, Hancock, here is a glass of red wine. After that, Li Yi turned around and walked up to a deck to sit down, waiting for Hancock's service. Don't think about it crooked when you see the word service, I'm very pure. Good, good, Hancock nodded repeatedly, but his eyes looked at Li Yi and couldn't move away. Although Li Yi lived next door to her in the Adrian mansion before, she never looked at Li Yi seriously. In addition, at that time, Li Yi had to go to the arena almost every few days. Every time she came back all of them were scarred, making her spend almost all of them worried. Now she has escaped from the Holy Land Marijoa and is living freely in the bar in the Chambord land. She no longer worry about Li Yi, no longer worry about herself and her 2 sisters. The seeds Li Yi planted in her heart also took root and sprouted at this moment as she grew older. This seed is called love. 15 or 16 years old is the age when almost every young girl in the blooming season begins to have sex, and Hancock is no exception. Chapter 37, Semi-Lifting System. Hancock, go out with me. Okay. Hancock, who had been staring at Li Yi, blinked his eyes, then instantly turned red, then turned his head and dared not look at Li Yi again. She didn't dare to look at it, but she was cautious, but she kept jumping, and her mind was even more messy. Go out for a walk, is this going to be on a date? Hancock thought, who covered his face with a delicate hand. Excited when I think about it, a little confused with excitement. Seeing Hancock turning his head away, Li Yi blinked blankly, and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you, Hancock?" "No." Hancock still didn't dare to look at Li Yi, his cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Upon seeing this, Li Yi grinned. The feelings of Nazai are beginning to show off, and they are beginning to be idiots. Thinking of this, Li Yi tilted his head and looked at Hancock, who was covering his face with his hands. He smirked and said, "If you don't go, I will go alone." "What?" When Hancock heard this, he was anxious. "Go, go. Then go." After that, Li Yi simply turned around and walked out of the bar. Hancock didn't dare to neglect, and followed closely behind him like a little attendant. Li Yi is not very familiar with shampoo. Although Hancock is familiar with it, it is because she follows Li Yi and does not look around at all. She follows where Li Yi goes. As he walked, Li Yi took Hancock and walked to the edge of a port. Looking at the vast sea ahead, Li Yi stopped, and then asked Hancock beside him, "Hancock, do you think have you ever been back to Amazon Lily?" Hearing this, Hancock blinked his beautiful eyes, then lowered his head and said softly, "I have thought about it, but I am afraid of leaving Li Yi." Looking at Hancock, who bowed his head, Li Yi felt warm. Then, he walked towards the beach not far away in silence. Seeing Li Yi fell silent, Hancock raised his head and stared at Li Yi's back in a daze. Li Yi came to the beach and stopped. After staring at the calm sea, he suddenly shook his head and smiled. How could he be willing to let Hancock return to Amazon Lily, but that system actually gave him such a task. If he didn't send Hancock back, his task would not be completed. Wait, there seems to be no time limit for this task. Thinking of this, Li Yi quickly opened the task box in his mind. In the task column, the main task was displayed impressively: rescued Hancock, and escorted to Amazon Lily. The remaining time, 1 month. Li Yi had the urge to hack the system. He hadn't noticed the taskbar before. Could it be that he was blinded by the system, or he hadn't noticed it all these years? How could it be like this? System God, you started playing with me again, right? Li Yi is now very sure that this system must have a problem, especially the seat system, and the semi-hanging system is almost the same, and the task is ambiguous. OZW.com helpless, uncomfortable, and want to kill. After hiding the taskbar, Li Yi turned around to look at Hancock, who was following him, and said with a wry smile, "Hancock, it seems that we have to return to Amazon Lily in a month." "Hey!" Hancock trembled slightly, and then raised her head to look at Li Yi. Seeing that Li Yi didn't seem to be joking, her eyes darkened instantly, and then tears began to roll in her eyes. Seeing Hancock's silent protest, Li Yi couldn't bear it for a while and said softly, "I promise you, after returning to Amazon Lily, I will take you out to sea as long as you want." "Really?" Hancock smiled and said timidly, "Don't lie to me." "Of course." Li Yi smiled and said, "When did Li Yi fool Hancock?" "Ah." Hancock smiled. For her, she wanted to be with Li Yi more than returning to Amazon Lily. However, it has been almost 4 years since leaving the Nine-Snake pirate ship, and she also wants to go back and see. Now I heard Li Yi say that she would take her to see when she went home, which happened to be what she thought. The only heart disease was relieved, and Hancock began to commit again. This time, Li Yi didn't give her a chance to commit an info, and said with a smile, "Let's go, eat something." "Good, good." Hancock nodded again and again, seeing Li Yi's idiot look still. The two walked into a gourmet shop, and then sat down in a position next to the window, just to enjoy the food while looking at the sea view outside. But the reality is not as simple as Li Yi thought. This gourmet restaurant is not gourmet at all. Because, after Li Yi and Hancock sat down, the group of people who walked into the gourmet shop first began to look at Hancock, who was opposite Li Yi. At the table opposite this group of people, there are two young men who are sitting low-key eating. Although they have hidden their breath, Li Yi still sees that these two people are not kind by virtue of seeing and hearing and domineering. To the right of the two young men, there are also several burly men sitting on their bare arms with a huge spider printed on them. The most terrible thing is that in the corner of the gourmet shop, sitting motionless, a middle-aged man wearing a navy coat with the characters Justice in it. What rhythm is this Nima going to happen? The guys with spiders tattooed on their arms are almost all pirates, and the two young men who eat low-key should be bounty hunters. The one who has been staring at Hancock is naturally a human trafficker. Well, the pirates, bounty hunters, human traffickers, and the Navy all gather together, it's hard not to think about anything. Intuition tells Li Yi that the fuse will be ignited by Hancock and those traffickers. Thinking of this, Li Yi stretched his waist, and then whispered to Hancock, "Hancock, we have to leave." Hancock naturally felt the danger, and after nodding silently, Li Yi stood up first, and then walked towards the gate. When she passed the traffickers, one of the traffickers' leader's mouth flashed evil, and then he stood up and walked behind Hancock. Seeing their leader got up and followed out, the other celebrity dealers also got up and left their seats. Upon seeing this, Li Yi's pupils squeezed, and quickly stepped forward and walked out of the gourmet shop side by side with Hancock. Several celebrity traffickers were obviously not afraid of Li Yi's existence, and had been following them closely. Chapter 38, Sweet and Sweet. Li Yi and Hancock stopped under the towering giant tree. Seeing them stop suddenly, the trafficker who had been following them also hurriedly stopped. For human traffickers, Hancock is hateful. If it were not for these traffickers, the three sisters would not have been sold to Adrian's mansion and would not be branded as slaves. Hancock. I looked around and saw that there were no more people present. Li Yi suddenly spoke and asked softly, "You wait for me for a while." "Do not." Hancock surprisingly did not step back. Instead, she took a step forward calmly, then turned her head back and smiled at Li Yi and said, "Li Yi, are you sure they are traffickers? 8 or 9 will never leave 10. Li Yi didn't dare to be 100% sure, but even if he wasn't a trafficker, following them to this place would not be a crime. "Oh." Hancock nodded, then stepped forward. Hancock. Seeing Hancock walking towards the celebrity dealers, Li Yi's expression changed slightly. But before he could finish his sentence, Hancock had already reached the celebrity traffickers. "Excuse me." Before the celebrity traffickers reacted, Hancock suddenly said, "Are you traffickers? Are you here to catch me?" Hearing Hancock's voice, several celebrity traffickers straightened their eyes instantly, and the boss took an exaggerated step forward, with red hearts flashing in his eyes, and said with an idiot, Okay, so beautiful." Li Yi, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. Hancock's sweet fruit ability has begun to explode? Looking at Hancock, who was facing a few celebrity dealers with his back to him, Li Yi seemed to see the rise of a generation of empresses in a daze. "It seems to be here to catch me." Looking at a few celebrity traffickers like nymphomaniacs, Hancock suddenly looked cold. "Then even if I kill you, I will be forgiven." "Oh, the angry look is so beautiful." Yes, kill us." "What a nice view." Several celebrity traffickers began to speak incoherently, one by one, twisting their waists, covering their faces with big hands, and looking at Hancock with red hearts in their eyes. After several celebrity traffickers twisted their waists and watched that they couldn't help themselves, Hancock put his hands in a loving posture, and then quickly said, "Sweet wind." As soon as the voice fell, a heart-shaped light flashed out. The light swept across, and several celebrity traffickers instantly petrified. After petrifying several celebrity traffickers, Hancock stepped forward slowly, then raised his fingers gently. Boom! The petrochemical human traffickers broke into pieces in an instant. After killing all the celebrity traffickers, Hancock paused slightly. Then, she turned her head back and smiled at Li Yi and said, "Li Yi, Hancock will be forgiven, right?" With a smile at Hancock this time, Li Yi, who was almost lost, quickly pressed down his tight heartstrings, then swallowed his saliva, and said, "Well, Hancock will be forgiven even if he kills all the people in the world." OZW.com. Hearing Li Yi's words, Hancock shook the hair that fell on his shoulders, and then walked slowly to Li Yi's side. Seeing Hancock walking in front of him, Li Yi murmured from the bottom of his heart, "When can Hancock control the sweet fruits like this?" After a slight daze, his eyes suddenly lit up, "Xiaqi. This is the only answer." When he left Shampoo to learn domineering with Raleigh, Xiaqi must have also activated Hancock's fruiting ability. That's fine, if he is not with Hancock someday or is negligent, Hancock can protect himself. Of course, his worries are unnecessary. Even if Hancock doesn't have the power of this sweet fruit, she still has the qualifications of a king. When her domineering look awakens, her strength should not be underestimated. Hancock, who returned to Li Yi's side, saw Li Yi silly standing still, and quickly asked concerned, "What's wrong with you, Li Yi?" "Ah, it's okay." Li Yi returned to his senses, and then said, "Let's go, it's time to go back." "It is good." Hancock obediently responded, and then walked towards the bar behind Li Yi. In the bar, Raleigh and Shaky sat opposite each other. "You sure?" Looking at Xiaqi with a cigarette in it, Raleigh looked at Xiaqi without blinking, and then asked, "You said Hancock has a domineering look." "Yeah, but I haven't awakened yet." Xiaqi nodded. "What?" Raleigh, who was affirmed by Xiaqi, changed his posture and said with a smile, "Really a strong woman and strong man." "What do you mean?" Xiaqi wondered. "Do you know how long Li Yi has used it to master the domineering of seeing, hearing and sex?" Laoli said with some envy and jealousy, 1 month, in just 1 month, he has mastered the domineering of seeing, hearing and sex. It's incredible. Is Li Yi already in control of the domineering? Although it takes some time to practice, I'm sure that with his talent, he can comprehend the true meaning of seeing, hearing, and appearance in up to 3 months. But this kid is anxious to leave. When he didn't fully understand the true meaning of seeing, hearing, and appearance, he was anxious to learn armed color domineering. Because of the tight time, I can only tell him some basic essentials of armed color domineering. With his aptitude, within a year, he can purely use sight and hearing color and armed color. Hearing what Raleigh said, Xiaqi smiled, "Do you know why I chose Li Yi? Let you help him." "I still want to ask you." "It's very simple, he also has the qualifications to be a king." "Hey!" Lei Li's eyes tightened slightly, and then he was surprised, "You mean, he also has an inherent domineering look?" Xiaqi nodded and said, "Like Hancock, he hasn't awakened yet." As soon as Xiaqi's voice fell, 2 figures flashed in front of the bar, followed by Li Yi and Hancock, who walked in one after another. As soon as he walked into the bar, Li Yi felt that both Lei Li and Xiaqi were secretly giving him a go. After blinking, Li Yi looked up at Lei Li and Xiaqi, "What's wrong?" "No." Riley shook his head, then stood up and said lazily, "It's late, take a rest." "Raleigh, wait." Seeing Lei Li was about to leave, Li Yi quickly walked over. When Lei stopped, he quickly asked, "How long does it take to get to Amazon Lily from here?" Chapter 39, The Feeling of Being Cared For. Lei Li, who stopped and looked back at Li Yi, was stunned. Then, he turned to look at Li Yi, and said solemnly, "You want to leave?" "Yes." Li Yi nodded in response without hesitation. "Okay," Lei Li sighed secretly, "you have to think about it. With your current strength, it is difficult to cross the windless zone around Amazon lilies. If you have to go at this time, you have to be mentally prepared." Jin Li Yi's face remained firm, Lei Li shook his head and smiled, and then said, "It seems that you have already made your consciousness in your heart. Whatever, give you a permanent pointer, and the pointer will send you to the windlessness of Amazon Lily. Take it. As for how to avoid those Neptune species and enter Amazon Lily, it depends on your good fortune." With that, Lei Li threw the permanent pointer to Li Yi, and when Li Yi caught it, he turned and walked towards the inner room. "Go with." When he walked to the door of the inner room, Raleigh stopped suddenly and did not turn around. "By the way, if there is no accident, it can be reached in a week, but if there is bad weather or pirates, it's a different matter." "Thank you." Li Yi bowed slightly, then watched Lei Li walk into the inner room. For Li Yi, the appearance of Lei Li and Shaky is the most heartwarming existence besides the three Hancock sisters in this pirate world. This kind of emotion is difficult to understand without personal experience, and it is also difficult to express in words. Boom! Raleigh had just walked into the inner room, and a shocking impact suddenly sounded, and then a group of pirates walked in fiercely. The headed man was indeed the man in the gourmet shop with a spider pattern on his arm. "Boss, I'm thirsty." As soon as he walked into the bar, the leading pirate sat down at a table carelessly, and after placing his thigh on the table, he looked sideways at Xiaoqi who was standing at the bar, and then said coarsely, "Be fast, or you will demolish your shop." Xiaoqi seemed to have become accustomed to the guests who were never polite. After showing a smile, she blinked at Hancock, then turned and went to work. Hancock, who motioned over, also hurriedly followed suit. Standing alone in front of the bar, Li Yi pulled the jazz hat on his head and walked to a deck to sit down. The deserted bar instantly became noisy as the group of pirates walked in. Xiaoqi and Hancock continued to shuttle between the pirates to serve them wine and food. Pirates drink more boldly than bandits. They either use a big bowl or just blow the bottle. "What?" After drinking for 3 rounds, the pirate leader suddenly stood up, and then grabbed Hancock who was walking by him. Li Yi, who saw this scene, instinctively tightened his pupils and his big hand was at the first place. Time held the soul slasher. "Brothers, is this girl a little familiar?" After tilting his head and looking at Hancock for a moment, the pirate leader turned his head to look at a pirate companion beside him. "Is it the one at the gourmet shop?" "Really, it's weird, didn't the traffickers take her away?" "Haha, those traffickers must have been lost." "Captain, since the traffickers failed to catch her, let's take her away. There is a lack of women on our boat. This girl is so beautiful that I am itchy to see my brother." Hearing these words, Li Yi's eyes flashed coldly, and then he stood up quietly. OZW.com. At the same time, the pirate leader also shined upon hearing the suggestions of his men, grinning at Hancock. "Girl, follow us on the captain, as long as you get on the boat with us, the deputy captain of the spider pirates, here you are." "Haha, the captain is really generous, but I have always wanted to be a deputy captain, why don't you be me?" Go, do you have this girl who looks good, with big ears, go cool." Ha 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 ha, the third child was hit again. The pirates had a good time, especially the pirate leader, with the help of Juxing. He didn't know that Li Yi had already come to him. Li Yi, who came to Hancock, slowly raised his head to look at the pirate leader who was a head taller than him, and said with cold eyes, "Let her go." "Okay." Hearing Li Yi's voice, the pirate leader's eyes tightened slightly. Then, he turned his head and looked down at Li Yi by virtue of his height. He felt the coldness in Li Yi's eyes, and he glared fiercely. Said, "Put away your eyes. Let go of him." Li Yi repeated it again, his big hand even pressed the handle of the soul-slashing sword. At this moment, a pirate sitting behind Li Yi suddenly stood up, then raised the bottle in his hand and slammed it on Li Yi's head. Bang! With an explosion, the wine bottle shattered and the wine spilled all over the floor. This scene happened so quickly that even Xiaoqi, who was standing on the edge of the bar, couldn't expect it, and Li Yi was even more concerned with the pirate leader in front of him. Hancock was so frightened that Fang Rong was eclipsed. Seeing a trace of blood slipping from Li Yi's forehead, she turned and hurriedly shouted, "Li Yi! Ha ha ha, who is this kid, dare to ask Big Brother Spider to let go, ha ha ha, really looking for the abuser." Li Yi, who let the blood fall off his forehead, grabbed the handle of the knife abruptly, and then drew the knife with lightning and cut it out. Hey! The dazzling knife gas flashed, and Li Yi had put the knife in its sheath. The pirate leader first had his pupils tight, and then his pupils widened, and then his heart-piercing screams came out without warning, echoing over the island of Chambord for a long time. In his heart-piercing scream, the big hand that grabbed Hancock broke from his shoulder, and the blood spewed out. If it were not for Li Yi to take Hankyukla to his side, he would definitely take Hancock. Kiji died into a blood man. Everyone in the bar was stunned, including Shachi. Bringing Hankyukla to his side, Li Yi immediately took a step forward to protect her behind him. He held down the hilt again, his eyes were cold and merciless, but his words were soft as water. "Hancock, close your eyes." Chapter 40, I Want Your Boat. Hancock closed her eyes obediently. She knew that Li Yi didn't want her to see his brutal side. She even knew that Li Yi dared to kill the heavenly dragon for her without fear of any existence that dared to be rude to her. After closing his eyes, Hancock smiled heartlessly. Whether it is a powerful woman who can control the lives and deaths of the people or a high-powered woman who can determine the world, she wants to be guarded and spoiled, let alone Hancock who is used to being guarded by Li Yi. Because the feeling of being cared for is really good. "What are you guys trying to do? Kill him!" After a heart-piercing scream, the pirate leader turned his head and roared at the stunned subordinates, "Whoever kills him is the deputy captain." As soon as this statement came out, the pirates in the bar immediately recovered, and then grabbed the weapon and rushed towards Li Yi. Li Yi stood still, staring straight ahead without blinking. In the blink of an eye, the pirates in the bar slaughtered Li Yi from all directions. Seeing that a pirate who rushed forward was about to cut Li Yi's head with a big knife, Li Yi suddenly moved. He drew his sword out of its sheath like lightning, then opened his eyes wide, and the soul-slashing sword slashed through the void in front of him at the same time. Start solution. With a simple low drink, the soul-slashing sword suddenly swung out a wave of cold air. The cold air wave flashed past the pirate who was leaping towards Li Yi as the knife tip passed. The air wave flashed, and a strange and shocking scene appeared. I saw the direction where the knife tip passed by freezing and condensing instantly. All the pirates who pounced on Li Yi were frozen in a forward position. While all the pirates who rushed towards him were frozen, the pirates who had killed him from the left and right were already in front of him. It was too late to continue to release the soul-slashing sword moves, but Li Yi did not panic because of this. Instead, he stood up with the sword, his pupils shouted word by word, slash before moving, first move. When the voice fell, dense phantoms flashed out, and instantly passed by the pirate who rushed towards him. Puff 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 puff. A series of piercing sounds came out one after another. All the pirates who had rushed in front of Li Yi and had not rushed over came to a halt after these phantoms passed by, and then fell one by one after the phantom disappeared. At this moment, Li Yi, who was holding the hilt of the sword in his hand, and grabbing Hancock's slender hand in one hand, had already been put into the scabbard, and the king's spirit was completely natural. Xiaoqi, who had been standing on the side and forgot to stop, looked at Li Yi, who was standing in the middle of the bar, and was completely drunk. She was right, Li Yi did have the qualifications of a king. After killing the unfrozen pirate in seconds, Li Yi stepped forward slowly, then snapped his fingers. Bang! A shocking muffled sound suddenly sounded, followed by a crashing ice sculpture. OZW.com. The ice sculpture was broken, and all the pirates who were frozen in it were also scattered all over the place, following the collapsed ice sculpture and sprinkled it randomly. The pirate leader was completely dumbfounded. Standing on the side, he completely forgot about the pain of his broken arm. His body trembled violently. The big bull-eye-like eyes were filled with endless fear as if he had seen death. When he saw Li Yi turning around to look at him, none of his trembling legs could stand firmly, and he knelt down with a thump. Kneeling, he couldn't speak because of fear, but kept knocking his head. Seeing the kneeling pirate leader, Li Yi had no sympathy in his eyes. Sympathy? A joke. In this world of pirates, sympathizing with others is the cruelty to yourself. This point, to Li Yi, who has spent 3 years in the arena with a terrifying career, couldn't be more clear. Farewell. Seeing the pirate leader who kept knocking his head, Li Yi slowly pulled out the knife and took out the sheath. As the blade slowly came out of the sheath, the cold air once again filled the bar. Puff! Blood spattered up, and Li Yi, who was used to beheading in the arena, quickly beheaded the head of the pirate leader. However, as soon as the blood splashed, it was immediately frozen by the freezing power released by the soul slasher. Glancing at the pirate leader who died with fear, Li Yi's slaughter aura disappeared instantly, and in exchange for a wicked smile, learning from the pirate leader when he first entered the bar. In a rough voice, he said, "I accept the pirate ship that you parked in the harbor." Xiaoqi, who was on the side, woke up from Li Yi's voice and glanced at the messy bar. She shook her head secretly and said helplessly, "Li Yi, you have to clean it up for me." Hearing this, Li Yi smiled and said, "No need." Hey! Xiaoqi was taken aback. At this moment, the 2 bounty hunters who had appeared in the gourmet shop walked in slowly. Looking at the pirates who were all beheaded by Li Yi, the expressions of the 2 changed slightly, and then they looked up at the same time, looking at Li Yi as if they were facing an enemy. "Hello, bounty hunter." Looking at the bounty hunter who guarded himself like an enemy, Li Yi greeted gently, "The pirates in this house are yours, but in exchange, I have to bother you to clean up the bar." The 2 bounty hunters obviously hadn't recovered yet. The pirates in this house had been their long-term goal, but because the captain of the pirate group was extremely tricky, they had not taken any action. However, the pirate group that made them tricky was actually on the spot at the moment, and it was even exchanged by Li Yi for cleaning the bar. "You know, the captain of this pirate group is a powerful guy who offers a reward of 50 million Baileys. Is it so cheap to give them?" Obviously, there is no good thing to lose pie in the world, and the 2 bounty hunters didn't know whether to agree or refuse for a while. Seeing that the 2 bounty hunters hadn't recovered yet, Li Yi suddenly had cold eyes, and said in a deep voice, "You guys, do it or not." "What?" The 2 people who were awakened by Li Yi suddenly called out at the same time, and then nodded together, do, must do." A joke, 50 million worth of pirates are dead in front of them. If this guy is unhappy and kills them together, they will lose out. Besides, 50 million Bailey asked them to clean the bar, so they earned it. Chapter 41, Evil Thief. The next day, Li Yi took the 3 Hancock sisters to bid farewell to Lei Li and Xiaoqi. Because of the tight time, Li Yi had no time to learn from Lei Li to be domineering. Fortunately, Lei Li had already told him some of the essentials of armed sex. In the days to come, he could study it alone. After bidding farewell to Raleigh and Shaky, Li Yi took the 3 Hancock sisters towards the port. In the port, the pirate ship stopped quietly at sea, but when the 3 of Li Yi walked in the port, they were dumbfounded. The navy, who had emerged from nowhere, took control of the pirate ship, and then dragged it away in the eyes of Li Yi and the 4 people. Yes, the pirate ship was towed away. Just like in the world where Li Yi lives, those cars that are parked in disorder are being dragged away by trailers, and Li Yi's stunned expression gradually disappears into the sea. Looking at the pirate ship disappearing on the sea level, Li Yi woke up, and then shouted, "ICAO!" The 3 Hancock sisters hadn't recovered yet. Looking at the pirate ship that disappeared at sea level, Hancock felt a sense of loss while inexplicably joyous. Seeing Li Yi swearing, Hancock suppressed a smile and said to Li Yi, "It seems we have to go back to the bar for a while before leaving. We can only do this." Li Yi drooped his head, but just as he was about to turn around and leave the harbor, a small boat appeared. On the boat that can accommodate 5 or 6 people stood 2 men with thieves. After the boat docked, the 2 quickly jumped off, then simply tied them and ran to the shore. Hey! Seeing the 2 men running ashore, Li Yi's eyes lit up and he blinked at Hancock beside him. Hancock came over knowingly, and then shook his head. This boat is too small. If they take this boat back to Amazon Lily, it is estimated that they will be buried in the sea with the boat. Li Yi can't manage that much anymore. It will take about a week from here to Amazon Lily. If there is an accident at sea again, the main task given to him by the system will be difficult to complete within the specified time. If you can't complete the main task, it will be obliterated. Don't worry. Seeing Hancock shaking his head, Li Yi grabbed Hancock's slender hand and said to Sonia and Godlu, "Go to sea." Seeing Li Yi insisted on leaving, Hancock couldn't say anything else. She immediately trot out with a happy smile filled with a happy smile. Before coming to the boat, Li Yi first let the 3 Hancock sisters board the boat, then untied the rope and jumped to the bow of the boat. "Haha, let's go." Li Yi, who jumped to the bow of the ship, laughed twice, then swayed his double-bladed blades to ride the wind and waves. At the same time, 2 squirrel-faced 2 rushed into a cafe by the sea after jumping ashore, ignoring the guests in the cafe who were drinking coffee in a leisurely manner, pulling out their waste weapons and heading towards the waiter at the bar. Shouted, "Hit, hit, rob! OZW.com." In the stammering sound of the 2, the coffee shop guests looked calm and turned their heads sideways. Compared with these customers, the waiters in front of the bar are not calm, and one of the waitresses got scared and got under the bar. Seeing this, the 2 robbers grinned very satisfied, and then stepped to the bar, "Take all Bailey out, hurry, or kill you." The waiter dared not to obey, and tremblingly took out all Bailey to the 2 men. After robbing all the Baileys at the bar, the 2 robbers glared at the guests who looked at them. "Let's see if you haven't seen the robbery. Don't be familiar with them, withdraw quickly." With that, the 2 robbers resisted Bailey and rushed out of the coffee shop to the boat parked in the harbor. But when the 2 ran to the port against Bailey, they were completely dumbfounded. When they saw Li Yizheng, who was rowing their boat at sea, waving at them, both of them almost fell out of their eyes. "Nima, you evil thief! It's them!" Behind him, the waiter led a large group of people straight to the port. Seeing 2 robbers standing stupidly in the port against Bailey, the waiter said anxiously, "Quickly, catch them, don't let them run." At sea, Li Yi was rowing a boat, humming a small song, and waved to the 2 stupid thieves who were about to be beaten up, "Thank you." Hancock, who was standing behind him, saw that Li Yi was so bad, his beautiful eyes blurred again. For her, Li Yi is bad or good, both so charming. In the vast sea covered by the dark night, the 3 Hancock sisters had already fallen asleep. Li Yi did not dare to sleep. If he had fallen asleep too, the sea would make a joke with them, and they would not see the sun tomorrow. Although this ship can only accommodate a few people, it has a lot of food on it, plus the food that Xiaoqi prepared for them before leaving. They can hold up to the windless zone around the Amazon Lily. Looking at the bag again, Bailey, who was worth 100 million yuan, was left quietly, which made Li Yi stunned. Obviously this was what Xiaoqi prepared for him. After a slight daze, Li Yi shook his head and smiled. Xiaoqi was really meticulous to them. This kindness, Li Yi could not repay him for the time being, so he could only care about it. Li Yi. At this moment, Hancock woke up and saw Li Yi sitting on the bow of the boat with the soul-slashing sword in his arms. She quickly got up and sat down beside Li Yi. "Why are you awake?" Seeing Hancock sitting next to him, Li Yi quickly took off his coat and put it on. Feeling the warmth brought by Li Yi, Hancock smiled happily, and then gently leaned his head on Li Yi's shoulder. Chapter 42, Good night, Hancock. Li Yi's body shook slightly, and he didn't know whether to hug Hancock with his big hands or to just fall like that. In the contest between reason and emotion, emotion defeated reason. The big dropped hand gently embraced Hancock's scented shoulder and said softly, "Go on to sleep, there is me." "Okay." Hancock groaned softly, then closed his eyes and fell asleep sweetly. Feeling the faint fragrance of Hancock's body, Li Yi couldn't help but ripples in his heart. In this world, his favorite is Hancock, the female emperor in One Piece. Now, this favorite person is by his side, and he has gone through a life of slavery that is difficult to look back, which gives Li Yi the illusion of being in a dreamland. Many times, he would be absurdly wondering whether the seat system was because he liked the Empress Hancock so much that he let him travel here, and then go through the hardships and grow up with Hancock. If this is the case, he has to thank the seat system. And even if it wasn't, Li Yi, who had fully adapted to this pirate world, had to thank the God seat system. In the past life, how can I become so energetic with the beauty by my side now? Putting away the messy thoughts in his heart, Li Yi gently kissed Hancock's forehead, and then said softly, "Good night, Hancock," with infinite tenderness. At this moment, the sea suddenly shook violently. Before Li Yi could return to his senses, a huge mountain-like wave was rolled up on the distant sea. The wave rolled up, and the wind screamed. Under the sweeping winds, the boat suddenly bumped up violently. Hancock, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened, and Sonia and God Lu almost flew out of the boat. If it weren't for Li Yi's quick eyes and quick hands, the two sisters would have been in the middle of the sea. Li Yi. Seeing the huge wave rolling towards them, Hancock's voice trembled because of fear. "You must know that she is now a demon fruit-capable person. If this huge wave rolls into the sea, she will undoubtedly die. Don't be afraid." Feeling Hancock's fear, Li Yi stepped forward and clung to Hancock's slender hand, and at the same time shouted to Sonia, "Sonia, hold on to me." Sonia and God Lu do not need him to shout, early he hugged him to death, shivering in the storm. Li Yi, who grasped Hancock with one hand and the hilt with the other hand, was surprisingly calm. After the two Sonia sisters hugged him, he brazenly drew his sword out of its sheath, his eyes tightened, and he shouted every word, "Start solution." Hing Glunmaru flashed out, and the endless cold sword energy bloomed in the sky, and the huge waves that came from the sky condensed and frozen at an astonishing speed at the point of the knife, and then stopped less than 2 feet away from the boat. Li Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the huge wave that was frozen like a towering mountain and stood less than 2 feet in front. After looking around, Li Yi patted the two sisters Sonia who still hugged him tightly, and then said to Hancock, who closed his eyes tightly beside him, "It's okay, Hancock." Hearing what Li Yi said, Hancock opened his eyes cautiously. When she saw the huge frozen waves and the sea that Hong Kong appeared in front of her eyes, her beautiful eyes tightened, and then she looked ecstatic. "Li Yi, did you do this?" OZW.com. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Before Li Yi's voice fell, Hancock turned around excitedly and walked out. After carefully testing the frozen sea, she mustered up the courage to jump off the boat and stand on the frozen sea. "Oh, ha ha, ha ha ha." Standing on the frozen sea, Hancock looked like an elf who landed on the earth, smiling and spinning around, seeing Li Yi on the boat as a ripple in his heart. Li Yi. After jumping on the frozen sea for a while, Hancock stopped suddenly, and then with both hands behind him, a charming smile flashed across her flushed cheek. After calling Li Yi, her lips slightly opened. "Is it in the future? Does Hancock need to be afraid of the sea?" "Yet." Li Yi nodded again, seeing Hancock's eyes more doting. Bing Lunwan was drawn to the system lottery, which is his biggest comfort at the moment. With Hiramomaru, even if Hancock ate the devil fruit, he didn't have to be afraid to fight people at sea. In this way, he was less worried and more relieved. "Hancock, come back." Seeing that Hancock didn't want to come back, Li Yi quickly reminded, "This frozen giant wave can stop us from violent storms for a while." But it has a time limit. As for how long, I don't know either. Oh. Hancock responded obediently, then turned and returned to the boat. Li Yi, Hancock, who returned to the boat, was obviously still in excitement. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Li Yi with admiration and infatuation. Is this the power of the devil fruit? I have never eaten devil fruit. Li Yi shook his head and said with a smile, the power of this knife in my hand can freeze everything. After this, Li Yi suddenly thought of Kukaki Rukia's soul-slashing sleeve begs you in the of death. If the system comes out again a lottery, if you are lucky, draw it to Hancock? Thinking of this, Li Yi looked at Hancock who was guilty of nympho, and said softly, I will have a chance to give you a hand in the future. Really? Hancock's eyes lit up and repeated, really? It depends on chance. Li Yi smiled, then sat on the bow. Hancock didn't speak. To her, Li Yi was everything, and she followed whatever Li Yi said. Li Yi didn't speak anymore, but looked around with full attention. If these condensed and frozen waves suddenly melted, the falling water could swallow them, let alone the roaring wind and huge waves outside. Starting to make the list this week, lunatics are in desperate need of collections, flowers, and scoring support. Thank you all. Chapter 43, Are You Afraid? Li Yi's worries were obviously unnecessary. The roaring wind and huge waves outside came and went fast, and soon the sea was calm. After feeling the violent wind and huge waves disappear, Li Yi retracted his gaze and said with a smile to the three Hancock sisters, the wind and waves are gone, let's set out. As soon as Li Yi's voice fell, the huge frozen wave suddenly melted, followed by the pouring down of the majestic sea. I go. Looking at the clear and majestic sea water, Li Yi stared at him, and then shot a palm in the air. The violent palm wind bounced back after the sea surface was still melted in the future, and then urged the boat to slip. Get out! The boat had just slid out, and behind it was the majestic sea crashing down. Li Yi, who was shocked in a cold sweat, did not dare to turn his head. He kept beating the sea that was too late to melt on the left and right, and quickly disappeared into this frozen sea with the help of rebound. 2 days later, the boat drifted with the flow and sailed towards the vast sea under the direction of the permanent pointer. Sitting on the bow of the boat, Li Yi frowned, because the squally wind and waves 2 days ago caused the food on the boat to fall into the sea. If it weren't for the food that Xiaoqi prepared for them was placed in a separate place, they were afraid it's not even these 2 days. Now, there is only 1 day's worth of food left, but Amazon Lily does not know where it is. Li Yi, it's okay. We should save a little every day and we should be able to support Amazon Lily. As if knowing what Li Yi was worried about, Hancock walked over to him and sat down and said with a smile, furthermore, our 3 sisters I can't eat much. Li Yi didn't speak, but looked around blankly. After looking around, Li Yi looked back weakly. Brother Li Yi, look, there is a boat. Just after Li Yi withdrew his gaze, Sonia, who was sitting in the boat, stood up suddenly and pointed to the sea behind him. Looking back in the direction Sonia pointed, Li Yi's pupils tightened slightly. I saw a big ship looming in the vast ocean ahead, quickly approaching in the direction where they were. Seeing the huge shadow that gradually became clear, Li Yi's mouth curled up with an arc of evil charm. It was a pirate ship, with a ferocious skull printed on the flying flag. No, it's a pirate. After seeing the flying flag clearly, Hancock, who was standing next to Li Yi, tightened his beautiful eyes, and her 2 younger sisters were even more frightened and sat on the boat. At this moment, a pirate on the pirate ship also noticed the existence of Li Yi and his party. When he saw the 4 of Li Yi standing on the boat, a trace of cruelty flashed across the hideous face, and then he turned to the middle-aged man sitting on a huge wooden chair in the middle of the boat and said, Captain Phelps, there is a small boat on the sea ahead. The middle-aged man was holding a coat, and a cold and gloomy breath gleamed in his big cheetah-like eyes. Phelps, Devil Fruit ability, offers a reward of 80 million. Hearing the return from his subordinates, Phelps tilted his head slightly, then grinned bloodthirstily. Standing on the boat, Li Yi looked at the behemoth approaching quickly, with a joke. When the big ship that was 20 times more than his boat stopped in front of them, he suddenly retracted his gaze and said to Hancock, "Hancock, there should be enough food for us to get to the Amazon lilies on this ship. The most important thing is yes, this ship will soon be us." Before Hancock could react, a member of the pirate group standing on the pirate boat tilted his head and looked at Li Yi, then said with a grin and bloodthirsty, "Boy, your boat, we want it, and you are behind you. Our 4 little girls were taken by our boat. OZW.com Hui." Li Yi blinked, then said blankly, "Who is on your boat?" "Haha, listen carefully, our Captain Perfs is a great pirate offering a reward of 80 million. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, jump into the sea by yourself. This ship and everything on it will belong to us." 80 million. Li Yi's face was full of fear, but there was a secret joke on the corners of his mouth, and he asked, "Doesn't I kill me if I jumped?" "Haha." Seeing Li Yi's trembling bear, all the pirates on the pirate ship laughed, including Pulphus, who also smiled in satisfaction. "Jump, jump into the sea, we will never kill you." "Really? No more bullshit, I will kill you." "Don't, I'll jump." After speaking, Li Yi jumped down as expected. But when he jumped into the sea, he suddenly pulled out his sword and the sea surface that the tip of the sword was pointing to instantly froze. Before all the pirates on the pirate ship could react, Li Yi stood firmly on the frozen sea, and then stepped towards their pirate ship. After walking a few steps, Li Yi suddenly raised his head, 2 cold lights flashed in those blood-red eyes that looked terrifying this time. His sudden gaze made the pirates standing on the side of the pirate ship 2 steps back uncontrollably. At the same time, Li Yi jumped into the air, and the soul slasher began to solve it. Flock of birds icicles. With a loud shout, the sky full of icebergs appeared, and then swept towards the pirates on the pirate boat. Bang bang bang! The unprepared pirates were knocked down and flew out without even screaming, but in the blink of an eye, more than 10 pirates fell to the ground. Without giving other pirates a chance to react, Li Yi descended from the sky and landed firmly on the bow of the pirate ship. Looking at the hundreds of pirates below, Li Yi grinned bloodthirsty and said, "This boat is not bad, I have taken it." "Okay." Pulp Hughes, who watched coldly as he came to the ship, tilted his head slightly, and then glanced at the frozen sea. "Damn it, devil fruit ability." Among the members of the pirates who were shocked by Li Yi's sudden killing, no one exclaimed. In his exclamation, all the pirates reacted, and then looked at their captain Pulphus. At this moment, a yellow-haired man standing beside Pulp Hughes took a step forward, and then asked Pulp Hughes to fight. "Captain, leave it to me." "Pose, be careful." Perfith whispered. Li Yi's ability was too weird, he could not see any clues at all. It is precisely for this reason that he hasn't taken a shot for a long time, instead letting the capable man posse around him play. If even Bossy can't stop Li Yi, then only he will play in person. Chapter 44, You Think You Spider-Man. Boss took the lead, and as he moved forward, the momentum on his body suddenly swelled invisibly, and then a gust of wind rose from the ground, and instantly swept Li Yi, driving his long hair slightly towards him. After floating. Before Li Yi had any reaction, Bo Sai, who was walking forward slowly, suddenly bowed, and then threw out lightning. Li Yi's eyes tightened as he watched the lightning rushing towards him. He moved 2 feet to the right while seeing the domineering release quietly. As soon as he moved away, Boss, who was coming by lightning, passed him by. "Get out of the way." Pulphus, who was standing on the side watching the battle, changed slightly, and then he secretly exclaimed, seeing and hearing domineering. Dodging the lightning-fast strike of Bo Sai, Li Yi waved a bird icicle in his backhand. For a time, the overwhelming icebergs reappeared, and he immediately enveloped Bo Sai with a breath of coldness. Spider silk sky web. Knowing that the dense ice bird was powerful, Posey waved both hands, and then a spider web hung in the air to protect him. As soon as the spider web appeared, the overwhelming ice bird puffed on it, and in an instant, the spider web turned into an ice web. Watching the spider web turn into an ice web, he punched it out. Bang! With an extremely shocking loud noise, the ice net suddenly turned into a sky full of ice, bursting out of the sky with terrifying energy, reflecting back towards Li Yi. Hahabose is a spider fruit-capable person. His spider sky web can not only intercept any attacks, but also net the enemy in it silently. Before the pirate's voice fell, Li Yi didn't retreat but moved forward. Seeing the dense ice cubes reflected by the lightning, he took a step forward, and the soul-slashing knife made several quick taps at the same time. Vacuum multi-layer ice wall. With loud shouts, multiple vacuum ice walls flashed across the air, and Li Yi was then protected. Boom boom boom. A series of shocking impacts sounded, and the roaring ice blocks all hit the vacuum ice wall, and the powerful shock wave shook the entire ship violently. Without giving Li Yi any chance to fight back, the bows that smashed the ice net disappeared, and appeared above the multiple vacuum ice wall in the next second. The body of Bosai who appeared above the ice wall was twisted and deformed in an instant, and then a huge Spider-Man swooped down towards Li Yi who was protected by the ice wall. Fuck! Seeing that Li Yi became Spider-Man, he glared at him, and then cursed badly, "Nima, you think you are Spider-Man?" When the voice fell, he quickly returned the sword into its sheath, and then pulled out with lightning. Slashing the moon dance. Hey! The dazzling sword aura bloomed in the air as Li Yi's voice fell. Then, Li Yi rubbed shoulders with the swooping Bosai and then rose to the sky, standing firmly on the ice wall. OZW.com boom! With a loud noise, the ice wall collapsed under the impact of the terrifying sword energy, and Bose was buried alive in an instant. While the ice wall collapsed, Li Yi landed on the deck lightly. A trace of blood slowly flowed out of the ice cube buried alive in Percy. Seeing the slowly flowing out of blood, Li Yi blinked, and secretly said in his heart, "The combination of human-level sword drawing and soul-slashing knife is overbearing." Pose. Pulp Hughes, who had been standing aside watching the battle, watched the blood slowly flowing from under the ice. His pupils shrank sharply. After a secret cry, he suddenly turned his head to look at Li Yi, and then he quickly raised his fist. At the same time he shouted word by word, "Armed." The word "install" fell, and he disappeared in place with a whistle, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Li Yi. Without giving Li Yi any chance to prepare, he raised his black fist and smashed it at Li Yi. Although Li Yi has control over the domineering of seeing and hearing, he still can't capture Perfus' speed to the extreme. Just as his pupils are tightening, the fist hits his chest hard, a powerful shock wave. Suddenly he shook him upside down. With a loud bang, Li Yi fell into the sea in the splashing waves and disappeared. Li Yi. Standing on the boat, Hancock suddenly couldn't help but exclaimed when Li Yi was shot down into the sea. Then, she desperately wanted to jump into the sea to rescue Li Yi. Fortunately, Sonia, who was standing next to her, responded in time and hugged her. Seeing Sonia hugging herself, Hancock said anxiously, "Sonia, let me go." "Sister, you are a demon fruit-capable person. Not only can you not save brother Li Yi by jumping into the sea, you will also be buried in the sea. No matter, let me go." Hancock struggled to jump down, but Sonia just didn't let go, and Godreau joined the camp that hugged her. When the three sisters were entangled together, the surface of the sea where Li Yi fell suddenly condensed into ice at an alarming speed, and the chucking sound made after the sea was frozen was exceptionally harsh at this moment. Seeing the fast freezing sea surface, Hancock was taken aback for a moment, then he was overjoyed. On the deck of the pirate ship, Pulfis hadn't had time to enjoy the victory of a punch of Li Yi, and was stunned by the fast freezing sea surface. How is this possible? Seeing the sea surface of more than 10 feet in a radius of ice congealed into ice in an instant, Pulfist's complexion changed again and again. In his eyes, Li Yunanj smashed into ice. He must be a demon fruit-capable person. Since he is a person with devil fruit ability, he will definitely be spurned by the sea, and he who has fallen into the sea has only to wait to be drowned. But just when Pulp Hughes stared at the frozen sea surface unblinkingly shocked, the frozen sea surface suddenly cracked a crack. Before he could react, the crack spread across the ice surface. At first glance, it looks like a spider web, hideous and weird. Boom! With a blast, the ice surface broke open, and then a figure soared into the sky among the ice cubes blasting in all directions. Li Yi, who broke through the ice and appeared more than 10 feet high in the sky, held the soul slasher in his hand, staring at Pulfis on the deck with expressionless expression, and shouted, "Vacuum ice blade!" Chapter 45, Spike. Puff! The vacuum ice blade flashed, and instantly disappeared into Purfai's body. This scene happened so quickly that Pulp Hughes had no time to react. It was not until the vacuum ice blade plunged into his body that he was awakened by the piercing cold and piercing pain. Li Yi is obviously not a devil fruit-capable person. The only thing he can think of is that the knife in Li Yi's hand ate the devil fruit. Besides that, he really couldn't understand why Li Yi could explode like this after falling into the sea. Amazing strength! The other pirates on the deck were all dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded, staring at Pulfis standing motionless without blinking. In their eyes, Pulfis was invincible. How could it be so simple? People kill. Li Yi, who had slashed out the vacuum ice blade, had floated on the deck opposite Pulp Hughes, and he had the soul-cutting knife in its sheath, looking at Pulp Hughes who was motionless with all his attention. As long as Pulfis doesn't fall for a moment, he can't be careless. This is the conclusion that he has experienced countless fierce battles in the arena. Sometimes, even if the opponent falls, he can never relax his vigilance as long as he breathes. Suddenly, Phelps, who had been standing still, suddenly opened his mouth and let out a scream, and then a blood arrow spurted from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity at this moment, Li Yi bowed and ejected suddenly. At the moment when he passed Pulp Hughes, the soul slasher was outrageously pulled out again. The dazzling sword aura was still dazzling, and after a flash disappeared, Pulfist's head immediately flew high. After cutting Pulfist's head with a knife, Li Yi retracted the knife into its sheath. At the same time, Pulfius's body fell straight down. When the pirates on the deck saw that their ship was beheaded, all of their eyes almost fell out. Spike! Their captain was killed in seconds. How could they accept this cruel reality? Without waiting for them to come back to their senses, Li Yi, with the knife in its sheath, suddenly turned around, his eyes tightened and coldly shouted, "Get out of the way!" The pirates only felt a chilly breath sweeping down with a simple roll. They had completely awakened in an awakening spirit. How dare they stay? They turned around and jumped off the deck. For a time, the sound of falling into the water continued to sound, playing a beautiful symphony. In the blink of an eye, all the pirates jumped into the sea and then swam desperately into the distance. Ha ha! After successfully grabbing the pirate ship, Li Yi laughed boldly as he watched the last pirate who jumped off the deck and threw Phelps to the sea. After kicking Boss away, he walked quickly to it. On the edge of the deck, shouted to Hancock on the boat, "Hancock, get on board." After putting down the hanging ladder and letting the 3 Hancock sisters board the boat, Li Yi was in a good mood. After looking around, he picked up Hancock and said with endless heroism, "Let's see what's delicious. Time to have a full meal." Looking at the happy Li Yi, Hancock had no words, but followed Li Yi obediently. However, Li Yi just walked out a few steps, he suddenly stopped, and then cautiously turned his head to look at the vast sea. At this look, his pupils suddenly tightened. Warship? I saw 2 warships side by side on the vast sea, approaching the big ship quickly. On the deck of one of the warships, a Navy soldier used a telescope to target the pirate ship where Li Yi was. After confirming that it was a pirate ship, the soldier's complexion changed slightly, and then he turned to the young general who was sitting aside and closed his eyes and reported, "Major General, there is a pirate ship ahead." OZW.com. Okay. The young Major General wore a black mask on his face. He slowly opened his eyes while he was closing his eyes, and asked lazily, "But the Sun pirate ship?" "No, there is only one skull on the pirate banner. Skull and crossbones." The young general groaned slightly, and then he yawned and waved his hand gently, "I'm an eyesore, sink it." "Yes." The soldier responded, then turned around and ran out and shouted, "Turn the muzzle and sink the pirate ship ahead." As his voice fell, all the muzzles turned around, the target, the pirate ship where Li Yi was. Standing on the pirate ship that was stolen, Li Yi looked at the muzzle that slowly turned and locked them. His complexion changed again and again. He never expected that he would confront the Navy so quickly. The most important thing is that this ship was finally snatched by the Navy. Before he had time to enjoy it, was it going to be sunk by the Navy? Reload. Locking. On the deck, the soldier who was in charge of sinking the pirate ship kept commanding the soldiers. After all the soldiers were finished, he raised his right hand and waved it down fiercely. Put. With an order, the cannonballs roared out, drawing arcs from a high altitude to the pirate ship where Li Yi was located. Damn it! Unexpectedly, Li Yi, who had been bombarding the Navy without even saying hello, screamed secretly, and at the same time, the soul-slashing sword came out of its sheath again. Flock of birds' icicles. With a loud shout, the soul-slashing knife slashed out in the air, and the dense ice bird flew out into the sky, and then collided with the roaring shells over the pirate ship. Boom boom boom. Deafening explosions continued to spread, and the shells stopped by the ice bird either exploded at a high altitude or were instantly frozen into the sea. After stopping the first wave of shells, Li Yi shouted to Hancock, "Hancock, go and take the ship." "Understand." Hancock didn't hesitate, turned around and ran towards the cab after Li Yi's voice fell. Hancock just ran into the driver's cab, and the second wave of shells once again tore through the void and roared. Seeing the roaring shells, Li Yi suddenly jumped into the air and stopped him again with a group of bird icicles. Then, he held the knife in both hands, and slashed out. "Hey!" The horrible sword aura bloomed in the sky, and then instantly swept to the front of the warship. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly spread, and the terrifying sword energy directly penetrated the deck of the warship, and the powerful sword energy impact even carried the warship and slammed into another warship. The first 2 chapters have been modified a bit, and the guys who have read it look back and read it again. Chapter 46 / What's the situation? The young Major General who closed his eyes on the deck was awakened by the violent tremors of the warship. When he opened his eyes and saw the picture in front of him, his eyes widened and he saw a crack in the warship he was on. And then crashed into another warship driven by a powerful shock wave. In the terrible shock, the warship disconnected directly. The imposing warship was cut off. The young Major General was shocked on the spot, and for a while forgot to escape, and fell into the sea as the warship disconnected. Major General! He just fell. 2 soldiers grabbed him and dragged him back to the deck, but because the entire warship was cut off from it, he lost his balance. One of them who had just returned to the deck did not stand firmly and slid down the pouring deck. Moonstep! The young Major General who was about to slide down to the sea with the pouring of the deck suddenly woke up. With a loud shout, he stepped on the void, and after several takeoffs, he landed steadily on another warship that was not cut off. The young Major General who landed on the warship leaned forward to the pirate ship where Li Yi was located without even looking at the smashed and sunk warship. When he saw Li Yi standing on the pirate boat, his expression instantly became serious. He had come to hunt down Tiger of the Sun pirate ship, and he had never wanted to meet such a terrifying guy on the way. In his memory, there has never been such a person on the Navy reward list. Li Yi, who had already returned to the deck of the pirate ship, looked at the young Major General who was eagerly looking at him, with an evil charm curled up at the corner of his mouth, and said softly, "Navy 6 style, moon step." Although the young Major General did not hear Li Yi's voice, he saw the evil charm at the corner of Li Yi's mouth. After seeing Li Yi's lips move slightly, his eyes were slightly taken aback, and then he stepped on the void and quickly rushed towards Li Yi. Pointing gun, spot. With a cold drink, all directions pointed to the wind and lightning, and pulled out a dense arc in the air to Li Yi on the pirate ship. Although Li Yi did not know how to use the 6th Navy, he was familiar with the attacking methods of the 6th Navy when he watched One Piece. He swung the soul-slashing blade against the air when he heard the cold drink from the young Major General. Then, the vacuum multiple ice walls quietly formed. Bang bang bang! The finger wind carrying a powerful shock wave hit the vacuum ice wall one after another. With the sound of the shock, cracks appeared on the indestructible vacuum ice wall. As soon as the cracks appeared, they spread at an alarming speed. The vacuum ice wall shattered. While the ice wall was shattering, Li Yi held the soul-slashing knife tightly and stared unblinkingly at the young Major General who had arrived with the moon-step lightning in the scattered ice. After smashing the ice wall, the speed of the young Major General did not decrease. Under the astonishing movement of Uebu, he flashed down in the sky, and a circle of air waves swayed away in the void under his feet, gorgeous and shocking. So fast! Li Yi only felt a flower in front of him, and the young Major General's figure instantly enlarged infinitely in his pupils. Immediately after the photo, there was a loud bang, and the pirate ship shook violently. Li Yi, who was blocking his soul with the soul-slashing knife, had his feet sunk deep into the deck. A crack spread out when his feet were sunken. A few meters. OZW.com on his head, the young Major General stepped on the blade that was in front of him in a flash, leaned back quickly, and then kicked with a lightning bolt. Under. Land foot. Before kicking the foot, the sword-like footwind swept Li Yi's forehead. At this critical moment, Li Yi's pupils tightened, and even after quietly releasing the domineering look, he tilted his head strangely to one side under the prejudice of the domineering look. Even so, that strong and domineering footwind sword aura cut off several strands of Li Yi's hair, and then fell in the wind. In the distance, Hancock, who saw this thrilling scene under his eyes, forgot how to hold the ship. His heart hung high, as if it was not Li Yi who was fighting the young Major General but her, and his beautiful eyes blinked. "I didn't dare to blink, I was afraid that I would never see Li Yi again after blinking." Li Yi, who had avoided the fatal blow, looked at him reluctantly to pull out. After the young Major General was unsuccessful in a blow with the help of Moonstep, he held the knife in one hand, with the tip of the knife facing down, his eyes tight, majestic. The coercion followed mighty. Immediately afterwards, his pupils opened wide, and he shouted every word, before moving, "First martial arts." Dao Dao and Li Yi's phantoms appeared in the sky around Li Yi, so that the young Major General who was standing in the sky could not tell which was Li Yi's deity. These phantoms are holding a knife in one hand, with the tip of the knife facing down, and one knee on the ground, with hollow eyes. Without waiting for the young Major General who had jumped to the sky with the help of Uebao to react, Li Yi fiercely pressed down the soul slasher. Cut! The word Jean fell straight and neatly, and all the phantoms simultaneously pressed down the long knives in their hands. As their long knives and Li Yi pressed down at the same time, the sword aura suddenly spread crazily from under them and gathered in Li Yi's body. Out, instantly cut to the young Major General. The young Major General, who had no time to dodge, looked terrified, his pupils tightened and hurriedly shouted, "Iron!" Puff! The sword energy slashed from the air carried a vast and unparalleled shock wave on the young Major General. The terrifying impact of the sword directly shattered the iron body of the young Major General who had just formed. What? The young Major General, who could not bear the physical shattering, suddenly uttered a scream that could not be suppressed, and then, like a flying cat, he was smashed into the opposing warship by the shock of the terrifying sword energy. With a bang, the young Major General smashed the entire hull of the warship. With the loud noise, the warship could not withstand the unparalleled impact. After shaking violently, it instantly tipped over. Ah, the warship is going to be sunk again. Quickly, save the Major General. Damn, who is that man? On the warship that quickly turned over, the Navy soldiers were in a mess. Some hurriedly jumped into the sea, some grabbed the rope, and some rescued the young Major General regardless of their own safety. But no matter what they were, there was only one end. The warship was completely turned over. After falling down, either died in the sea, or floated on the sea waiting for rescue. Of course, it is possible that the rescuers were not the Navy, but the Sea Kings. Chapter 47, Cut You. After slashing the young Major General into the air with Zhanwei Xianwu, Li Yi flashed himself and jumped onto the deck. Seeing that the ship was okay, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the ship was damaged in the attack of the young Major General, he would be crazy. After confirming that the ship was not in serious trouble, Li Yi looked forward to the warship that overturned completely and began to sink slowly, gradually becoming serious. He didn't want to confront the Navy so quickly, but these navies bombarded them without asking indiscriminately. It's intolerable, an ant can't bear it. The warship sank slowly, and the soldiers floated on the sea and looked at Li Yi with fear. Kill a rear admiral and get a system reward. At this moment, the system god's voice suddenly sounded. Before Li Yi could react, the system's voice continued, Holy Light Healing Technique, Air Flying Technique, or Water Bead, choose one. I present you a number. The voice of the system sounded at this moment. Li Yi's eyes widened, and he cursed fiercely from the bottom of his heart, Nima, the system god, you are forcing me to completely become an enemy of the Navy. Does the host accept the task? Li Yi couldn't resist it, whether it was the Holy Light Healing Technique, the Air Flying Technique or the Water Bead Avoidance Technique. Can you not accept this? After choosing to accept, the system's voice sounded again, the host accepts the task of slaying a rear admiral. The success of the task will randomly reward one of the Holy Light Healing Art, the Air Flying Art, and the Water Bead. If the task fails, there is no reward. Hearing the voice of the system, Li Yi confirmed and affirmed that there must be something wrong with the seat system. No one has been cut off by him before they start the mission. If this happens in the future, Li Yi is not happy to bloom. However, Li Yi at this moment did not expect that the system did not benefit him at all, but was pitting him to death. Killing the rear admiral is undoubtedly declaring war on the world government and Navy headquarters. After taking over the task, Li Yi put away the sinking warship with his head eagerly. The young Major General lay on a piece of driftwood with the help of the soldiers. After feeling Li Yi's killing intent, his pupils tightened slightly. Then, he struggled to jump onto the driftwood, looked straight at Li Yi shaky, and then forced himself to hold back his breath and asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing? Who is it?" Hearing this, Li Yi did not speak, but drew out the soul-slashing knife. The direction of the knife's tip, the sea surface quickly condensed into ice, spreading to the young Major General. This. Seeing Li Yi who was freezing the sea into ice, the young Major General's pupils shrank for a while, and then he exclaimed, "This is the Lieutenant General Green Pheasant's ability to freeze fruits? How could it be possible?" In his exclamation, Li Yi jumped off the pirate boat and walked towards the young Major General on the frozen sea. Could it? As he watched Li Yi approaching quickly, the young Major General looked terrified, and he was too shocked to add, "Could it be that you killed Lord Green Pheasant?" Green Pheasant? Kyuzin. Li Yi, who walked slowly in front of the young Major General, was taken aback for a moment, and then he came over in relief. The Warring States period of Buddha was only a general at this time, and the Qing Pheasant Red Dog and others were naturally lieutenant generals. Thinking of this, Li Yi smiled and said, "Although I haven't seen the lieutenant general of the Green Pheasant in your mouth yet, I hope I can fight him one day. Isn't this frozen fruit?" The young major general's pupils tightened again. "Who are you?" OZW.com. Without waiting for Li Yi to speak, a gust of wind suddenly blew on the sea, flying Li Yi's long hair frantically. At the moment when Li Yi's long hair was taken up, the young major general trembled, and then exclaimed, "You are Li Yi, you are the slave of the Holy Land Mariajo Arena." Slave? A cold light flashed in Li Yi's eyes, and the majestic killing intent spread out unscrupulously. Ha 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 ha. At the same time as the killing intent came out majestic, Li Yi was so angry that he laughed backwards. Amid the creepy laughter, he quickly drew his sword out of its sheath and said with unparalleled killing intent, "Yes, Li Yi is me. The one who killed you, too I." When the voice fell, Li Yi held the handle of the knife with both hands, and then struck it with lightning. Puff! With a soft sound, blood flew, and the terrifying sword aura directly penetrated the young major general's body, and the sound of wind and thunder swept across the incompletely sinking warship behind the young major general. Rumbling! With a deafening noise, the warship broke off. However, the impact of Kuangba Wushuan's sword energy did not stop there. Instead, a gap of more than 100 feet was cut in the sea level before it gradually faded away. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the sea was cut off by a knife gas, and the billowing waves rushed out to both sides, instantly swallowing the Navy soldiers floating on the sea. In the distance, the group of pirates who were driven off the pirate ship by Li Yi saw everything that happened in this sea area. When they saw that Li Yi not only killed the rear admiral, but also cut the sea level out of a long line. When the gap reached more than 100 meters, each of them opened their eyes wide, forgetting that they were still in the sea for a while, and did not even notice that the waves surging on both sides due to the impact of the sword energy were rolling frantically at them. Li Yi, who killed the major general with a single knife, stood motionless on the ice, letting the wind drive his long hair, and there was no trace of emotional fluctuation in the blood-red eyes. At this moment, Li Yi was colder and more terrifying than being in the arena, especially his body was enveloped by a faint red halo. It was the murderous aura that multiplied after experiencing the baptism of blood and fire in the arena. It was the death aura that gradually expanded after slaughtering countless lives. Suddenly, Li Yi slowly raised his head, glanced at the major general whose body in front was cut in two, and looked at the sea that was continuously stained with blood. He grinned without emotion. "From now on, me, Li Yi, enemy against the Navy, against the world government/government. Congratulations to the Overlord for completing the task of killing a rear admiral. The system randomly awards holy light healing. Does the Overlord practice?" "Lian," Li Yi said coldly, and Li Yi, who was a little abnormally stimulated by the young major general's sentence, answered very simply. "Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the holy light healing technique. The holy light healing technique is the highest level of healing. Each use requires 1000 survival points. The host survival point is 0 and cannot be used." After the system's cold voice sounded slowly, it calmed down. Li Yi ignored it and turned and walked on the ice to return to the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, the three sisters Hancock, Sonia, and God Luo were completely stunned by Li Yi's crazy behavior of killing Rear Admiral. Even if they had returned to the pirate ship, they did not feel a trace. Hancock was the first to wake up until Li Yi returned to the pirate ship. Looking at Li Yi, who was a little pale, Hancock hurried forward and held his big hand. "Li Yi, you." Being gripped by Hancock, Li Yi suddenly came to his senses and looked at Hancock, who was a little worried. He forced down the murderous intent in his heart that had not completely dissipated, and then said softly, "Let's go, Hankook Grams." Hancock responded, and then stood side by side with Li Yi, concentrating on the vast ocean. Regardless of whether Li Yi killed a dragon or a navy general, or the pirates who were freely galloping and fighting for hegemony in the sea, for Hancock, as long as he could be by Li Yi's side. Even if you follow him and become the enemy of the world, even if you fall into the abyss of immortality, I am willing. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for reward, ask for soap, ask for a warm bed, sunny, handsome and temperament wolf, hey. Chapter 48, Famous Move. The name Li Yi spread throughout the Great Route the next day, shocking the Navy headquarters and the world government. The Great Sea Route and the pirates in the world are excited, because Tiger has just made a riot in the Holy Land Maria Joria, and even created the Pirates of the Sunday. It gallops on the sea and is the enemy of the world government, and then another unknown Li Yi slashed the Navy's warships, and even the Rear Admiral. This is definitely exciting news for the pirates galloping on the sea. Of course, Li Yi is no longer unknown, because as news birds fly around the world, his name immediately becomes the focus of the entire pirate world. Captain. In the New World, on a huge pirate ship, a pirate took a newspaper from the newsbird and walked to Shanks with a straw hat. Shanks took the newspaper and spread it out. Looking at it, his eyes lit up immediately. This man is good. Looking at the report about Li Yi in the newspaper, Shanks smiled, then handed the newspaper to his companions, and then said, "It seems that there will be a powerful man on the sea." Haha. The pirate who took the newspaper from him couldn't help but tighten his eyes when seeing the reward on the newspaper. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirate was on board. The Whitebeard who looked like a little giant read the report in the newspaper. He was wearing a black turban and a white beard in the shape of a crescent moon. Wearing a white navy cloak, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Father, what news is there?" Marco, who was standing next to him, stepped forward and said with a hint of curiosity, "Let's listen to it. Let's see for yourself." After Whitebeard finished speaking, he handed the newspaper to Marco, who opened the newspaper quickly with a hint of curiosity. At this moment, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate ship gathered around. "Li Yi, this name is very strange." Looking at the report in the newspaper, Marco blinked, then eagerly asked Whitebeard, "Daddy, have you heard of it? It should be a newcomer." The Whitebeard paused slightly, and then said, "But, I like this kid, ha ha ha. Kill Rear Admiral in a second, sever the warship with one blow." The Blackbeard who took the newspaper from Marco's eyes lit up, and then he laughed, "Father, this kid is terrifying, do you want to get him on board?" "Up to you." Although Baybeard has such thoughts, everyone's dreams are different. He can't force people on board. Just as the Sifang pirates focused their attention on Li Yi, a powerful guy who was born and dared to kill the Rear Admiral, on the endless sea, a small boat resembling a western coffin was in the wind and waves. "Move forward quickly." On the boat, Mihawk, the eagle-eyed Mihawk, who carried 12 great knife knights, looked ahead, and the eagle-like yellow eyes shone with fiery light. "Li Yi." When the boat broke through the huge waves and sailed to the calm sea ahead, Mihawk suddenly bowed his head and said every word, "Here comes." OZW.com. Li Yi didn't know that he had been offered a reward, and he became the focus of attention of all the pirates on the sea. With the help of the pirate ship, he took Hancock with him. The three sisters successfully entered the windless zone around Amazon Lily. Looking at the Dead Sea ahead, Hancock looked a little nervous. After bidding farewell to nearly 4 years, she suddenly returned here, and her heart would inevitably be a little excited. Sonia and Godru were even more happy to shed tears. Returning here means that they are completely free. "Let's go." Looking at the three sisters who were nervous and excited, Li Yi walked slowly to them and said with a smile, "Pass through this windless zone, and you will be home." Hancock did not speak, but Sonia and Godlu nodded in excitement. Seeing Sonia and Godlu's excitement, Li Yi didn't hesitate anymore and jumped off the deck. At the moment when his body was about to make contact with the sea, he quickly drew his sword out, and the tip of the sword pointed towards the sea. Ice Dragon Swingtail. It fell with a loud shout, and the sea surface pointed to by the tip of the knife froze instantly, but because the windless zone was too wide, the ice wheel pill in the initial thawing state could not freeze all of it, but this did not affect it. Walking to the unfrozen sea area and then freezing, that's it. Li Yi, who landed steadily on the frozen sea, looked back at the three Hancock sisters and smiled gently, "Come down and take you home." Oh! Sonia and God Lui did not hesitate, they jumped down, and when they were about to land on the ground, Li Yi immediately hugged them one by one, and then placed them firmly on the ice. Hancock. After taking over the two sisters, Li Yi eagerly stood on Hancock on the deck. Seeing that Hancock was not moving, Li Yuro, who knew what Hancock was thinking, said, "Did you forget what we said?" "Okay." Hancock was taken aback for a moment, then he was relieved, "Remember." When the voice fell, she jumped down. After the three sisters jumped down, Li Yi did not hesitate and took the lead to walk on the ice and approach the island ahead. Because the sea surface was frozen, the sea kings in this windless sea area were not disturbed, but Li Yi still walked cautiously. If one is not careful, it would be no fun for the sea kings to break through the frozen sea. With the help of Bing Lunmaru, Li Yi and his party finally sent the three sisters to the shore. When Hancock stepped out of the frozen sea and stood on the shore, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Li Yi's mind. The mission to rescue Hancock is completed, and the system will reward 10,000 survival points. Hearing the sound of the system, Li Yi was ecstatic. He has been waiting for these 10,000 survival points. With these 10,000 survival points, he can use the Holy Light Healing technique to remove the slave marks on the three Hancock sisters and on his forehead. But when he thought that using the Holy Light Healing art once required 1,000 survival points, he felt heartache for some reason. Chapter 49, Main Mission, Become One Piece. After successfully obtaining 10,000 survival points, Li Yi hurriedly jumped ashore and shouted to the three Hancock sisters who were walking ahead, "Wait!" Upon hearing the sound, the three sisters stopped one after another, then turned to look at Li Yi suspiciously. "I forgot to remove the imprint on you." Li Yi hesitated, then said, "If you don't remove the imprint, you will be driven out even if you return to Amazon Lily. So you have to feel wronged first." Hearing Li Yi's words, the three sisters were shocked. They have been with Li Yi these days, and they have been protected by him, making them forget that they still have slave marks on them. Now I suddenly heard Li Yi mention that they couldn't help but fear for a while after nearly 4 years of slavery. Looking at the three sisters who were watching him, Li Yi then stammered, "Because your mark is on your back, you need to take off your clothes." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the three sisters blushed instantly. After the marks on the three sisters were successfully removed by Li Yi returned to the ship alone. Although Hancock wanted to take Li Yi to the island, she had to leave Li Yi on the ship alone, thinking that her daughter country would not allow men to enter. The first thing Li Yi did when he returned to the boat was to remove the mark on his forehead. After using the Holy Light Healing technique 4 times, it cost him 4,000 survival points. Just thinking about it, Li Yi felt distressed. After removing the mark, Li Yi began to consider how to allocate the remaining 6,000 survival points. When he opened the column of learned skills, he frowned slightly. Especially when he saw that it takes 3,000 survival points to cultivate the king-level breaking sword art, he wanted to give the system a severe curse. After hesitating, he directly used the 3,000 points to practice the king-level breaking sword technique. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the king-level breaking sword skill, which consumes 3,000 survival points, and cultivating the god-level breaking sky sword drawing skill requires 10,000 survival points. The host has 3,000 survival points left and cannot be practiced. Li Yi ignored it and began to browse the exchange box. I don't know when the new items and skills will be listed in the exchange box, but the survival points that need to be exchanged are surprisingly high. Among them are the thunder fruits, and the dark fruits are displayed in it, but the required exchange points require tens of thousands of points. Li Yi had to give up. In desperation, he used all the remaining survival points to upgrade the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong, but when the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong was upgraded to the 10th level, Li Yi was dumbfounded. Upgrading the 11th floor requires 1 million point. I thought that these 3,000 should be able to upgrade the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong to the 13th level and reach the realm of King Kong Indestructible. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the Dragon Elephant Prujnagong to the 10th level and activating the dragon's power. Just when Li Yi was annoyed that he needed 10,000 points to upgrade the 11th floor, the voice of the system sounded again. Then, a majestic force rushed into Li Yi's body madly, mixed with a slight dragon chant. Sound. As the power of the dragon flooded into the 8 channels of his odd meridian, Li Yudun felt that his whole body was full of power and wanted to vent. Especially now that he has realized the king-level breakthrough sword-drawing technique, and the power of the dragon elephant is in his body, he can't wait. At this moment, a news bird flew over his head because there was a windlass belt in front of him. After the news bird flapped its wings a few times, it stopped on his boat. Seeing the news bird appearing on the bow of the ship, Li Yi's eyes lit up. Then he got up and came to the news bird. Without giving the news bird time to react, he grabbed it in his hand. After OZW.com took down the newspaper, Li Yi immediately saw the eye-catching characters Li Yi on the headline. Hey, did you report it? Li Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly spread out. When he saw his reward, he was dumbfounded. Thinking that he was wrong, Li Yi quickly rubbed his eyes, and then counted 100,000. He read it right, and he didn't count it wrong. His reward is 3 billion 7,000 10,000. Li Yi was a little forgetful. You know, Tiger only offered a reward of 230 million yuan after the riot in the Holy Land Mary Joya. Haha. After confirming that the number was correct, Li Yi not only didn't worry about being offered a reward, but laughed boldly. After a burst of heroic laughter, Li Yi suddenly turned his head to look at the newsbird who hadn't left, with a fierce look, and said viciously, "You are not going?" Lao Tzu is a man offering a reward of 370 million, so he carefully grilled you. Under his threat, the newsbird hurriedly fluttered and left. The newsbird had just left, and suddenly there was a soft noise in his mind. Li Yi, who was attracted by the soft sound, quickly calmed down and opened the taskbar that appeared in his mind. You have new news. Li Yi was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that the system is dumb, remind himself in this way? Thinking of this, he immediately opened the task. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded again. Congratulations to the host for taking over the main task of conquering the sea and becoming One Piece. The time limit is 13 years. If the mission is successful, you can get the wealth left by the previous One Piece. The mission fails and is obliterated. It's obliteration again. Li Yi roared, and said cruelly in his heart, "You are so sick, right? I will obliterate these 2 words in front of me in the future. I must find a hacker to remove you, do you believe it?" The voice of the system disappeared, but Li Yi's anger did not stop. After a slight pause, he went on to say, "Remember, if you fail the mission in the future, you will give it one without reward. You have to say kill 2 words. Are you happy? You are so anxious, even if no hackers can get rid of you, I will dedicate all the credit to you. Damn it, I'm really a bully, isn't it? No, you have to change it now, or if it can't be completed in 13 years, isn't it going to be pitted to death by you? Change immediately." I don't know if the system was frightened by Li Yi. Since this Li Yi's rebellion, every time the system has a side mission, it never mentions the word delete. Almost all missions are failed and there is no reward. This is something later. Become one piece. After scolding for a while, Li Yi blinked with great joy, and then grinned bloodthirstily, this is a must, and I have been offered a reward. Is it still such a mediocre and worthless life? If so, let the storm come on harder, ha ha ha. Wait, the time limit is 13 years. Li Yi blinked again. According to the current time, isn't it the time for Luffy's dumb goose to go to sea 13 years later? Chapter 50, If I Am King. You have to take the name of Mad and Cool Dick. After taking on the main task of becoming the One Piece King, Li Yi began to worry about starting the establishment of the pirate group. Not only did he have to take a smashing name, he also had to collect some brothers to follow him, otherwise he would be very alone. It is difficult to accomplish this difficult and sacred task. Yes. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes lit up. God Seat, yes, it is called the God Seat Pirate Group. Li Yi. At this moment, on the central island in the windless zone, Hancock ran to the shore and shouted at Li Yi standing on the boat, Li Yi, Li Yi. Seeing Hancock running to the shore, Li Yi quickly got up and walked to the deck, smiling and replied, I am. As soon as Li Yi's voice fell, Hancock standing on the shore said loudly, take me out to sea, okay? Hey! Li Yi Zanyan smiled, and immediately jumped into the sea, followed by the soul cutter knife that came out fiercely. After the sea was frozen, Hancock couldn't wait to step onto the ice and ran towards Li Yi. When the two met in the middle of the ice, Hancock jumped into Li Yi's arms and hugged Li Yi tightly, fearing that Li Yi would disappear in the next second. Li Yi, who was hugged tightly by Hancock, was stunned for a moment, then hugged him, laughed and said, Hancock, come with me to conquer the sea. Good good good. Hancock nodded repeatedly, then leaned his head on Li Yi's strong and safe chest, and whispered softly, as long as I can follow Li Yi, Hancock is willing to go anywhere. Haha, let's go. Listening to Hancock's tender words, Li Yi laughed boldly, then turned and strode back to the front of the ship. After a leap, he and Hancock stood firmly on the deck. Hancock, I have decided. Returning to the front of Li Yi on the deck, he said arrogantly, we will gallop on this sea under the banner of God's Seat, and move towards the goal of One Piece. If I am the king, you are the queen. Ah! Hancock's committed again. With her eyes blurred, she stared at the energetic Li Yi without blinking. On that beautiful face, she burst into an unprecedented smile. At the same time, Mihawk, who was riding in the wind and waves, finally entered this sea area. Looking at the pirate ship parked on the edge of the windless zone in front of him, there was another glow in his yellow eyes. Take a breath and shout loudly, Li Yi. Okay. Hearing the shouts coming from behind, Li Yi's body shook slightly, then he put down Hancock and turned to the sea with his head raised. I saw my hawk standing on a western coffin-like boat on the sea thousands of meters away, with two fiery rays of light bursting out of the sharp eyes of an eagle watching him far away. The speed of the boat is amazing, thousands of feet away, but a few blinks of time passed. Hawkeye. Looking at the boat parked not far from them, Hancock's beautiful eyes tightened slightly, and Li Yi's eyes lit up. Our God's Pirates group is seriously lacking powerful thugs. If my hawk is conquered and allowed to board the ship, it will be even more powerful for Li Yi and the newly established God's Pirates group. OZW.com You are Li Yi. Standing on the boat, my hawk leaned forward and Li Yi said in a deep voice, did you slash the Navy ship? Feeling the majestic fighting spirit on my hawk, Li Yi smiled and nodded, and said, also killed a rear admiral. After getting Li Yi's affirmation, my hawk grabbed the handle of the supreme sharp knife backhand and said coldly, fight me. Okay. Li Yi frowned slightly, give me a reason to fight you. Because of boredom. Li Yi stared at my hawk's reasons, but think about it, this is my hawk's character. In the era when Luffy went to sea, he destroyed a pirate to pass the time. Dozens of pirate ships under the regiment. Before Li Yi could react, my hawk continued, "Of course there is another reason, that is, I want to know whether your kendo is the strongest or mine is the strongest." As soon as my hawk's voice fell, Li Yi stretched out his hand to hold the soul-slashing knife hilt at his waist. "It is okay for me to fight you, but I have to bet a little bit." "Hey!" My hawk looked at Li Yi and waited for Li Yi to follow. "If you lose, get on my ship and become the first member of the God's Pirate Group." God Pirate Group? Ah, I just established it. Interesting. My hawk's eyes tightened slightly, then he bowed slightly, and a touch of evil charm curled up at the corner of his mouth. "I'll talk if you win first." Swish! As soon as the voice fell, my hawk popped out of lightning, leaving a halo of energy visible to the naked eye on the boat, and then appeared in the sky above Li Yi's head. Immediately afterwards, the world's strongest black knife pulled out a black streamer from a high altitude and cut it down towards Li Yi. When a crisp sound resounding across the sky suddenly came out, and then a terrifying wave of air rippling out to the surrounding sky centered on Li Yi and my hawk. The black knife slashed by the lightning faced the Hiramomura blade, and the terrible sword aura pressure filled the gap between the two face to face, making Hancockton, who was on one side, feel uncomfortable. It deserves to be the strongest supreme knife in the pirate world. A confident smile flashed across Li Yi's face, who brazenly drew his sword to fight with him, and then said faintly, "If you change someone else in this blow, I'm afraid you don't even know how to die. But unfortunately, what you have encountered is you are determined to lose." As Li Yi's voice fell, the blade of the black sword facing Hiranumara suddenly condensed into ice at an astonishing speed. Damn! After discovering this weird phenomenon, my hawk's pupils tightened, and then he burst out and withdrew. Haha! Seeing my hawk who had retreated, Li Yi laughed boldly, and then jumped up. "Let you see what true swordsmanship is." The words fell, and the king-level breakthrough sword-drawing skills that had just been understood quietly released. Chapter 51, Conquer the Great Root with Me. The power of the dragon elephant was all out, and they were frantically paying attention to the soul-slashing knife. With the power of the dragon elephant pouring into the soul-slashing knife, the blade trembled violently, and there was a faint groaning sound, which was very sweet. Although the soul-slashing knife is a sword, it can be used as a sword. The slender blade is as light and eye-catching as the blade. With the crazy influx of the power of the dragon elephant, the blade gradually showed a hint of coldness, and then it swept across the blade like running water. My hawk, who had retreated, stood on his boat, feeling the majestic pressure of Li Yi's rising. His eyes tightened slightly, and then he bowed down, dragged the black knife and bounced again. At the same time, Li Yi, who leaped into the air, swooped down at an astonishing speed to meet my hawk who had come by. Boom! With a loud noise resounding several miles, Li Yi and my hawk passed by, and a terrible wave of air surged behind the two passing by. Without waiting for the surging air wave to dissipate, the two passing by without a trace of muddy water, turned around and slashed each other with a slash. Hey! Hey! Two dazzling sword auras bloomed in the sky, and then they collided with unparalleled pressure. In another shocking sound, the high-altitude clouds began to collapse on both sides. At first glance, it looked like the sky had been cut away. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened while standing on the boat, and his beautiful face was full of incredible. My hawk returned to Li Yi's ship, and Li Yi fell on the bow of the western coffin. However, as soon as his toe touched the bow of the ship, he immediately bounced out with lightning, and then pressed one hand in the direction of my hawk, and with the other hand, he clenched the hilt of the knife that returned to the sheath after the explosion, and shouted word by word, "The king breaks the sky." Swordsmanship! The soul-slashing knife was out of its sheath, and Li Yi, who held it high over his head, split three swords in a flash. Three swords slashed out, and three void cracks appeared, crisscrossing and sweeping towards my hawk. Without waiting for my hawk to be prepared, the 3 swords that smashed the void fell from the sky like a galaxy, and instantly enveloped my hawk. Destroy the evil spirits with 1 sword. 2 swords move the universe. 3 swords broke through the sky and shook the sky. There are 3 swords in total, which are swordsmanship for the king level. Boom! With a blast, my hawk, who was enveloped by the galaxy-like sword air, fell into the sea. The galaxy-like sword-like air did not disappear, but immediately after my hawk fell into the sea, it detonated the surface of the sea with a radius of more than 10 feet, soaring into the sky. In the rising water column, Li Yi's figure flashed onto the deck, and the soul-slashing knife lightly swiped, and the rising water column instantly stood still and frozen. After freezing the column of water rising into the sky, Li Yu flicked his finger, and the column of water condensed into ice slammed to pieces, and then fell into the sea. Ha! Happy! Looking at the ice cubes falling back to the sea, Li Yi laughed endlessly and brazenly, and then said to Hancock beside him, "Hancock, welcome the first member of the Pirates of the Gods, ha! My hawk, who had fallen into the sea, surfaced in his heroic laughter, and as he surfaced, a trace of redness immediately spread out in front of him. Obviously, he was injured under that galaxy-like sword aura. My hawk, you lose." Hearing this, my hawk shook his head helplessly, and said, "It's a careless moment. Do you want to fall back?" There was a glimmer of coldness in Li Yi's eyes. For a powerful existence like my hawk, letting him live is a great threat if he can't use it for himself. You know, in the next few years, my hawk will stand at the highest position of Kendo, and is the strongest swordsman in the world of Kendo. Such a terrifying existence, how could he let it go, either for his own use or strangling in the cradle? OZW.com. Without waiting for my hawk to speak, there was a sudden inexplicable pressure from underwater, and then a huge black shadow quickly rose towards the bottom of the sea. Aquaman. After seeing the huge black shadow approaching quickly, my hawk's pupils tightened slightly, grasping the palm of the supreme sharp knife and exerting force. Roar! With a loud roar, a sea king-like pirate ship rushed out of the waves, and then bit at my hawk with a big mouth in his blood basin. At this critical moment, Li Yi's figure flashed, and the soul-slashing knife swung down at the same time. Puff! The blood flew up, and the huge Neptune-like head smashed into the sea at the same time as the body in the splashing blood, and the huge wave that was set off instantly swallowed my hawk who was about to shoot. After the huge waves rolled over, my hawk stared at Li Yi who was standing on the back of the Sea King, and roared angrily, "Did I let you take action? Could it be that I can't even kill the Sea King? It's all right." Li Yi waved his hand, then stretched out his big hand, squinted and smiled, "Follow me, here is the glory you want." "Okay." Seeing the big hand stretched out in front of him, my hawk was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It's fine, the winner is the winner." As he said, he stretched out his hand and held Li Yi together. "Haha, that's right." Seeing my hawk stretched out his hand to grab him, Li Yi smiled, then grabbed my hawk and jumped onto the deck. After falling on the deck, my hawk said to Li Yi, "I only promise to board your ship temporarily. If one day I defeat you, I will leave." "Okay." Li Yi nodded readily, "I am waiting for this day to come. But before this day comes, you will obediently follow me to conquer the sea and conquer this great route." The corner of my hawk's mouth curled up with a profound arc. "You really dare to say? But you are the captain, you have the final say." "It is good." Seeing my hawk responding, Li Yi clapped his hand, then turned to look at the vast sea. "God pirates, go." After a slight pause, Li Yi suddenly turned his head to look at my hawk. "Will you be in charge of the ship?" "Don't tell me, you won't." My hawk, who looked at Li Yi like a monster, widened his eyes, and when he nodded, he felt weak. "Well, you won. By the way, our Godseat pirate group still lacks the pirate flag." After looking around, Li Yi suddenly fixed his gaze on my hawk's cloak. "What are you doing?" My hawk took a step back instinctively. Your cloak is not bad. Li Yi smiled very cheaply, and then said thiefly, if it is used as a pirate flag, it should be more stylish. By the way, Hancock, can you paint? How about a seat painted on this cloak? Okay. Hancock nodded, then resisted a smile and looked at my hawk. Taking off, what are you still stunned? Seeing my hawk standing still, Li Yi stepped forward and said with a smile, or, let me take it off for you. Chapter 52, what a big scene. Haha, set sail, go. Seeing the pirate flag flying in the wind, Li Yi seemed particularly excited. He has been following in the footsteps of the anime One Piece update in this world and has always dreamed of becoming one of them. Li Yi finally got his wish. Looking at the king's throne pattern drawn by Hancock on the flying flag, Li Yi seemed to see endless treasures, as well as the countless pirates on the vast sea. All the pirates on the ship bowed to him, shouting in unison. Shocking picture of calling my king. The pirate ship turned around and headed towards the sea where the end was not visible. The master of the ship was naturally my hawk, the great swordsman who accidentally boarded the thief ship. Seeing Li Yi standing on the bow of the ship in a Superman pose, my hawk shook his head helplessly, so I followed such a captain. Hawkeye, don't look at me like that. As if he knew that Hawkeye was looking at him, Li Yi suddenly turned around and walked towards his position. When he came to my hawk, Li Yi lifted his legs and sat down, and then said, do you feel like you've been pitted? Haha, it's right to have such a thought, after all, you are a little bit unclear about your defeat. Speaking of this, my hawk took the words, and then escaped Li Yi's reward order from his arms. Don't you think this is not clear? Hey! Li Yi accepted the reward, blinked, and said with a smile, 370 million, it's normal. Normal fart. My hawk glared, and said angrily, it's okay if you had a bounty before, but you are just like emerging from the ocean, and the reward is so high as soon as you appear. Why, dissatisfied? Li Yi squinted at my hawk, if there is no such high reward, you would not come to me. Without waiting for my hawk to speak, Li Yi continued, actually, when I first saw this reward, I was surprised. But when I think about it, that's all. The reason why the world government offered me so many rewards, the reason is not how strong I am, but that I beheaded the rear admiral as soon as I appeared, and even their warships were beheaded. They offered rewards based on the threats that the people offered them now and in the future. My existence, for the Navy and even the world government, is an existence that must be strangled. It is precisely because of this that they offer such a high reward. There is such a reason. My hawk nodded, there must be a brave man under the reward. Haha, aren't you stiff? Li Yi smiled and patted my hawk on the shoulder, and said proudly, wait, my hawk, this reward is just the beginning. We find like-minded partners. After that, the sea will completely boil because of my appearance, and the Navy and even the world government will tremble with the appearance of the gods' pirates. Find your partners. My hawk frowned slightly. At this moment, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air, followed by a loud noise that shook their eardrums. Li Yi, Li Yi. Without waiting for Li Yi and my hawk to react, Hancock ran over quickly, and hurriedly said, it's not good, it's the Navy. So fast. Li Yi stared, then turned and walked towards the bow. OZW.com Li Yi, who came to the bow of the ship, headed towards the sea, and saw that a warship came breaking through the waves in the vast sea. Amidst the shocking sounds, several shells broke through the air. Seeing the howling shells, Li Yi didn't move, his eyes tightened slightly. Because he saw a familiar figure standing on the warship. Wearing a lavender-striped suit and dark blue shirt, a tie, a punk head, a beard and a long knife on his waist, the navy cloak with the words Justice behind him dances in the wind, invisibly permeating with a depressing breath. Flying Squirrel. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Kendo Master, Navy 6 Style Master. The future Lieutenant General of the Navy Headquarters, although still a Major General, is at least twice as strong as the Major General who was beheaded by him before, especially his terrifying swordsmanship. Li Yi knows best. The howling shells were not accurate enough, and the sea that fell in front of Li Yi exploded. Then a few jets of water rose up into the sky. After the water jets rose to the sky, they dispersed with the wind. Shrouded with Hancock. Major General, that pirate banner is very strange. A Navy soldier standing next to Major General Flying Squirrel put away his binoculars, and then said, "Should you stop the shelling?" "No." Major General Flying Squirrel stared at Li Yi, who was standing on the pirate ship of the God Seat without blinking, and said coldly, "I have seen him, it is Li Yi who is not fake. Pass the order and continue to shelling." The soldier had to leave. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel took a step forward, looking at Li Yi standing on the pirate ship with cold eyes, and shouted every word, "Li Yi, you can't run." Boom boom boom. Dense explosions sounded around the pirate ship, and the pirate ship shook violently in the huge waves rising to the sky. But never a shell hit the hull directly, all thanks to Mihawk's superb ship handling skills. Seeing Li Yi standing at the bow of the ship, Mihawk was not moving. He couldn't help but said anxiously, "Captain, there is only one warship, kill or retreat." "No, not one." Li Yi looked ahead, and then said lightly, "It's 5 ships." As his voice fell, another warship appeared in the direction of his right hand, and then, the shadow of a warship appeared in the direction of his left hand. 5 warships appeared one after another, and then surrounded the gods' pirate ships. What a big scene! After looking around, Li Yi said solemnly, "The appearance of 5 major admirals of the Navy headquarters at the same time is really worthy of me, Li Yi." After discovering that the divine pirate ship was surrounded, Mihawk gave up his hand and came to Li Yi's side. Those sharp eagle eyes looked at Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's warship, and said with awe-inspiring killing intent, "Captain, kill." Chapter 53, Have a Big Fight. Cannonballs roaring from all directions exploded around the pirate ship. When the jet of water rising into the sky enveloped the pirate ship, Li Yi drew his knife out of its sheath like lightning, and then shouted, "Begin to solve." After the soul-slashing knife was released, the bone-thinning cold instantly went out, quietly freezing the water column rising into the sky. After the water column was frozen, an ice cage was formed to protect the pirate ship. Then, Li Yi jumped onto the frozen water column with a flash, "Hawkeye! Hey!" Seeing Li Yi jumping on the icicle, Mihawk cracked a bloodthirsty arc at the corner of his mouth. Then, his figure flashed and stood firmly beside Li Yi. Kill! As soon as Mihawk fell into the figure, Li Yi jumped out, and when he was about to fall into the sea, the soul-slashing knife carried a ray of cold light into the air. Hearing a crisp sound, the water waves that had just been stirred up by the shells falling into the sea and exploded were instantly frozen. Then, the surrounding sea with this water wave as the center immediately spread out at an alarming speed. After the sea was frozen, Li Yi steadily landed on the sea, and then quickly rushed out with a knife. Target, the ship where the Flying Squirrel is located. Looking at Li Yi, who was freezing the sea, the Flying Squirrel standing on the deck of the warship's pupils tightened slightly. At the same time, Mihawk, who followed Li Yi's pounce, stood steadily on the frozen sea. He was also surprised by the freezing of the sea. He gripped the handle of the black knife with his big hands and watched Li Yi rushing out quickly. Slightly stunned. But the situation did not allow him to hesitate or stagnate. Just as he fell on the ice, several shells screamed and exploded around him. 2 of them even went straight to his door, instantly enlarging in his pupils. At this critical moment, Mihawk quickly drew the black knife, and then dived out with lightning. Puff! 2 shells were cut apart by the terrifying sword gas, and then fell into the sea on both sides and exploded. Before Mihawk was out, Li Yi had already rushed to the ice more than 10 feet in front of the warship where the Flying Squirrel was located. Looking at the flying squirrel standing on the splint, a bloodthirsty flashed across the corner of Li Yi's mouth, and then, the soul slasher raised his head high. Damn! Seeing Li Yi stop more than 10 feet ahead, he even held the soul-slashing sword high, his pupils suddenly tightened. Obviously, Li Yi was about to cut off his warship. Just as his pupils were tight, Li Yi's soul-slashing knife that held his head high, carrying a frosty breath, slammed it down in the air. Hey! The dazzling sword energy bloomed in the sky, and after flying into the sky, it fell from the sky like a roaring dragon. Rumbling! The terrifying sword air that fell from the sky slashed at the bow of the warship, and then penetrated the deck with a force of destruction, flashing past the flying squirrel in the hasty dodge, until the stern. Ah! The warship was cut apart. On the warship, the soldiers swayed from the Middle East in a violent shock, panicking. Unforgivable! Looking at the warship that was severed by Li Yi, the flying squirrel who flashed through the horrible blow was shocked and angry. He drew his saber in a loud shout, and then stepped on the void to kill Li Yi. OZW.com Oh, Captain, this is the rhythm of a big fight. Standing on the ice, my hawk looked at the warship that was severed by Li Yi with a single knife. A pair of yellow pupils flashed with excitement and hot light. After the flying squirrel pounced on Li Yi, he suddenly bowed, then turned to lock one of the warships. Swish! In the sound of breaking through the air, my hawk soared up from the ice like an eagle, and then appeared above the warship through the sky. Cut! In a flash, my hawk's sharp eyes tightened above the warship, and the world's strongest black knife was cut down in the air. With a puff, the shining black sword aura fell from the sky, and instantly sank into the warship hull. Boom! After the black sword energy flashed and disappeared, the warship shook violently in a shocking explosion, and a crack was instantly elongated in the direction the sword energy entered. Okay. Seeing that the warship had not been cut off by his own black knife, my hawk's pupils tightened slightly. Immediately, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seems that there are some gaps. My hawk, you are so bold. Just as my hawk was upset that he hadn't severed the warship, a loud shout suddenly came out from under him, and before he could react, a figure rose into the sky. Seeing the man with a big beard and a cigar biting into the sky, my hawk's eyes tightened slightly. Hua Shaishan. Unexpectedly, you actually joined Li Yi's pirate group. The burning mountain soaring to the sky stepped on the void, held the hilt with one hand, took the cigar off and bounced off with the other. In that case, let's catch it with you. Don't be ashamed. Hawkeye bowed slightly, and the black knife swept out with lightning. At the same time, the flying squirrel that killed Li Yi by breaking through the air with the moon step appeared on Li Yi's head in the blink of an eye. Seeing the flying squirrel that appeared on his head in an instant, Li Yi didn't hesitate, and the soul cutter knife went against the sky. It's a cut. The flying squirrel that appeared on his head did not dodge, and then grabbed the handle of the knife with one hand, and then quickly pulled out the sheath to stop the soul-slashing blade that was hacked against the sky. The moment the blades of the two long knives were facing each other, a sharp impact sounded, and then a terrifying wave of air blasted out around the two people. The void trembled violently at this moment, and the sea was turbulent with this terrifying sword energy. Click! Suddenly, with a crisp sound, the flying squirrel's pupil shrank, and saw that the long knife in his hand was frosted at an astonishing speed after facing Li Yi's soul slasher. How is this possible? After realizing that his long knife had actually been frozen, the flying squirrel exclaimed secretly, and at the same time stepped on the moon and stepped out to withdraw. After blasting out, the flying squirrel looked at the soul-slashing knife in Li Yi's hand in shock, and said in a deep voice, "Your knife ate the devil fruit." Hearing this, Li Yi was taken aback for a moment, then stepped forward, coldly said, "Just take it for yourself." Impossible, even if the government is only in the research stage, how could your sword eat the devil fruit? Haha, flying squirrel, the current situation is not when you care about the long knife in my hand, what you should care about is the head of your item. Chapter 54, Tactile killer, death. After Li Yi and Mihawk went out one after another, the pirate ship protected by the frozen water column was no longer safe. Under the shelling of the other 3 warships, the frozen water column collapsed in the flying ice. The icicles disappeared, and the divine pirate ship and Hancock were exposed to the firepower of those 3 warships. The roaring shells descended from the sky with fiery pressure, the target, Hancock, and the entire pirate ship. It's not that easy. Looking at the cannonballs roaring from 3 directions, Hancock, who was standing on the bow, changed her previous weak performance. As she stared at her beautiful eyes, she took a step forward, touching her lips with her finger. A huge pink peach dot the color heart appears quietly. Captive arrow. With a sweet cry, Hancock pulled it back like a bow and arrow, and then dense pink arrows flashed away to meet the roaring shells. When these arrows collided with the howling shells, the shells instantly petrified, and then fell vertically into the sea. Damn, there is another capable person on board. On the decks of the 3 warships, all the guys with the rank of Major General became cold. Then, one of the warships burst out of the waves and went straight to the god's pirate ship. Standing on the deck of this warship is a man with a vicious expression wearing a helmet with a double-headed dragon pattern on his head. Ghost Spider, Navy Hawk, cruel personality, learned from the Black Wrist style, and the same door as the Flying Squirrel. Because the Ghost Spider's warship broke through the waves, the other 2 warships stopped shelling, waiting to prevent the god's pirate ship from escaping. Standing on the pirate ship of the gods, Hancock looked at the warship coming through the waves, his eyes tightened slightly. When the warship stopped 10 feet across from her, she looked back at Li Yi who was fighting. Seeing Li Yi suppress the flying squirrels and control the initiative in battle, she smiled and said softly, "Li Yi, Hancock won't drag you back, I can be my own side for you." After the general ship approached the pirate ship, a cold light flashed in the Ghost Spider's eyes, and then quickly drew out the sword, and shouted in a deep voice, "Catch this female pirate alive!" Roar! The soldiers standing on his deck roared, and then jumped off the warship one by one, killing Hancock like a spider pouring out of a nest. Seeing the Navy soldiers rushing onto the ship, Hancock mustered the courage to drive away the fear in her heart. After all the soldiers rushed to the deck, she quickly raised her hand, and then took a heart-shaped pose, "Sweet and sweet wind." The sweet voice fell, and the love-shaped light flashed out, instantly sweeping over the Navy soldiers rushing towards her. The light swept across, and all the naval soldiers who rushed to the deck were instantly petrified. Okay. The Ghost Spider standing on the warship watched this weird scene, his head slightly tilted, and then he jumped down, and the long sword around his waist was out of its sheath with lightning. Hey! The terrifying sword energy swept out, and instantly swept the petrified soldiers standing in front of him down the sea. OZW.com. Trash, an eyesore. After sweeping the Navy down to the sea, he stood firmly on the deck, then leaned forward to look at Hancock. So beautiful. As soon as his eyes came into contact with Hancock, the Ghost Spider's eyes protruded, his heartbeat accelerated, and his feet lost consciousness. After discovering this weird phenomenon, the Ghost Spider suddenly pulled out a dagger from his waist, and then fiercely thrust it into his thigh. He only heard a soft puff, the dagger was completely submerged in the thigh, and the piercing pain made him wake up instantly. Under the irritation of this heart-stirring stimulus, the Ghost Spider slowly raised his head, narrowed his pupils to look at Hancock, and said with a bloodthirsty grin, "Almost caught your trap. Then, let me send you this girl. Pirates go to hell." Hell! The spider actually used cruel methods to get rid of the confusion of sweet fruits. Hancock, who had never had actual combat experience, didn't know what to do for a while, and his body retreated uncontrollably. Although she has followed Xiaoqi to master the abilities of sweet fruit, she is weak because she has no actual combat experience. The most important thing is that the domineering in her body has not yet awakened. In addition to her young age, she suddenly met an opponent to face herself. The opponents who were extremely cruel, the courage she had just gathered disappeared instantly, and what followed was the fear of ghost spiders. Go to hell! Seeing Hancock, who was slowly retreating, the ghost spider didn't have a trace of sympathy in his eyes. He raised his sword and rushed towards Hancock. Li Yi! Hell! The spider rushed towards her. Hancock's last line of defense completely collapsed, and after a hurried shout, she turned and ran. Oh! The Navy soldiers on the warship who did not jump off because the ghost spiders killed them saw Hancock turning and running away. Their eyes bloomed with red hearts, and they said with intoxication, "Even the escape is so beautiful, ah, I guilty, ugly as me, damn." Seeing Hancock dodge his attack, and even after hearing the voices of the incompetent men behind him, the ghost spider turned his head and snarled, "Can you be quieter?" After drinking the group of incompetent men, the ghost spider again killed Hancock. In the distance, Li Yi, who suppressed the flying squirrels to death, trembled slightly after hearing Hancock's cry. Immediately, he slashed the flying squirrel back, and then turned to look at the god's pirate ship. At this glance, his face was instantly cold, and his pupils shone with a chilling blood-red light. In the next second, Li Yi directly ignored the presence of the flying squirrel and threw out lightning. So fast! The flying squirrel who wanted to stop Li Yi had no time to make a move. He only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and Li Yi walked away from him with a murderous intent. After the two offenses, he had appeared above the god's pirate ship. After targeting the ghost spider, his pupils opened wide, and he coldly shouted, "Death!" When the voice fell, the soul-slashing blade rolled up the dragon-like cold sword air and flashed down like a 9-day galaxy, instantly enveloping the ghost spider. Chapter 55, Your Justice, I Will Cut It Off. I didn't expect that the ghost spider that Li Yi killed so quickly would only feel a breath of coldness sweeping over him. The next second he lost consciousness. Then, frost spread from his head, freezing him into one ice sculpture. Not good. In the distance, on the decks of the two warships that had been watching the pirate ship, the two major generals looked terrified. After exclaiming, they ordered shelling almost at the same time. Boom boom boom. Amid the violent sound, dense shells burst out of the air, and then fell like hail to the pirate ship where Li Yi was located. At the same time, Li Yi stood steadily on the deck, ignoring the roaring shells behind him. With his red eyes, he held the handle of the soul-slashing sword with one hand and Hang Kyukla behind him with the other. Just after Hancock was pulled behind by Li Yi, the roaring cannonball appeared above them. At this critical moment, the Hawkeye who fought against Hua Shaishan did not hesitate, turned and vacated, and the black sword slammed out at the same time. Under the sweep of the black knives, the shells that broke through the air suddenly changed direction and flashed towards the warship. Looking at the reflected shells, the Major General's expression on the warship tightened slightly. Then, he leaped into the air with moon steps, and then a bright sword energy burst into the sky. Boom 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 boom. The artillery shells cut by the Major General with a single sword plunged into the sea and exploded. The startled water column instantly blurred their vision. Flying squirrel. The Hua Shaishan who fought with the Eagle Eye saw the Eagle Eye return and smashed all the cannonballs, and shouted at the flying squirrel in the distance, "Quick!" The flying squirrel did not speak, and after nodding his head solemnly, he stepped on the void and flashed towards the god's pirate ship with Hua Shao Mountain. At the same time, while Hawkeye stopped the roaring shells, a gap was suddenly opened on the surface of the ghost spider's frozen ice sculpture. Before Hawkeye and Hancock reacted, dense cracks spread across the entire ice sculpture. Immediately afterwards, a muffled sound suddenly came out. Opening the frozen ghost spider raised his head and let out a long roar, then he suddenly turned his head, his cold and merciless eyes instantly locked Li Yi. And Li Yi seemed to be waiting for the ghost spider to break free from the freezing. Just as he looked back at his head, Li Yi silently took a step forward, holding down the big hand of the hilt while quietly exerting force. The soul-slashing knife was outrageously out of its sheath, followed by 3 terrifying sword auras blooming in the sky. Li Yi, who drew the sword out of its sheath, didn't use the skills of the soul-slashing sword, and then directly used the king-level sword drawing technique to face the ghost spider, which was 3 times in a row. OZW.com. These 3 knives are fast to the extreme, no matter it is the ghost spider, the eagle eye standing aside, or the flying squirrels and the Huashaishan who rushed over quickly, they did not see how the 3 knives cut. They only saw the dazzling and terrifying sword aura blooming in the air, and then 3 bursts of tearing the void came out almost at the same time. The dazzling and terrifying sword aura disappeared, and Li Yi had retreated to Hancock, and the soul slasher didn't know when it was sheathed, as if it had never appeared before. Puff! As soon as Li Yi returned to Hancock, a stream of blood spurted from the ghost spider's body. Then, the ghost spider's screams immediately resounded across the sky. Ah! In the screaming scream, the 2 arms of the ghost spider were silently disconnected, and fell on the deck in the rising blood mist. Then, a blood gap spread from the center of his brow. When the blood gap spread to under his crotch, his body suddenly exploded. This and terrifying scene stunned the flying squirrel, Huashaishan, and Hawkeye who had just rushed over. They knew that Li Yi dared to kill Rear Admiral, but they didn't expect that his methods were so brutal. Especially flying squirrels, when he first heard the name Li Yi, he still had a hint of suspicion. He would never believe that a newcomer who had just emerged would be bold enough to kill the Rear Admiral. However, when he saw the devilish figure with his own eyes at this moment, he didn't have the slightest doubt. This man is the devil. He has seen a lot of cruel pirates, but this is the first time he has seen someone like Li Yi. Of course, if he knew how Li Yi survived in the arena, he would not be so shocked. The arena in the holy place, Mariajo, is crueler than this sea. Once you enter the game, you either die or live. There is no third choice. Obviously, Li Yi has lived till now. He was accustomed to the brutal life in the arena, facing the ghost spider who dared to attack Hancock. His first reaction was to kill, mercilessly. Because, without beheading him, if he can shoot Hancock now, he will definitely do it in the future. As long as they are on the opposite side of him, they can't keep alive. Although he left the arena and came to the sea, Li Yi has always adhered to this principle. It is no exaggeration to say that he knows how to survive better than 90% of the pirates on the sea. It is not difficult to imagine what kind of Li Yi will set off on the next great voyage. Wind. After slaying the ghost spider, Li Yi looked back at Hawkeye who was shocked on the spot with a blank face, and said coldly, "Hawkeye, you go to take the boat and take Hancock away. Give it to me here." Although he has a pair of sharp eagle eyes, under the gaze of Li Yi's blood-red eyes at the moment, Eagle Eyes still can't help but feel a chill behind him. Hawkeye, who dared not to look at Li Yi anymore, quickly turned back to look at Hancock. "Hancock, let's go." Hearing Hawkeye's words, Hancock did not leave immediately, but looked at Li Yi worriedly. "Go, I'm fine." Li Yi didn't look at Hancock, but came forward with a knife to the edge of the deck to watch the burning mountain and flying squirrels, and said with a murderous intent, "Your so-called poor justice, I will cut it off." When the words fell, Li Yi jumped up, and the soul-slashing knife held high rolled up the terrifying cold sword air and slashed fiercely, directly locking the Huashaishan and the flying squirrel. This chapter will be on the shelves today at 12 o'clock in the evening, and there will be at least 10 chapters. Thank you for your support and encouragement during this period of time. If you like it, please subscribe to support it. Crazy people are not good at words and don't know how to write testimonials. In short, thank you all. No matter if you continue to subscribe to support or stop here, the madman bows to thank you, thank you. Chapter 56, Armed Domineering. Li Yi just jumped into the air to kill the Huashao mountain and the flying squirrels. The god's pirate ship immediately started, and then turned and rushed towards the warship that was cut off by Li Yi. Facing Li Yi's terrifying sword, Flying Squirrel and Hua Shaishan didn't dare to meet them at all, and they all quit with a monthly burst. The two people who had exited looked very anxious when they saw the Godseat pirate ship started. Quickly, stop them! After the anxious Flying Squirrel used the Hua Shaishan to stop Li Yi's attack, he shouted at the only two warships that were not damaged in the distance, "We must not let them escape." As soon as the Flying Squirrel's voice fell, a shocking impact sounded without warning, and then a column of water rose into the sky, pouring down in his direction. Before the Flying Squirrel could react, the Hua Shaishan flew upside down, and a bit of blood spilled into the sea before him. After pushing the Hua Shao mountain back, Li Yi froze the sea with the soul-slashing knife, and then fell steadily. Looking at the two warships that were quickly chasing out while shelling the Godseat pirate ship, Li Yi's eyes flashed coldly, and then even the soul-slasher was holding his head high. "You stay too." With a loud roar, the soul-slashing knife slashed in the air. Click! The sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and the galaxy-like sword energy fell from the sky again, carrying terrifying energy and instantly cut down one of the warships. Rumbling! In the deafening sound of the explosion, the warship broke off, and then slammed into the other warship under the strong impact. Damn it! Seeing the two warships crashing into each other, the Flying Squirrel stomped fiercely with anger. Li Yi is a person, and one person will contain them all. If such a terrifying and powerful man really lets him escape, God knows what kind of disaster it will bring them. Ha 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 ha! Seeing the two warships crashing into each other, Li Yi suddenly laughed endlessly and heroically. Standing on the ice with a knife, he was like a demon descending from the earth, and like a of death, the endless breath of death surrounded him. The terrifying coercion spread around him as the center. Amidst his laughter, because their warship was also cut off and unable to travel, two major generals stepped forward and surrounded Li Yi with Flying Squirrels and Hua Shaishan. 4 major generals, join hands against one. This is the first time in the battle between Flying Squirrels and the others. Looking around at the major generals who surrounded him, Li Yi stopped laughing, and then said awe-inspiringly, "Happy, really happy." The divine pirate ship sailed out of the sea smoothly. Standing on the deck, Hancock Powder clenched his fists, looking at the location of Li Yi with a worried expression. After stopping the ship, My Hawk came to her and leaned forward. "My Hawk, I'm worried about Li Yi." Hancock bit his lip while looking at My Hawk standing beside him. Feeling Hancock's concern, My Hawk nodded solemnly. He knew that Li Yi was very strong, but he had to fight against the 4 major generals with his own strength, and it would be difficult to get out. "You are optimistic about the ship." When the words fell, My Hawk suddenly bowed slightly, then swished out. OZW.com. At the same time, the battle between Li Yi and the 4 major generals also started quietly. The 4 major generals drew their swords out of their sheaths almost at the same time, and then swept away at Li Yi with terrible sword energy. "Sit on the frosty day, Bing Lun Meru." Feeling the fierce sword aura sweeping from all sides, Li Yi quickly swung the soul sword, and then shouted word by word, "6 clothes are frozen together." As his voice fell, 6 icy spots appeared at the feet of the 4 major generals, and then 6 icicles rising into the sky frozen the 4 flying squirrels. However, as soon as the 4 of them were frozen, the icicles cracked and exploded. The flying squirrel, who was the first to break free from the icicle, was holding a long knife, and instantly appeared on Li Yi's head when he stepped on a moon step. Then, he slashed it in the air and shouted coldly, "Armed!" Unexpectedly, Li Yi, whose flying squirrel could break free from the icicles in such a short time, tightened his pupils slightly. In a rush, he slashed in front of him and stopped the long black knife. Boom! With a muffled sound, the 2 knives faced each other, and the powerful shock wave suddenly shook Li Yi upside down. At the moment when his body was about to fall into the sea, Li Yi hurriedly pointed his knife down, and the ice dragon Spintail was released quietly. As soon as the sea surface was frozen, Li Yi dropped his feet, and then slid more than 10 feet in the terrifying shock wave before stabilizing his body. Armed and domineering. Li Yi's complexion changed slightly, who had stabilized his body. He didn't expect that flying squirrels would have realized the domineering armed look at this time. However, he was relieved immediately. Flying squirrels can be promoted to the rank of lieutenant general. Naturally, they must be domineering, otherwise they will not be able to fight the captains with powerful devil fruit abilities in the new world. It may also be because of his terrifying combat power that he was promoted to the rank of lieutenant general after he became a marshal in the Warring States period of Buddha. The situation did not give Li Yi any chance to react. Before he could catch his breath after falling on the ice to stabilize himself, Huo Xiaoshan and another major general quickly killed him from both sides. The terrifying sword spirit reappears, Li Yi has no chance to dodge. Seeing that the sweeping sword energy was about to tear Li Yi's body, Li Yi stood still, his pupils widened, and coldly shouted, "Vacuum multi-layer ice wall!" Boom! With a blast, the ice wall rising into the sky instantly protected Li Yi, and at the same time, 2 flashes of sword aura instantly sank into the ice wall and disappeared. As the sword chi disappeared, the flying squirrel followed, and then raised his black fist and slammed into the ice wall. Amid the shocking sound of impact, a halo of energy visible to the naked eye spread out, and the ice wall cracked a gap. Then, the flying squirrel struck out with 2 consecutive punches. Bang bang! When the 2 punches fell, the ice wall that had been cracked was shattered. The ice wall shattered, and Li Yi was exposed to the attack of 4 people. However, Li Yi was waiting at this time. When the ice wall was breaking, he suddenly bowed, and then drew his sword out of its sheath like lightning. Swish! Li Yi flashed past the flying squirrel at the moment the soul slasher was unsheathed. Chapter 57, Shinza. Zhan Moonwheel Dance. A decisive voice fell, and a blood mist floated on the flying squirrel who passed by Li Yi. The blood mist was frozen and solidified at an astonishing speed as soon as it rose. Then, the flying squirrel's body was frozen in the blink of an eye. Before Huo Xiaoshan and the other 2 major generals could react, Li Yi pulled out a Z shape on the ice to quickly return, and then grabbed the frozen flying squirrel's head and held it high. Bang! An extremely shocking crash sound suddenly came out, and then a flying squirrel with a mouth wide open and spouting blood flew high into the sky like a meteor. The whole process was completed in the flashlight, until the flying squirrel was knocked out and Hua Xiaoshan and the other 2 major generals suddenly woke up. Hua Xiaoshan, who was the first to react, could not attack Li Yi. Instead, he turned around and followed the flying squirrel that flew out like a meteor. While Hua Xiaoshan was chasing to rescue the flying squirrels, the other 2 major generals came towards Li Yi. But they had no chance. My hawk, who returned from the pirate ship of the gods, swept across the sea like a giant eagle, and then dragged the world's strongest black knife into the air. The black streamer flickered, and then the 2 major generals flew out. Seeing my hawk came back, Li Yi's mouth curled up and said lightly, "My hawk, you saved them." Li Yi is not talking nonsense. If my hawk does not show up, knocks the flying squirrels away, and takes the squirrel away, he will be able to kill the 2 rear admirals, but my hawk will disrupt them. His plan. Mihawk, who was slashing the 2 major generals, fell steadily beside Li Yi. After placing the black knife on his back, he solemnly said, "If you kill all the 5 major generals, then come after us." The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. Hearing this, Li Yi's heart trembled slightly. Before, he only cared about fighting and fighting. There was only one thing in his eyes, and that was to kill all the 5 major generals. Now being reminded by my hawk, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. If it really attracted the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, he and Hawkeye would not be enough to look at them. Thinking of this, Li Yi put away the soul slasher and turned around resolutely. "Let's go." Seeing that Li Yi did not have much mood swings, my hawk flashed a glimmer of appreciation. If Li Yi was a captain who only knew killing, he would not bother to join him. What Li Yi showed was a very calm and instant thinking reversal, which is a basic quality that a king must possess. Don't be blind, don't be arrogant, watch the current situation and start with the future. Know how to weigh the pros and cons, advance and retreat gracefully, is king. After Li Yi and my hawk left, the waters returned to calm, leaving 4 warships cut or knocked over and naval soldiers floating on the sea, witnessing that there was an event that shocked the whole place again. Pirate World, alarm the naval headquarters and world government/government battles. And Li Yi, who won the battle this time, has a brand new name. That is, the captain of the pirate ship. OZW.com. Li Yi, who stepped on the frozen sea surface of the soul cutter knife and returned to the god's pirate ship, looked at Hancock's small hands tightly, with a worried expression on his face. He immediately dissipated the violent aura from his body, and put on a gentle smile. Come to Hancock. Hancock, who originally thought Li Yi would give herself a hug, just fell into the fantasy of a nympho. Li Yi, who came to her, suddenly grinned and whispered, "Hancock, I'm hungry." Okay. Hancock obviously couldn't keep up with Li Yi's rhythm. After blinking and stunned, her beautiful face rose up with a blush, and then she turned around and ran out embarrassedly. Looking at the somewhat abnormal Hancock, my hawk asked in surprise, "What's wrong with Hancock?" "Who knows?" Li Yi smiled, and then sat down next to my hawk. "Hawkeye, you just reminded me." After sitting down, Li Yi looked far away, and then whispered, "Before we go to the new world, we have to find some partners who share the same aspirations. Otherwise, if this continues, even if we are not pursued by the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, it is difficult to gain a foothold in the new world. By the way, how much do you know about the new world?" Hawkeye glanced sideways at Li Yi, pondered for a moment, and said, "In the new world now, the battle between the 4 emperors is getting fiercer and fiercer. I believe that in a short while, the 4 emperors will come to the surface. The Sea of Whitebeards, there is no doubt about the thief, and it is difficult to say whether the other major forces can stand out." Li Yi didn't speak any more. Obviously, the so-called 4 emperors had not yet been born in the new world. Whitebeard is recognized as the strongest man in the world. He has become the 4 emperors without criticism, but the red-haired Shanks, the Beast Kaido and Charlotte obviously have to be cruelly tested, because Li Yi has appeared. What's the captain's plan? Seeing Li Yi fell silent, my hawk suddenly smiled deeply, and then asked, "Your goal is to conquer the sea. Are you interested in the name of the 4 emperors?" "That's the goal. I'm not yet blindly confident that I can do it. Everything has to be done step by step. The new world must go, and the 4 emperors must also fight, but not now. What we are going to do now, just go around and collect some powerful guys to join the divine pirate ship. When we are strong enough, it's time for us to move towards our goal. My hawk, don't be unwilling to lose in my hands, because I am the man who wants to be one piece, haha." Seeing Li Yi, who was not worried about beheading the rear admiral, my hawk relaxed as a whole, and smiled lightly. Only a man who becomes the One Piece is worthy of being my hawk's captain. The sudden birth of the god's pirate ship became the focus of the entire pirate world. 5 rear admirals were killed and 4 wounded. 2 of the warships were cut off and 2 were hit and sunk. Such a record was not caused by a pirate regiment with 10 or even dozens of ships, but only 1 captain and 2 a member of the Godseat pirate group. How can such a terrifying combat power not make the pirate world boil? How can it not shock the Navy headquarters? For a time, the newspapers about the 3 people spread everywhere as newsbirds flew away. The name Li Yi once again became famous with the appearance of the God's Pirates. Chapter 58, 500 Million Men. Holy Land Mary Joya, Room of 5 Old Stars. It's getting more and more presumptuous. Sitting on a chair in the room, wearing a black suit with a double-handed beard. The old man with a birthmark on his forehead stared at the old man in a white robe opposite him and said, "This Li Yi, where did it come from?" One after another against the navy. The old man in a white robe was sitting cross-legged on the ground, carefully wiping the long knife in his hand. After wiping the long knife clean, he stood up and came to Li Yi's reward order. He watched the photo on the reward order for a moment, and he spoke lightly. Said, "From the photo, it is Li Yi in the former holy place Mariajo Arena. It should be when Tiger made a fuss in the holy place, he escaped in chaos. Speaking of which, the deaths of those Tianlong people are probably inseparable from him." The white-robed old man nodded and said, "I'm pretty sure that the deaths of those Tianlong people were not caused by Tiger, but he killed them by chaos and blamed them on Tiger, and then he didn't realize it. He's leaving. What a vicious kid, let's increase the reward. It's not enough to kill the Tianlong people, and the Navy headquarters has lost 2 rear admirals. Such a man who regards his life like a stubborn man cannot tolerate it, let alone let it go. Improve the reward." Well, although he is not as influential as the Whitebeard and Dragon in the New World, with his current behavior and boldness, we must regard it as a first-degree crime to be wanted. So, I decided to his reward is raised to 500 million. How about Hawkeye my hawk? Another old man sitting in a chair suddenly said. Eagle Eye my hawk. The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes into a line, and said coldly, "He was a lone pirate, which poses little threat to us. But since he has joined Li Yi's pirate group, then you can't underestimate him." After a slight pause, the white-robed old man suddenly retracted the knife into its sheath, and said blankly, 400 million. As soon as the 500 million reward was released, the entire pirate world was in an uproar. You know, the Whitebeard with the highest reward at the moment is only 1 billion, but he is a big pirate who has been standing on top of the New World for many years. Li Yi is a newcomer who just made his debut. Such a newcomer has been offered a reward of 500 million. What is the situation? The most important thing is that the red-haired Shanks who are fighting for the throne of the 4 emperors in the New World, these big pirates who came out of the Roger Pirates, are now offered a bounty by the Whitebeard as the most domineering man in the world. 400 million. A newcomer, the reward is higher than the redhead? Suddenly, this reward order and the exaggerated 500 million bounty immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many big pirates in the New World, many of whom targeted the god's pirate ship and regarded Li Yi as an object that must be eliminated. At this time, Li Yi and my hawk obviously didn't know that they were both raised to offer a reward. One was sitting on the bow board forward, while the other was sitting cross-legged with eyes closed. Hancock, who came out of the cabin, looked at Eagle Eye, who closed his eyes, and then walked slowly to sit next to Li Yi. Hancock. Just as Hancock sat down, Li Yi looked back at her. I want to go to Zihai for a walk. Okay. Hancock blinked beautiful eyes, then looked at Li Yi suspiciously. Li Yi paused slightly, and then said, if nothing happens, I can abduct 1 or 2 partners aboard there. When Hancock heard this, he suddenly became nervous. Women. Seeing that Hancock's reaction was so great, Li Yi couldn't help being stunned. His inadvertent stunned thought made Hancock's heart quietly broken. OZW.com. Oh, Li Yi hates me? Don't, Hancock doesn't want other women to board the ship. Thinking like this in her heart, she immediately covered her face and shook her head vigorously. Hancock, what's wrong with you? Li Yi blinked and looked at Hancock, who was shaking his head vigorously, and said with concern, where is it uncomfortable? Hearing that, Hancock put down his slender hand, then looked at Li Yi with a blushing face, and said weakly, Hancock doesn't want to see other women getting on the boat. Haha. Seeing Hancock's cuteness, Li Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. Then, he stretched out his hand to hold Hancock's slender hand and said with a smirk, this person still doesn't know where Hancock is jealous? That's not good. If a woman really gets on this boat in the future, then Hancock won't have to soak in the jealous jar. Woo, what a woman. Okay. Li Yi stared at Hancock and said with a serious face, it's a woman who was made the son of the devil by the world government. Just as Li Yi's voice fell, Eagle Eye, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, looking at him in shock. Captain, you are not kidding me. Hey! Li Yi turned his head to look at Hancock, who suddenly made a noise, and said in surprise, what are you kidding? The son of the devil you said, but Robin. Li Yi was taken aback again. After a while, he smiled relievedly, Hawkeye, you are really the roundworm in my stomach. Captain, can you think about it clearly? Although Robin is young, her scheming is beyond reach. Over the years, she has been betraying the people around her in order to survive. Such a betrayal of those around her in order to survive. Little girl, I advise the captain not to make decisions lightly. Eagle Eye. Li Yi's eyes tightened slightly, and his face was particularly serious and said, I haven't heard this before, and you haven't said it. I don't understand why Li Yi suddenly blinked in surprise. Then, he reluctantly shook his head and said, I'm just a suggestion. I personally have no hostility to Robin. On the contrary, I sympathize with her. Encounter. Hancock looked at my hawk in confusion, what happened? Hawkeye sighed and said softly, she is the only survivor of the O'Hara incident. Hearing this, Hancock trembled slightly before turning his head to look at Li Yi. Li Yi didn't speak any more. After retracting his gaze, he stared into the distance and whispered, Son of the Devil. Chapter 59, Robin Betrayed. In the town of Sybil, Zihai, a group of pirates jumped off their pirate boat and swaggered into a bar in the town. The noisy bar hall was instantly quiet with the arrival of the pirates, one by one looking sideways at the pirates who broke in. Among the pirates, a girl with orange glasses on her forehead was particularly eye-catching. However, after everyone saw her cold eyes, they withdrew their gaze and bowed their heads under the gaze of the leader of the pirate. This bar, I've wrapped up, no one, wait, get out. The pirate leader, who was 2 meters tall, walked to the bar with a fierce look, then turned to face the people in the bar, and then said in a vicious voice, I count 3. If you haven't rolled yet, kill. Before his voice fell, the guests in the hall stood up, and then ran out embarrassedly. Ha ha ha. Seeing the figure running out embarrassedly, the pirate leader laughed unscrupulously. After the last member of the pirate group ran out of the bar, he waved his hand and shouted at the trembling waiter in front of the bar, You are still stunned. What to do? Serve my brothers. Haha, the captain is mighty, a word scared these people to off. That is, our captain is going to be the man of one piece. Hearing the people boasting about himself so much, the pirate leader laughed triumphantly. Finally, he turned his head to look at the girl standing next to him and asked with a grin, Robin, why are you not talking? Okay. Robin raised his head, then forced a smile, the captain is mighty. Haha, I like these 4 words. The pirate leader took Robin's shoulder in one hand and put down the long knife around his waist. Go, everyone come to have a drink, and then each drink happy. When the voice fell, he grabbed a large bowl of wine on the table and drank it with his head up. Seeing that all his men had drunk the bowl of wine, he wiped his mouth and laughed loudly, Brothers, don't get drunk or go back, keep drinking. Although Robin was very reluctant, he still smiled and sat opposite the pirate leader and held up the wine bowl. As a big bowl of wine was consumed, the bar became more and more noisy and lively, to be precise, noisy. The pirate leader also had some drunkenness, and saw him drunkenly looking at Robin, who was sitting quietly across from him, and smiled and asked, Robin, you said you were young, how could you get a reward of 79 million yuan? Bailey is gone. The Navy said it destroyed 6 warships. I don't believe it. If you are capable of destroying 6 warships, you will be a small officer on my ship. Robin's eyes tightened slightly when he heard the man's words. I believe it or not, but I can't keep you with me forever. I want to be the man of one piece. If you are the son of the devil and be chased by the navy because you are on a ship, I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter the new world. Captured by the navy. So, Robin, don't blame me. You. As soon as the pirate leader's voice fell, Robin stood up in shock. As she stood up with a soft drink, the pirates in the whole bar also stood up, watching Robin fully guarded one by one. OZW.com. The pirate leader did not stand up, but looked up at the angry Robin slightly. It's too late for your anger now. When I walked into this small town, I contacted the North Sea Navy. I believe it will not be long, the Navy's warships. It will be achieved. I did this not for the 79 million Baileys on you, but for my longer-term future. You are leaving now, I will not stop you, and can you leave this little town, it depends on your good fortune. As soon as the pirate leader's voice fell, Robin retracted his eyes, then clenched his fists and turned and walked out. She can't remember how many times this was betrayed, but compared to those who betrayed her before, this pirate group has done a good job. After all, they didn't shoot themselves directly, but explained to themselves before the navy appeared, which is why she turned and left in silence. Stop! Robin was awakened by a loud shout just as he walked to the door. Looking up, her beautiful eyes tightened slightly. I saw in front of the bar door, dozens of naval soldiers who arrived nearby all held guns to lock her down, one by one, as if seeing a demon, pretending to be calm, the big hand holding the gun was shaking slightly. Seeing that the navy had arrived, Robin was surprisingly lifeless, and saw him let out a long breath, then clenched his pink fist and walked out slowly. Call you to stop. Seeing Robin walked out slowly, the soldiers surrounded in front hurriedly shouted, and even pulled the trigger with their fingers. Robin was in a posture that he would shoot another step forward. Robin did not move forward, but stopped in response, and at the same time crossed his hands in front of him, coldly shouting, "The flower of rotation," without a trace of emotion. As her voice fell, two arms grew out of the navy soldier who surrounded her, and then turned over and twisted his body. Kaka kaka. Suddenly, the sound of her body's bones being twisted was heard one after another, but in the blink of an eye, the navy soldiers who surrounded her fell softly without a chance to scream. Damn it! In the bar hall, the pirate leader saw that so many navy soldiers fell down without even Robin's body. He cursed secretly, then stood up and grabbed his side leader. The knife walked out towards Robin. Idiot navy, sent some rubbish. As he spoke, the pirate leader had already arrived in front of the bar, looking at Robin who had already gone out. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then coldly said, "Robin, this is the end of your journey." When the voice fell, his figure flashed out, appearing above Robin like a cheetah. Feeling the terrible coercion swept across behind him, Robin quickly turned around. But she was still a step late, just turned around, and the long sword that was smashed in the sky rolled up a dazzling light and instantly expanded infinitely in her pupils. Go to hell, Robin! Amid the roar, the sword flashed by, and then a strand of hair drifted to the sky in the wind. Chapter 60, Paid Hunt. Haha, finally there is a place to dock. On the Godseat pirate ship, Li Yi looked at the small town of Sibir in front of him, laughed and said to Hancock beside him, "Hancock, in the town, can you change into a nice dress?" "Good, good." Hancock nodded repeatedly, and she couldn't bear it for a long time drifting at sea. Looking at the small town that appeared ahead, she didn't want to buy clothes, but to walk on the land and let her breathe. However, when Li Yi said to buy her clothes, she was naturally happy and flattered. There was no way to refuse. Go. As soon as the ship docked, Li Yi held Hancock in one hand and jumped off the deck while holding the handle of the knife in the other. After landing steadily on the shore, Li Yi looked back at the eagle eye on the ship. "Hi, won't you come down and walk?" Hawkeye did not speak, and closed his eyes with his hands on his chest and leaned against the sail. Seeing Hawkeye pretending to be cool there, Li Yi ignored him and walked toward the town with Hancock. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, and then looked back at the harbor not far from the god's pirate ship. At the harbor, a pirate ship stopped quietly, and there was no one on board. Oh, pirates actually arrived in this town, it's so lively. Looking at the pirate ship, Li Yi didn't alarm Hancock, and then he was on guard. When the two walked to the center of the town, the figure of the Navy soldier lying all around in front of a bar made the arc of Li Yi's mouth more evil. Without waiting for him to recover, a shocking impact suddenly came out, and then a figure slammed in his direction like a meteor. Li Yi! Hancock clenched his palms at the sight of the lightning coming. As she fell with a sweet drink, Li Yi had flashed out like a ghost, and then caught the figure that was smashing like a meteor with one hand. Without waiting for Li Yi to put down the person he was catching, a figure stepped out from the thick smoke rising from the front. The rough voice shook Li Yi's eardrums even more. "Robin, you can't run." "Robin!" Li Yi's pupils tightened slightly, then turned his head to look at the woman who was caught and put down by him. Although Robin was only 15 or 16 at the moment, Li Yi recognized her at a glance. Seeing that the woman next to him was the Robin he was looking for, Li Yi was overjoyed in his heart. This is really no effort to find a place to break through iron shoes. The pirate leader was stepping out of the dense smoke. After seeing Li Yi rescue Robin, his face was slightly taken aback, and then he shouted with murderous intent, "Boy, hurry up and throw the woman next to you to Lao Tzu if you don't want to die. Come!" Robin! Hancock, who always reacts slowly, suddenly made a sound, then turned to look at Robin with a trace of blood remaining on the corner of his mouth, and said excitedly to Li Yi, "Li Yi, she is Robin." Li Yi smiled and nodded, then walked slowly towards the pirate leader. After 2 steps, he suddenly asked, "Your name is Robin, right?" "Okay." Robin obviously couldn't recover, nodded blankly and looked at Li Yi who was going out in confusion. OZW.com. Do you want the man in front of you to die? Li Yi kept walking, and then said, "If you want him to die, I can help you, but you have to promise me one condition." "Of course, if you just want to remove one of his arms and legs, I will give it away for free." When the voice fell, Li Yi stopped in the open space less than 2 feet away from the pirate leader. When Robin did not answer, he continued to ignore the existence of the pirate leader, smiled sideways at Robin, and whispered, "Robin, Bin." Hearing Li Yi calling out his name, Robin took a deep breath and said coldly, "Dead." "Have you said enough?" Seeing that Li Yi and Robin were ignoring their existence, the pirate leader suddenly roared, and then swept towards Li Yi with his sword. "Be careful!" Seeing the pirate leader raided Li Yi, Robin's eyes tightened. Although she still didn't know where Li Yi came from, she was still touched when she stood up for her at this time. Therefore, when she saw the pirate leader attacking Li Yi, her first reaction was to remind Li Yi. But as soon as the word heart fell on her, a cold sword aura suddenly bloomed, and then the screams of her life resounded over the small town of Sibir. This! Robin was completely stunned when he watched the scene between the sparks and flames ahead. It was not Li Yi who screamed, but the pirate leader who attacked Li Yi with a sword. As the scream fell, the pirate leader's right hand holding the sword quietly fell and hit the ground with a bang. "This is free." With the sword in its sheath, Li Yi turned his head and showed Robin a wicked smile, and then said lightly, "The next is paid hunt." "Good, good, so fast sword." Seeing Li Yi who turned his head and smiled at him, Robin stammered, "What are you?" Before Robin finished speaking, Li Yi turned his head and bowed slightly. "Slashing the moon dance." "Hey!" The voice fell, and the sword aura bloomed. In that bright moon-like sword aura, the pirate leader had no chance to scream. The whole head flew high, and then smashed an arc in the air, falling 3 feet away. As the head threw an arc and fell to the ground, Li Yi had already retracted the knife into its sheath, then turned and walked towards Robin and Hancock with a smile. Its relaxed expression, Charming smile, it looks like a man who just killed a pirate. Robin obviously hasn't recovered yet. You know, the pirate who was killed by Li Yi's spike has a powerful existence with a bounty of 80 million. Such a powerful existence was simply killed by Li Yi. Who is this man? In Robin's stunned expression, Li Yi slowly stopped in front of her. Feeling Li Yi's gaze swept towards him, Robin woke up suddenly, and at the same time instinctively withdrew a step backward. Seeing Robin woke up, Li Yi smiled and said, "People have been killed, I should also say my conditions. There are at least 5 chapters in the future, but because the madman saves these 5 chapters, he can only write 1 chapter and upload 1 chapter. Thank you for subscribing and supporting everyone. Thank you for giving monthly votes and flowers. Thanks."